in the Middle East with Iran. Remember to like I thought it would be prudent for us to have a conversation surrounding what Mr. Andre Horton said about the situation in the Middle East with Iran. Remember to like and share the video. Thank you guys for being here. Mr. Andre Horton is one of the young minds of the People's National Party that I really respect. You understand? I really respect him. Where politicians are concerned, my respect for him extends in grace. So say for instance he says something that people might deem as, he's being, giving the JLP too much credit. When it comes to him, I personally will never see it that way. You understand? Because let me tell you why. He is a numbers person. He is fact oriented. He is what's the word? Methodology is his foundation. So he's gonna look at the numbers and he's gonna be honest with you. It's gonna cut for some people because we are being led by emotions with some of the topics. You understand? And that's cool, that's fine. But that would oftentimes let him, Mr. Horton, get misunderstood. You understand? So I will always extend Mr. Andre Horton grace because I understand that position. Scientists sometimes can seem cold and unattached, right? But they do serve their purpose, ladies and gentlemen, in the grand scheme of things. At times there's time for everybody, there's time and a place for everything. And what Mr. Horton is gonna say here, we need to pay very keen attention to what he's saying, and then when he's done, I'll come back and give my commentary. Alright, let's go.
Going to have huge implications, not just for the cost of living domestically, but also going to have huge implications, not just for the cost of living domestically, but also our balance of payments metrics. We already have our imports being almost 4 times our exports, and the last time Jamaica was derailed and put in a bad balance of payment position was in the 1970s as a result of the first and second oil price shocks, and since then our productivity has not recovered.
How many times a week were you at the gym getting ready for this trip?
I wasn't. Tai Chi walking, 7 minutes a day at home.
At home?
At home. 5 exercises, 3 minutes each. That's it.
If you have belly fat after 50,
so we see where the Caribbean is heavily dependent on imported energy, as you suggested just now. Are regional economies prepared though to absorb this kind of spike that we might see in the oil prices?
I mean, the typical reserve position, as you know, is always 12 to 16 weeks of goods in the reserve. Jamaica, we've been different because we have been trying to appease the global international community by amassing large amounts of reserves. So we have over $4 billion US here. But remember, this is now giving the Caribbean a reasonable ground to introspect and to say, who are we as a sovereign nation? As a regional bloc, if the Caribbean were supposed to come to it would improve a lot of our ability to cope with these external shocks. For one, we have oil producers here in the Caribbean, and if we were supposed to leverage them and to get oil from them through some sort of bilateral agreement, whether through CARICOM yes or through CARICOM no, then that would appease a lot of the tension that we are expected to face in the Caribbean. But this is global war that is taking place. It is important because what it does, it is now putting into perspective where the world is and where the world is headed, and the Caribbean must recognize this. Our leaders must recognize that we do not live in isolation, and as a result we have to revisit these CARICOM agreements as it relates to the movement of goods, the movement of people, and the movement of finance, because we have to now recognize what does Jamaica have that Trinidad needs, what does Trinidad have or Guyana have that Jamaica needs, what does Barbados need, and then we put these needs on a table and see how can we satisfy these needs within the regional bloc first, so that this out of region events have less negative effect on us. I mean, since Venezuela, the Caribbean has been at a disadvantage if you recognize what has been happening with Cuba, and the Prime Minister had to come out in defense of Cuba, because no matter your political philosophy, no matter your political inclination, Cuba has played an important role in assisting Jamaica to be where it is in terms of its developmental path. A lot of our hospitals and a couple schools have been built by Cuba, and the situation is getting even more pervasive now because it is getting closer to home, because the globe is now a threat for World War III.
So, Prof, the oil prices, if we see them surging for a long time, could this possibly reverse some of the economic gains that Jamaica would have achieved post-COVID?
Yes. You see, COVID is what is considered to be a negative external shock. The hurricanes that we faced, burial in 2024 was also a negative external shock. Melissa that we faced last year was also a negative external shock.
So, Mr. Andre Hart, one of the key things he spoke about was how the Caribbean countries and partners is going to actually look within and depend on each other. What he's speaking about is an ancient concept of trading. Alright, before there was money, right, what was the currency? What you could produce. So if you could produce oranges and somebody else could produce bananas, apples, you know, you have the fisherman. When all those producers come into the market, what would they do? They would trade their goods for other goods. They would trade their goods for things that they would not have for themselves. You have pepper, you have spices. The person who have spices not have meat. They not have no, you know, feed them things spices. So you trade, and when you look each household within that space, or each village within that space would have enough for each other, because everybody is bringing something to the table for the other one to experience that it doesn't have. So we strengthen each other through that trade, and this is exactly what Mr. Andre Hart is actually talking about, ladies and gentlemen, because no more than ever we would definitely have to look within, you know. We can tell you that right now. If you are thinking otherwise, sorry about that, if you are thinking otherwise, then I'm sorry, you're sadly mistaken. Whatever it is you're thinking outside of us not looking within, it's a fool's, you know, it's fairy tale. It is actual fairy tale, ladies and gentlemen. Please understand that it's actual fairy tale, alright?
Persons in particular who could never even...
Sorry about that. It's actual fairy tale, guys. We have to, definitely have to look within. Because if you check it, you know, all the islands have something to offer the other islands, you know. Unity is strength. This was a zone of peace, and you know, to be quite honest with you, the people, the leadership, they allowed it to turn into a zone of no more peace. If we're being honest, there has to be some responsibility leveled at the people people, the leadership in the Caribbean islands. All of us could be here, and really before this it escalated into what it is right now with the war in Iran. If we had stuck together the way we should have from the get-go, we really wouldn't have these problems, if we're being honest. Now, one of the things that we need to look into, ladies and gentlemen, share my screen. Check it out, guys. Check it out.
Time you see the blood moon, expect divine intervention. Each time you see the blood moon, expect the shaking of nations. Shaking of nations. Shaking of nations. Shaking of nations. Each time you see the blood moon, it is a call to repentance. A call to repentance. A call to repentance. And that repentance should be personal and also national, having to do with the 7 pillars as well, including the church. And every time you see the blood moon, expect prophetic fulfillment. Prophetic fulfillment. Prophetic fulfillment. Prophetic fulfillment. Fulfillment of Bible prophecy. So there are 4 major themes. There are others, but 4 major ones. I'm going to take it a little further for you. Yes. Now, generally speaking, with these themes, you would conclude then that it's a season. Once the blood moon appears, expect transition. Transition. Transition in leadership, for example, politically and otherwise. Transition. And as a result of this transition, divine movement. And this movement will impact all 7 pillars. Movements. So the transition will trigger divine movements, which will play themselves out in every aspect and facet of life, including the 4 elements of creation. So I'm going to put there so that you get the full picture. So it will, the transition and movements will affect the 7 pillars, will affect the 7 pillars or 7 mountains. So the 7 pillars, that looks like verb, right? So I'm going to put the word 7, 7, and then the numeral 7. So 7 pillars will be impacted, or mountains of influence, and also the 4 elements of creation. 4 elements, that's 4 elements of creation. Of creation. Very important. Of creation. And just in case you're a first timer, I'm giving you the full house this morning. Just in case you're a first timer, let's go here. You might say, what are the 7 pillars? The 7 pillars or mountains of influence are 1, family, First, family. 2, church. 3, government. 4, education, the education system. 5, economy. 6, culture, your culture. And 7, media. That's print, electronic, and digital media. So that's print, electronic, and digital. You might still be asking me about the 4 elements of creation. So I'm going to put it up here, because we have first timers. So let's put the 4 elements of creation here for you. So the 4 elements of creation, let's just put elements. Of creation. Okay? They are water, two, air / atmosphere, 3, fire, and 4, earth. So those are the 4 elements of creation. I'm going to be closing shortly. Now, with all of that said, we must now pay attention to 4 things. Once we see the blood moon, these are 4 things. All of those things I've mentioned, obviously. But if I were to encapsulate them into 4 categories, I'm going to put it here. So I'm going to erase here, because by this everybody would have taken these notes. Alright? So the 4 major things that we need to be looking out for or paying attention to. 1, pay attention to the spiritual. Pay attention to the spiritual temperature.
Spiritual temperature, that's the last part of it. So ladies and gentlemen, why did I play that? Because the spiritual aspect of what is going on is also important to understand. It really is. It really is super important to understand, right? I am going to play one more video from him. Alright, this one, yes.
Persia in the Bible is Iran. Persia in the Bible is Iran. And they have always been the nemesis of Israel. Persia, which is Iran. So that, and of course there are people, we love them, but you have to understand in the scheme of things where they fall. They are a part of what is called the GOAT nations. Of course, among them are born-again believers. But then, the hegemony, the leadership for centuries have been fighting against Yud-He Vav-He. That's the Lord God, the true and living God. And so, as people are going to take up arms and say, oh, Israel should not have attacked them, the United States should not have attacked, and so on. They don't have a clue as to what is happening. This is not about humanitarian issues and so on. It is about ultimately Bible prophecy being fulfilled. And let me say this, no matter, as they would say on the road, you could have deal. In other words, no matter what leaders globally try to do, and Satan has been doing it for centuries, no one can stop the word of God from being fulfilled. I'm going to say it one more time. No one can stop the word of God being fulfilled. So guess what? This war, however short or long it is, and it's going to spill over into other proxy wars and could fuel World War III and that being formalized, because technically speaking World War III has started, technically speaking. It's just that it is not, the nations have not yet formalized themselves in terms of which side they are going to be on, and so on and so forth. But it has already started. So this latest war which has been started in the Middle East will feed into and play into and influence other wars which would ultimately mushroom into what is known as World War III. The only question is not if, but when. And we have to understand that. In addition, after World War III, again we are not sure how long after, there will be the final war of all wars, and that is Armageddon. No one can change that, and it will be fought in the Middle East. So until such time, nations will now be reorganizing themselves. You look at the European Union, they are rapidly reorganizing themselves, and they will become a fearsome, formidable force very shortly. And it is all about, one, self-preservation, that's number one, but number two, the advance of the beast system to counter what God is doing, to counter righteousness, because Europe is backslidden. Having said that, let me say the one last thing, and then we get into other matters. We have to understand also that what is now happening in the Middle East, yes, pushing back the pale green horse, because that's really what it is, because that's the epicenter of the pale green horse. So while you will have a number of terrorist attacks, as the proxies of Iran will lash out at the West, and we have to now heighten security globally in terms of travel, in terms of public spaces and places. The world will have to be on high alert, especially in the West, the western section of the world, because of imminent attacks by sleeper cells and yes, persons who are just angry and angered by what is taking place, lone wolves attacks and so on. We're going to have to brace ourselves for those. Yes, so we have to be prayerful, and that is why the Lord would have orchestrated this fast, and the fast in the way he has, covering all the gates. So we have covered 12, 6, 12, and now we're at 3. That's 3 a.m. to 3 p.m. So we have to be alert and also capitalize on this moment to advance righteousness in every nook and every cranny, not just of the island, but where we are able to travel. Now is not really a good time to travel just yet, especially with what is happening right now. Yes, because the risk levels are high. I'm not saying anybody shouldn't travel, but you are going to have to be very cautious right now in terms of travel anywhere and everywhere, because of the proxies of Iran. They will look for soft targets So we have to be prayerful right now. Those persons who have to travel, taking airplanes and so on, you're going to have to be prayerful in this season. But back to the last matter I will say, last observation, that which is happening now is to stall the advance of the beast system, thus giving the people of God to advance righteousness, because the time is coming when there will be a lockdown globally on the gospel message. And when I say lockdown, meaning the opportunity to promulgate the gospel message will be very limited. Persia in the Bible is Iran.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you hear what the apostle said. Alright, so we're back. Let me just share this as well, ladies and gentlemen. Let's share this. Listen to this man right here. Very short video on Iran again.
Iran has been set free. Venezuela has been set free. Nigeria has been set free. All of these people has been liberated, and they are happy, and they are thanking God, and they are thanking the President of the United States for stepping in and setting them free. Now, you may not like that. A lot of people here have a whole lot to say, but y'all ain't been through what these people been through. Listen, before you say, oh, stop the wars and we shouldn't be going in getting a dictator, or we shouldn't be no new wars and all the other stuff, man, look at these people. Did you look at the people? Are you listening to the people? Are you looking at them? Are you hearing what they saying? Y'all was saying all that, and the people, the Venezuelan people, was screaming in the streets saying, thank you, thank you, thank you. Liberated. Libertad. Liberated. Y'all didn't listen. Y'all ain't want to pay attention to that. The people in Iran, listen to them. They are happy. They are free. They are saying, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. We are free. Years of suffering. You gotta be happy for that. You gotta be. Why? If not, why? Why you not happy for it? Why you not happy? People in Nigeria, Christians being slaughtered. They are happy now. They have been liberated. Come on, y'all. Listen. The Lord, Jesus Christ, Jesus of Nazareth, Father of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Everything is done for a reason, and everything will come to pass. His will shall be done.
Well, I know that. I know that particular one is going to be controversial for some, a hard pill for some people to swallow, because people just dislike Donald Trump and seen for what them seen for. But I tell you, God will use some of us, you see. God will use the least of us. God is such a skillful God. There's a lot of things that happen in these countries, even in America. Yeah. I would say it's going to be very controversial, because there's people out there right now shouting Epstein, 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 Donald Trump, Donald Trump, Donald Trump, connection, connection, connection. And I'm not invalidating none of that. I'm telling you, when it comes on to God's agenda, bottom line is his word has to come to pass. So the gospel, everybody has to hear it. God's agenda is supreme over everything else. You know what I'm saying? Well, awesome, yeah, definitely, that's a fact. God is awesome. God is definitely awesome. So hey, Let me know what y'all think about that, man. Let me know what y'all think. I mean, in terms of how it intertwines, you know, the hardship of what's happening here. Prophecy has to be fulfilled. Being prepared for what is to come, and for what is to come, be prepared. Preparation, Jamaica. Preparation. That's what it's all about. Yeah? Alright. Let me know what y'all think. Like I share this video, ladies and gentlemen. I'll make sure someone will follow the sister at the end of it. At the end of it, you're gonna make sure someone put up we're gonna make sure someone put up our page. Alright, my people, I'm gonna check this out here, guys. This shaped my soul. Yeah? Yeah, man, we have to do some introspection, ladies and gentlemen. Listen to this.
If you believe in Jesus, but you also believe that you have time to get right with Christ before the second coming of Christ, I consider you the biggest fool to ever roam this entire earth. Let me read you a passage from Matthew chapter 25, parable of the 10 bridesmaids. Then the kingdom of heaven will be like the 10 bridesmaids who took their lamps and went to meet the bridegroom. 5 of them were foolish and 5 of them were wise. The 5 who were foolish didn't take enough olive oil for their lamps, but the other 5 were wise enough to take along extra oil. When the bridegroom was delayed, they all became drowsy and fell asleep. At midnight, they were roused by the shout, "Look, the bridegroom is coming, come out and meet him." All the bridesmaids got up and prepared their lamps. Then the 5 foolish ones asked the others, "Please give us some of your oil because our lamps are going out." But the others replied, "We do not have enough oil for all of us. Go to a shop and buy some yourself." But while they were gone to buy oil, the bridegroom came. Then those who were ready went in with him to the marriage feast, and the door was locked. Later, the other 5 bridegrooms returned, and they stood outside, calling, "Lord, Lord, open the door for us." But he called back, "Believe me, I do not know you. So you too must keep watch, for you do not know the day or the hour of my return." I don't have to do a lot more speaking apart from that parable. The marriage represents heaven. The bridegroom represents God. The bridesmaid represents humanity. The 5 wise ones represent the ones who believe that the bridegroom is coming and remain ready in a constant state of faith and repentance. The 5 foolish ones are the ones who believe in God, but believe they also have time to party, to drink, to be sexually immoral, to do all the things they decide to do because they'll get right with God when they want.
This lady just described 95% of the earth. Potentially. I'm throwing a number out there. She just described 95% of the earth. Especially people that believe in God. Tell me I'm lying. Let's continue.
And what happened to those 5 foolish ones? When the bridegroom came, they weren't ready. They left to go get their oil. When they came back from getting their oil, the marriage feast doors had closed, and the Lord called out to them, "Get away from me, because I do not know you." If you believe that you have time before Jesus comes to get right with him, then you are the biggest fool again to roam your earth. Because one thing about the Lord is he's coming back. He's not slow to come back because he's slow at keeping promises. He's slow to come back because he's such a beautiful God that he wants to give you as much time to get right with him now as you can. Because he knows that moment that he comes back, there's no more mercy, there's no more grace, there's no more second chances, there's just justice. The wages of sin is death. That's what the Bible says. So if you don't repent now and get right with God, then you will go to death for eternity, which is hell. If you believe in God and you continue to repent, that if you confess your sins, that he will forgive you, and you repent daily. And remember, repentance doesn't just mean asking for forgiveness. It means proving by the way that you live that you repent. So if I come to God today and I repent for gossiping, and I go tomorrow and gossip again because I know he will forgive me, that is now when sin crosses to iniquity, and God hates iniquity. Okay, repentance is me coming to God, telling him I'm sorry that I gossiped, and then doing my very best to never gossip again. God knows that we will fall short. He knows the state of our heart. So if we fall short by accident and we come to him again for grace and forgiveness, he will give it. But do not abuse the grace of God. 2 Peter chapter 3.
She just talked about another 95% of the earth again. Abusing the grace of God. Yo, this hit me like a ton of bricks, bro. I don't know about y'all, but this right here, this hit different. The way she broke that down, bro. I mean, look into yourself. I don't know none of y'all situation, but look into yourself. How many of us are actually abusing God's grace? Seriously. How many? And when you look at how people respond to the apostles and the men and women of God when he sends his messages, you can almost hear that part of us, you know, the entitlement. Oh, God is a God of love, and you know, not understanding, yeah, you're right, because he's extending his love through mercy for us. Right now, the fact that you're still alive and you haven't repented yet, that alone is love. The fact that he's protecting you even when you don't know it, and that is love. I know it's hard for some people, you know what I'm saying? Some people probably don't want to hear this, but think about this. Do some introspection, you know what I'm saying? Like, let it soak in, fam. Let it soak in. We must know him for ourselves, yeah?
The Lord is not slow in keeping his promises as some people understand slowness. Instead, he is patient with you, not wanting anyone to perish, but everyone to come to repentance. He's not giving you time because he's slow in coming back. He's giving you time because he wants you in eternity with him, and you're abusing that time he gives you. And you know how simple it is to go to heaven? All you have to do is believe and to be in a continuous state of repentance. So when he comes back, he will have no mercy for you because you had ample time and the task at hand was simple. So if you genuinely believe that you can continue to live a life in complete contradiction to the will of God, and that you have time to get right with God before he comes, then I consider you a fool, he considers you a fool, and when he comes back, he will not be bringing you up with him. And there's nothing you can do once he sends you down eternally. Fire, hell, pain, torture. If that's what you want for some pleasure on this earth, you do you. But like Paul says, once I've come to deliver the message, my hands are wiped clean. The Lord on judgment day cannot hold disobedience over me, because I've come to deliver the message to you that he told me. Now with your free will, you can do whatever you like. The one who's causing you to believe all of this is the enemy, the devil. And one thing I'm going to tell you about the enemy, which I don't think a lot of Christians believe, he is not the king of hell. His end is written. He will suffer in hell just like everybody else. It's not even like a bargaining thing where you're friends with the enemy and then when you get to hell, he can sort you out a nice room that's away from the fire. No, he's going to be there to suffer just like everyone else who's there, and he has no power over anything that goes on there. Hell is his suffering place too. He ain't the king of hell. So whatever you're following, whatever enticement that he's given you that you're following, remember that you're following someone who's also on their way to doom. That's all I have to say.
Man, listen, I have never heard anybody put it like that. Like what you just said, bro. What she just said about the devil actually suffering in hell with you. It's not like you can't get no, you know what I mean? serving God, continuous repentance, daily repentance. I didn't understand that, right? Because when I look at it, I've said to myself, right, alright, so you repent. I see religious people, like people that we always say is a Christian, like, we're just imperfect, like, or they are just imperfect. They fall short every day. And I guess for me personally, like, how do I navigate this, my navigation through the process of being God's child and walking that walk fully. And the way she just broke it down and understanding that, like, we don't have no time. There's no time. Now understand why, like, you guys watch, like, the men and women of God, especially in this case I'm referencing Mr. Mark Stewart, and the man cry, like, the man literally cry, like, Jamaica, we don't have no time. You understand? Man, him a beckon unto the people, like, they made it. I'm here the raw emotion and pain in the man voice. I've been coming across so many of those videos on TikTok, not just with Mr. Mark Stewart, but a lot of people that identify God as the Lord and Savior. A lot of people having dreams, just like the Bible says, the Lord will pour His Spirit. A lot of people having dreams and visions about the end of the end. So time is like, man, we got no time. It's not to scare you, it's to save you. And once you hear it, and that's the aim. God wants you to hear that. You understand? Shout out to this lady right here, Miss ADA. Can y'all see that? Let me see what. Miss ADA. Can y'all see that? Let me see. Y'all can see it. That's her TikTok. That's her TikTok. Alright, make sure y'all go check her out. I followed her on my other page. I have a lot of pages, right? I have 2 pages on TikTok. I have a 3rd one I stopped using. But yeah, this is my other TikTok page right here. Alright, y'all can go check me out as well. Alright, if anything goes wrong, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Anything goes wrong. I put this video up and this video was in the time when
Look on Andrew Holness in the People Them Church Nitrogen Monoxide Saw.
Lead us to a call. See truth, rules, and law of God, and to bring the nation back into balance when it seems that it is anyway off track from the moral compass set by life. And therefore, the church is an appropriate platform for leaders to come and applaud for their stewardship of their faith.
Look on.
So this, ladies and gentlemen, This was what this was August. Yeah, this was the 24th of August before the election. It's dated. That's the time when I posted it. The 24th of August 2025. I didn't realize I posted it on this particular channel. Obviously, that's why I didn't get as much shares and likes and people didn't see it. But yeah, I was like, what? I guess I'd switch accounts. You understand?
I just keep it seen, they can't stop it. I just keep it seen, they can't stop it. I just keep it seen, they can't stop it. I just keep it seen, they can't stop it.
Something not right, my wisdom warriors. Something is not right. Tell about them.
Emotional damage.
I just keep it seen, they can't stop it. I just keep it seen, they can't stop it.
Them dead.
That is funny, honey. That's funny.
Ladies and gentlemen, what was going on with Andrew Harrison?
I just keep it seen.
What was going on? What was happening here? This is I never understood what was happening here. This face, like, what is this? Can y'all see that? I'm trying to zoom it in so you can see it. You know what I'm saying? This was not normal. He did not look like himself here. It looked like he was zoned out. It looked like he was under serious pressure. When I saw this, I said, wait a minute. Is the Prime Minister okay, bro? I was genuinely concerned. But then I just the blessing, they can't stop it. And this was him rocking. What blessing? This man was under immense pressure. Yes, look at his face. Yo, I don't want to be doing so much evil in this earth that I am beyond, repentance. And I'm so far gone down the rabbit hole that I look like this. When a song like that is playing and the words are playing, I just the blessing, they can't stop me. I just the blessing. Listen, what I have done on this earth already in terms of sin is enough burden on me at the moment. Passing those, listen, bro, I don't, no, I'm not trying to be a part of none of that. Period. I don't know. No, I can't even handle what I've already done. Devil out here trying to convince me that I'm beyond redemption. If I'm being honest, that's what the devil is saying. God is saying, boy, didn't I tell you to come home? Didn't I send the message to you to come home, sir? What are you waiting on? Come on. Alright? You're not made perfect. You know what I'm saying? You made a lot of mistakes. You understand. I understand as your father. Let's come on. I know your heart. Work on yourself. I'll help you through it. Trust me. Come home. Because I don't want to be like this. I don't want to be like that. I'm sorry. No, sir. No, sir. Anyway. Yeah. It's more like a curse, right? Let me know what y'all think, man. I really wanted to share that with you. And I hope that it affects the people the way it's affecting me. When I first saw it, I just re-listened to it a while ago. The video with the lady.
JN Properties Limited will make real estate simple for you with professional and reliable services, whether you are a local or overseas client. So whether you're renting, buying, building, or doing property management, we offer expert advice at every step of the way.
JN Properties is built on a legacy of trust, service, and community.
Our mission? To serve you with excellence, on time, within budget, and with full transparency. With the strength and reputation of the Jamaica National Group behind us, we're a team of skilled professionals that bring real value, real solutions you can trust.
Make smarter real estate moves. Partner
with JN Properties. Let's build something great together.
Ask yourself this question tonight. Is my life worth Christ dying for? Listen, it should have been me on that cross, but Christ took my place. It should have been all of us on that cross, but Christ took our place. He died for this world, knowing that not all of us will love him, knowing that not all of us will serve him, but he still did it. Listen, many of you are saying you love Jesus, but when you wake up in the morning, the first thing you look to do is to go on your cell phone, is to go on Facebook, is to go on TikTok, and is to go on Instagram to see what new followers are you have gained. But Christ is saying, I thought you was my follower.
So each time you see the blood moon, expect divine intervention. Each time you see the blood moon, expect the shaking of nations. Shaking of nations. Shaking of nations. Shaking of nations. Each time you see the blood moon, it is a call to repentance. A call to repentance. A call to repentance. And that repentance should be personal and also national, having to do with the 7 pillars as well, including the church. And every time you see the blood moon, expect prophetic fulfillment. Prophetic fulfillment. Prophetic fulfillment. Prophetic fulfillment. Fulfillment of Bible prophecy. So there are 4 major themes. There are others, but 4 major ones. I'm going to take it a little further for you. Yes. Now, generally speaking, with these themes, you would conclude then that it's a season. Once the blood moon appears, expect transition. Transition. Transition in leadership, for example, politically and otherwise. Transition. And as a result of this transition, divine movement. And this movement will impact all 7 pillars. Movements. So the transition will trigger divine movements, which will play themselves out in every aspect and facet of life, including the 4 elements of creation. So I'm going to put there so that you get the full picture. So it will, the transition and movements will affect the 7 pillars, will affect the 7 pillars or 7 mountains. So the 7 pillars, that looks like that, right? So I'm going to put the word 7, and then the numeral 7. So 7 pillars will be impacted, or mountains of influence, and also the 4 elements of creation. 4 elements, that's 4 elements of creation. Of creation. Very important. Of creation. And just in case you're a first timer, I'm giving you the full house this morning. Just in case you're a first timer, let's go here. You might say, what are the 7 pillars? The 7 pillars or mountains of influence are 1. Family. That's family. 2. Church. 3. Government. 4. Education, the education system. 5. Economy. 6. Culture. Your culture. And 7. Media. That's print, electronic and digital media. So that's print, electronic, and digital. You might still be asking me about the 4 elements of creation. So I'm going to put it up here because we have first timers. So let's put the 4 elements of creation here for you. So the 4 elements of creation, let's just put elements. Of creation. Okay? They are water, air / atmosphere, 3, fire, and 4, earth. So those are the 4 elements of creation. I'm going to be closing shortly. Now, with all of that said, we must now pay attention to 4 things. Once we see the blood moon, these are 4 things. All of those things I've mentioned, obviously. But if I were to encapsulate them into 4 categories, I'm going to put it here. So I'm going to erase here, because by this everybody would have taken these notes. Alright? So the 4 major things that we need to be looking out for or paying attention to. 1. Pay attention to the spiritual. Pay attention to the spiritual temperature. Spiritual temperature.
Why are citizens paying the price when those sworn to uphold the law can't even follow it themselves? 23 police officers, a warrant so defective it violated the Constitution, and not a single body camera turned on.
All the members who are on the operation are off duty, they are off frontline duty.
This isn't just a tragedy, it is a systemic breakdown of justice that we need to critically analyze right now.
Following a series of protests by residents of Cherry Lane in Clarendon over the fatal police killing of 22-year-old Jamal Ferguson on Monday, Deputy Superintendent of Police for Clarendon, Adrian Fleming, is appealing to residents to allow Indicom to investigate the matter.
Let us start with the facts of the case. 23 police officers carried out an operation at Cherry Tree Lane in Clarendon. The officers went to the home of Jamar Parkinson. His home video footage showing him running to open the front door of his house before raising both of his hands above his head as he appeared to surrender to the cops who were outside of his house. The police officers then entered his house. Indicom said that from the report it received, Jamar, after opening the door, was taken to his room by the police. The officer reported that upon reaching the room, Jamar allegedly reached for a firearm which was among some of the clothing items. Consequently, two officers discharged 2 rounds each and Jamar was fatally shot. As you can see in this video, one of the officers flipped the camera. By flipping the camera, the officers basically interfered or disrupted the CCTV camera footage. Let's ask ourselves this rhetorical question. What were they trying to hide? Perhaps this could amount to tampering with evidence. This raises the $5.6 billion question. Why would Jamar grab a gun after the CCTV footage shows him surrendering with his hands up? Furthermore, the warrant used to enter his home didn't even bear his name on it. Additionally, the warrant did not have his exact address. It was a defective warrant, and its use violated a fundamental right that protects every single Jamaican. The Constitution of Jamaica, Section 13, subsection 3, paragraph J, guaranteed the right to protection from search of property. Our Charter of Fundamental Rights is clear. Your home is your castle. The police cannot just enter whimsically or arbitrarily. They need a warrant from a judge, and that warrant must be specific. It must have a name and describe the exact place to be searched. In this case, the warrant did not bear Jamar's name and listed only Cherry Tree Lane without a specific address or gate number. This isn't a technicality, it's the bedrock of our privacy. The warrant in this case was a general warrant, a practice outlawed for centuries because it leads to abuse of power. Now, let's combine this unlawful entry with a complete failure of accountability. 23 police officers were present and not one of them wore a body camera that was activated. The JCF has a policy, but without consequences, it's meaningless. Body cameras doing these kind of operations should be mandatory. This absence of an objective record means we only have the police words against the CCTV footage which shows Jamar hands up. This brings us to the most sacred right, the right to life. Section 13, subsection 3, paragraph A of the Constitution talks about our inalienable right to life. The state can only use lethal force when there is an imminent, unavoidable threat. When the initial entry into the home is based on a defective warrant and there is no video evidence to support the claim of a threat, the legality of the entire operation and the shooting itself collapses. Indicom Deputy Commissioner Hamish Campbell told Jamaica Observer that there have been over 100 planned operations this year that has resulted in fatalities, of which none have had any body-worn cameras deployed by the Jamaica Constabulary Force. This case is a symptom of a broken system. It shows a blatant disregard for legal rules designed to protect us all from state overreach. When the police can use a generic warrant and operate without cameras, no one is safe. It undermines the trust in the entire justice system. I am cognizant of the fact that this matter is currently being investigated by Indicom. However, we are demanding a full, transparent investigation. We are demanding to know who authorized this warrant, why the officers didn't wear body cams, and if body cams were worn, where is the footage of those body cams, or why the body cams were turned off? For Jamar and every single Jamaican, we must insist that the police are not above the law. Know your rights. Demand justice.
Mr. Honest. Morning, sir. What the way your boys is? I'm nationwide saying that he's in the departure lounge. Yes. So he's basically saying that he's on his way out. So him on his way out, that's why I keep so much. He say he want to retire. Mr. Vale say, Jamaica, Mr. Vale say he want to retire with his head up. Ever hear anything like this? So, any political party, any campaign to smear. It's good name, it's going to fix them. Vez, you know what is the biggest problem? The gleaner. And you know of problem with the gleaner because the gleaner come out and speaking and you have corruption and a dirty criminal, you know. And this is what me tell Jamaica. From a news source, a reliable news source bring out the corruption and the dirt and these criminals. That is the only way they feel any form ashamed. Because when we as regular citizens out here talking about it, they use us for idiots. Them have them laboratories, them to say a lie we tell. But them know that when people see it from library sources, when they come on to news, whether it's the paper or mainstream media in any form, they know that it's gonna be believable. So through the gleaner bringing across their corruption, the vase has been broken in many pieces. The vase angry and I look crazy glue for grow up back the vase. I never hear anything go so. Ghana nationwide, him in departure lounge, and him want to retire with him head up. Thief in liar wicked face. You can't retire with your head up. You're a criminal. I come talk about people. I smear you and your department. Look here, where the receipt for the $1.4 billion you spend on the bus them. Come show the receipt. Come show the paperwork. Liar, sticky finger, fish mouth, buckle stopper. But we a smear your name and your department. You're a damn thief. You're a thief. Come with the paperwork then and the receipt to show that you spend $1.4 billion on the old junkie bus then. Come with the receipt them and the paperwork and let us see yes them real. Liar thiefing man. Come with the procurement documentation for the $12 million from the Starlink box then, yes. And then we can say, you know what? Make we apologize to the vase. Make we help grow up the vase, the broken vase. You're broken, you're lying and you're damn criminal. The whole on over there thief. You are look here, we have a group of 4 round over there. The whole on a criminal. Don't come try to fix that. You know this on the run gone? Nationwide. Because guess what happened? Nationwide not bringing out your corruption. Because nationwide is to hide in the dirt. Nationwide is to hide your dirt. Come talking about you have to come out with your boxing gloves on. Go and go box down 1 PM, Christopher Tough Time, and fly the black. Cause there's nothing green about him apart from the party that he supports. The whole on over the finger sticky. Where you gonna put on your gloves? Where you come out swinging? Where you come swing about? Are you yourself if you beat up, thump up your teeth in face? On thief over there. Everyone around go and defend themselves. Shame on you. Shame on you. Because you're leaving, you're ringing the Jamaican people dry because you're leaving. So because you're leaving, you're taking us for every dollar that you can take us for. You take us to every dollar, then you come chat up your mouth. I come talk about any farmer, any institution, or anybody want to talk about you or smear your name and your ministry. Look at your ministry, your name does smear the criminal back of everything does smear, you're not criminal over there. Yeah, the cleaner now. Why am I going to the cleaner? Tell me, why am I going to the cleaner to bring out the corruption? And let me tell you something. When the Auditor General's report came out about the breaches, the procurement breaches with the Starlink box, what did you do? You go and you have a big tantrum. I don't know, but I will not apologize. And I'm apologetic about the situation and I will not apologize because guess what? That did not happen. If I move too fast to let the people get that internet, that's what I did. But I did not this and I did not that. And came out a few weeks later. Vez, come here. Vez, came out a few weeks later. I got to say you agree with what the Auditor General's report said. And I like how them question you on the timely one day to make sure say you agree say he's a liar and a thief. How people ask me on a good name.
ICWI paid out 99% of claims in 2024.
This earthquake, which is in the making, it's in the pipeline, and it's not just the earthquake, but I still have to highlight it. If it were to hit us, I'm talking about the big one, which is in the pipeline, coming, and obviously is pending. it will destroy many and plunge many into grief, despair, disillusionment, etc., etc. And no amount of aid from abroad will be able to help us to recover anytime soon, because even this Melissa situation, it has left an indelible mark on many. I'm using this opportunity to once again say this recent earthquake, and it's a swarm, is indicative of what is to come. There are more swarms to come, and they are going to become more and more intense. Each time there's an earthquake, remember, it's not just a physical shaking, it is also a spiritual shaking. It speaks to shifting, shaking, shifting and sifting. We are going to see changes that will take place in all 7 pillars. Real leadership, it's a part of God's realignment. He is realigning the nations. Those who are on the Lord's side will draw closer to him, meaning those who are sheep nations. Those who are goat nations will move further away from him. So the shaking is going to do that, right? So we will see clearly by or before 2020, the end of 2026, preparing to step into 2027, we are going to see clearly. We have an idea, but you are going to see clearly who is on the Lord's side, who is not. We're going to see that clearly. Institutions presently that exist will be no more, and even where they still exist, they will be merged. So you're going to have change in names of entities, right? Landmarks, some of them will go under, be destroyed. People, famous people, leaders will be no more. Even where they are alive, they will lose their positions of influence. This will impact all the different sectors and segments, including entertainment, including politics. There are some leaders right now, politically, who are having a field day and think that they are going to be around for a long time. Watch, suddenly a number of them are going to be replaced, be it snap election, be it sudden illness or sudden death, right? Or military action, as in the case of Maduro et al. These are the times. An economic tsunami, natural disaster, massive displacement. So the shaking is paving the way for all of these different things, impacting economy, also denominations. Don't think that the church is going to get away. For those who continue to be involved in mischief making, you had better make sure you're on the Lord's side, because the shaking, the ripple effects of the shaking, just like the seismic shocks, they are spreading, and every institution is going to be impacted. And where those institutions are not rightly aligned, they are either going to go under, displacement of leaders and personnel, and replacement, in some instances also destruction. This is what is up ahead. Do not take the shaking lightly, and remember, it is building up to the big one.
But listen to me. Big up the government. Respect. But you see me? The truth is just the truth. I have to respect it. The country now run right. The country now run right. All who believe me, Bossa Blanc say blow!
Ladies and gentlemen, I want this on record. I want you guys to like and share this video. In recent times, Andrew Holness has been coming under justified criticism in regards to the $11.4 billion from the NHT, right? And if we should really look back, Andrew Holness was super critical of Mama P in terms of, you know, using the $11.4 billion at the time. If we're being honest about that situation, it was a cause and effect situation where the previous administration, one that Andrew Jones was a part of, destroyed our economy, destroyed our relationship with the banking entities of the world that a small country like Jamaica often depends on. Especially recently, you see how much we depend on them, even though we have insurance and in many other places like Hurricane Beryl and then Hurricane Melissa taught us a grand lesson on how much we need that relationship for now, right, with these entities, the World Bank and IMF and others. So the JLP destroyed that relationship, ladies and gentlemen. That's the truth and the facts about the matter. Whether I say it softly or I say it loudly, nobody can dispute it. The IMF page outlines and details that truth. So Mama P had to become innovative in passing the IMF test. Because of the austerity measures, the $11.4 billion was, looked at as a way to, get it done pretty much. But there was a limitation on it. It was only for 3 years. Lo and behold, Andrew Wallace and his government came out pretty strongly, labeling it as even a robbery because it's not the government's money. Since then, Andrew Wallace's government has been robbing the NHT of $11.4 billion. The same exact thing he was accusing Mama P of. And we have been saying, and PNP has been saying, stop using the $11.4 billion. As a matter of fact, the PNP campaigned on not using that $11.4 billion if they won the election, and using the $11.4 billion for what it was intended for, building small units for people that contribute to it so they can afford housing, so they can access the benefit, right? At no time, ladies and gentlemen, did Andrew Jones' government say to us that, listen, when we go into office, we are not going to use that $11.4 billion. No, they did not say that, right? Now listen to Andrew Jones after massive criticism, and rightfully so, from the public around his diabolical hypocrisy surrounding the use of the NHT. And we want to put it into context, ladies and gentlemen, that this is the same government that told us that the economy is doing great, you understand, and it's the best thing since sliced bread, and the fiscal discipline and the fiscal space and the fiscal prudence and everything, prosperity. Look at Jamaica, we are building, everything is, and then the buildings that they built and said it is not Operation Shame, this is Operation, it beat Operation Pride, because Operation Pride is Operation Shame. Operation Pride building them still stand up, and the building them that they were boasting on, where are they? The hurricane take when enough of the building them roof, destroy the walls, them shattered paper walls, no good material, cheap but very expensive. People in that situation, I don't know, some of them might still be living in their cars, right? Potentially, right? So this blew my mind when I heard it. So let me listen to this.
There's usually this issue about the government taking $11.4 billion from the NHT, and sometimes the conversation takes place
without context. And sometimes I have to wonder if the people who are speaking about it remember the genesis of it. This is not our doing.
You know, sometimes I wish that God could just... I don't want to say that. I will say this: if God was like man, a fly would run down his throat and choke him. Not to kill him, you know. Yeah, man, but choke him. Listen to this man, this hypocrite, this diabolical hypocrite. Sometimes I wonder if people and context, as if he did not understand the context. As if he did not understand the context when Mama P had to use the 11.4 billion temporarily. Now he is here asking for the same after he criticized Mama P administration and never stopped taking the $11.4 billion from the NHT. Before he utters this hypocrisy out his mouth that he's gonna say no, I want you to keep this question in your mind. Why would you believe him when he had the opportunity to stop, he didn't? Let's continue.
If you look at the history of taking funds from the NHT for other purposes, again, it would not have been of my doing. Now, generally, if you're going to take funds from the NHT, it must be for a defensible purpose. And
bro, what was Mama P doing? Mama P never splurge and buy properties. Mama P wasn't splurging. Mama P never take the money from the NHT for idle purposes. He needs to apologize to Mama P, you know, and the PMP, you know. He needs to apologize.
Recall when former Prime Minister P.J. Patterson announced the national education, it was a major reform program for education, and it would have been funded by taking the seed resources from the NHT. I believe at the time it was something in the region of about $5 billion, sometime in 1994 that this had started. And I remember when these resources were being voted on, there's a big debate in Parliament, huge debate in Parliament. At the time, I was the opposition spokesperson on education, and I supported the use of the NHT funds for education.
What the hell does that have to do with the NHT? NHT funds for education, what the hell does that have to do with NHT funds figure put in the budget when people, a fraction of the NHT funds was taken for education? That is not the same. That is not the same. What is his point?
In fact, I shouldn't say this, but I'll say it. When the vote came, I abstained because I thought it was important for education transformation to happen. I thought it was a critical national objective, because without that, the country would be in a really bad state. And we were in a really bad state when you looked at our literacy rates, our passes at CXC, and the effectiveness of education.
So Andrew, what going in education now? We're in the worst state where education is concerned. So what have you done from then to improve? PJ did something. Mama P built school. What you do? And how did we get here with the NHT money? How is this relevant to you still taking out the $11.4 billion? Not $5 billion, $11.4 billion. fund your budget. If you were so disciplined and prudent fiscally, you wouldn't need to take the 11.4 billion. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, they never had any plans not to take the $11.4 billion before September 3rd. They didn't have any plans to stop taking it out. Their plans was to take it out. Hurricane Melissa come, they already had plans to take it out. So what they have done now is take out the $11.4 billion again and what? Tax the hell out of us. I just want us to put that into context. Yes? Thank you. Let's continue.
And so I thought it was defensible to use those resources for education. So again, when that was done, that huge transfer from the NHT, that wasn't the JLP government, that was done under the PNP, but it was a defensible position.
Why you bring it up? That's a moot point. It's something you supported according to you. Why did you even bring it up?
My administration raised objections to it, but we did not pursue it further than the objections that we raised in the public, because we had to look at the bigger picture, and the bigger picture would be what would be the impact of not having the resources. So whilst you can't stop people from being politically convenient, it's the nature of the democracy.
Yo, I'm sorry, but that brother I want real. Yo, hear the man about being politically convenient when that's exactly what he's doing right now. He's formulating an argument to be politically convenient while blaming people of being politically convenient. No, what they're doing is calling out a hypocrisy, and rightfully so. They are justified. Him thinks he my uncle chess player in the world, or he's the best. So he can talk slowly and lose people into arguments. Well, we are here, I am here personally to break them down bit by bit by bit. Every single microscopic fiber of him argument that get broken down. Let's continue.
Make the political points, but there has to be some honesty in politics, in the political debate. The government isn't taking the resources from the NHT for, reasons that are not of national importance.
What do you call building back the relationship with the IMF? That's not national importance? How would Andrew Owner's government get to promise 5% growth in 4 years if it wasn't for what Mama P did and using the $11.4 billion temporarily? Isn't that national importance? Sir, you tried to carry the lady to court. You call the PNP criminal, as like almost criminal. People don't want to play about the tape. May I play about the tape?
And yes, we acknowledge that these funds are contributed on the basis that they will be used for housing. And this cannot continue forever. The government has to use these resources to strengthen our economic base so that we don't have to take the resources out of the NHT.
Bad man, Mama P do that already. You never did supposed to take no more money from the NHT after that. Mama P done straighten the economy and its base already. It was time for you to grow the economy, and that's why we talk about 5 in 4. So una try you spin that thing pan. You think say people are idiot? Only some local lab rat and some diatic people can conquer gobble this up and swallow it like say yo. Them now use them critical thinking. No man, this one man, hey, let me play that back.
And concern. And yes, we acknowledge that these funds are contributed on the basis that they will be used for housing. And this cannot continue forever. The government has to use these resources.
You, Andrew, never know that because you was continuing to use them when they never need to use the resources. And tell me what government have to do.
To strengthen our economic base so that we don't have to take the resources out of the NHD.
Yo, this guy, man, yo, bro, what? Man, I hope that you guys are hearing clearly, you know. Yo, this is sad, bro.
And so, when these matters arise within the public domain, the public has to understand, yes, there are the surface political arguments which political parties are constrained to make to offer the alternative position. But every Jamaican should seek to understand the issues more deeply than what is presented on the surface. Because ultimately, if you don't take the resources from the NHD and you have a massive deficit, you have to fund that deficit. And the only options that will remain to you in funding the deficit is either to cut the services to you or raise the taxes.
My granddad is doing 7 minutes of chair Tai Chi. He's 65. And 2 months ago, he hardly ever left the house. Now he feels better than in his 40s.
Start your mornings with a...
So, Andrew, you never did know that when you criticize Mama P. You never did know. You never did know that when you wanna criticize Mama P and the People's National Party. But you, the big old hypocrite now, the diabolical hypocrite, you want people to give you space, leverage, grace. You literally you went to the courts, if I'm not mistaken. You went to the courts, that's how far you took it. You wanted to paint a picture that the JLP was just, the PNP was just robbing the people of this $11.4 billion as if they did not need to take the money. As if it wasn't an existential, it wasn't a crisis, an economic crisis that the JLP left Mama P in and the people of Jamaica. They left her, they gave her baggage. It's like JLP is the man and Jamaica is the woman. JLP literally raped Jamaica economically. Right? Left her for dead. Jamaica. Left her for dead. And Mama P and the People's National Party figured out a way to resuscitate, through the help of the Most High, obviously, to resuscitate the life of the economy to the point where it was stable, and she put the things in place. You know, when you break your leg and you have to put on a casket, not a casket, you have to put on cast on your leg. Yeah, man, so the bones stay and set. We could not stand on our foot economically. Both our feet were broken. Our Mama P gave us a cast on our foot. Put the iron piece them in it to make sure so the bone then stay structured and can move. And put up the foot them in our ear like so Jamaica. And nurse we back. Nurse we back to healing. To the point when Andrew owners get back Jamaica. They let them so powerful, they're ready for burst out of the blocks. Till Andrew owners say, rotted. Andrew owners and Nigel Clark say, rotted. 5 in 4. Because they knew the potential of the economy at the time. It was ripe for growth, Jamaica. It was ripe for growth. Don't ask me why them don't grow it. I'm gonna have multiple speculations. Could it be that them rob up the money? The whole of them in the JLP? Could it be that them don't know how to grow the economy? Or could it be that them purposefully destroyed the economy and kept it down on the level of life support? Big up yourself, Johnny. The word is love. No joke. Could it be? Could it be?
I find that the public is getting far more understanding of what we call the economic issues. I think people are beginning to realize that there are no secret funds anywhere for which the government can deal with deficits.
Because you abuse everything. You sell out future revenue to fund the budget. You do all type of things. You don't have nowhere else to turn it right. You cause that. When has the PMP sold future revenue? I don't know. Somebody can tell me. Me ask humbly. When has the PMP ever done that? Sold future revenue to give away money and not invest it. Specifically that. Just give away the money. When has the PMP ever done that? And not put it into turning the money around and multiplying it. When has the PMP ever done that? Let's continue.
I think the public now understands that the international community is not coming to rescue us. I think the public now understands that borrowing is not an option, and therefore we have to make wise choices with the resources that we have. I will address this matter legislation is coming. I will address this matter.
Here in more legislation is coming. Now you realize you bite them too loud.
In a more comprehensive.
You know, this guy is such a hypocrite. Now him did have him foot pan bike when he went a campaign with Clarks, him and his wife. Them bike they never load where people when I ride. Yo man, bro.
Way in the budget presentation, but I thought I would interrupt on the conversation which I see emerging in the public regarding the use of the $11.4 billion. And in summary of that point, we acknowledge that these resources are for housing. We acknowledge that this cannot continue forever. We are using these resources to strengthen our economic position so that we will be able sometime in the near future to use those resources for the purpose for which they are dedicated. And we also acknowledge the right of every Jamaican to be critical of positions that the government takes, but we urge Jamaicans to exercise deeper reasoning when these arguments are presented. The alternative argument to the use of the $11.4 billion is that this money should be used.
Did you know that PriceSmart sells more than just food? PriceSmart is a shopping club with a wide range of products for your home. Here you can find furniture and accessories.
So, Anjo, why you never exercise deeper reasoning when Mama P, when I take out the $11.4 billion? Hey, Mr. Antonio, the man is infuriating, bro. Why you never exercise deeper reasoning? Why you attack Mama P at that time? And you want we forgive grace now? Well, you're not getting no grace, bro. A straight fire blazing. A straight fire blazing. Leave the $11.4 billion. You know why too? People are homeless. The NHT should know more than ever be using that $11.4 billion because you remember you tell the people them say you can't fix all of them also. NHT, if you are focused on helping everybody will get damaged in Jamaica by Hurricane Beryl and Melissa. Yes, we're not supposed to hear nothing about no $11.4 billion being taken out of the NHT. What is wrong with him? One must exercise better and deeper reasoning. You want any more deeper reasoning than that? You're not help the people, you're not help everybody. The people them homeless and them done when I pay them National Housing Trust contribution already. And now at the time of their deepest need, you still want to draw the money from them? No, Andrew. You're wicked. You're a wicked guy.
For housing. That's the logic of the argument. But the question that we must ask is, was it used for housing when it was there sitting on the balance sheet of the NHT? In other words, how could we have taken the $11.4 billion if it was being used for housing in the
Yo, that barrier take people for idiot. He is playing on the uneducated, uninformed minds of the people. He has found a way to blame the People's National Party for him continuing. The man not taking no responsibility. He is blaming the People's National Party for continuing to take the $11.4 billion. Although he was vehemently against it, ladies and gentlemen. Good night, Gloria, how are you? You cannot make this up. I can't listen no more. I cannot listen to any more of this. This man is a pathological, diabolical hypocrite. You understand? As a matter of fact, let me find this script. So, big up Anissa Belly Rose, ladies and gentlemen. Anissa Belly Rose sent me the clip. So let's get back to the recording, yes? Because we have to put this on recording. I'm going to listen to Andrew Onis, alright, about the NHT funds. Just listen to this. Because we have to play what he said first and then play what he's saying now for good context. Let's go. Listen to this, ladies and gentlemen.
Objects and purposes of the legislation. Yes.
So let's just say the court ruling goes either way. Let's say there's a court ruling that says no, actually the government can use it for whatever it wants. You have your belief in principle. Does that mean that as Prime Minister you would then follow through on those principles?
Yes,
either amend the law if necessary, yes, and ensure in fact that the dipping into the piggy bank doesn't occur?
And I tell you why.
That's a commitment?
It stands as a commitment.
Andrew, where's your principle and where's your commitment? It stands as a commitment, Andrew, and you're standing on your principle. Even if the court says that you can use the money, you would alter the law to make sure there's no dipping into the piggy bank. It stands as a commitment and it's your principle. This man cannot be trusted. This man should not have the confidence of no sensible voter in Jamaica or anywhere in the world. This man is a con artist. Listen to the man, the own words, Jamaica. Shalom to you.
Look like you're ready to now turn over. You want to get that gas through the air filter.
Sure. So what we're going to do now?
I get a push start.
Something for push?
Yeah man, you go push.
Yes!
Don't worry, life happens. Crichton Insurance Agency can help you with that.
Clap your hands, let's go. Let me hear you say yeah.
And it's so bad that I am here spending this amount of time on Andrew alone. It is so bad. Let's go to the next clip. Oh wait, there's more. There's more, Jamaica.
I read the columns and I hear all the discussions. What I find is that people are very willing to just accept what is presented without a thorough interrogation of the options. Because you see, implicit in this argument which is being presented that this is a time of crisis, this is a matter of national importance, there is this great urgency that we must treat the law as a matter of convenience.
So, you remember in the previous clip I played, Andrew Onis was saying context matters and how national urgency and we must use deeper thinking. Was he using deeper thinking there? Was he using deeper thinking there? He was brushing off the fact that there was an economical national crisis. Yo! The man was brushing that off, and standing on principle, that the NHT money not for use. The man make a commitment based off a principle, and listen to this wicked con artist of a man. Listen to this con artist of a man in a play politics in the parliament. Let's continue.
And that is the danger of this debate as a matter of convenience. This is a time of crisis. This is a matter of national importance. There is this great urgency that we must treat the law as a matter of convenience. And that is the danger.
Andrew, let me ask you something. What is the law now? The same law that you said you would amend, so that nobody could use the law as a matter of convenience. Aren't you the big diabolical hypocrite now, using the law as a matter of convenience? As a matter of fact, the same convenience you're talking about, you're reveling in it. The same convenience the man was talking about, ladies and Jamaica, on a ball out. The man was the man is reveling in the same convenience. What a wicked God. Hey, man.
Of this debate. Convenience. I don't believe that the legislation that is presented here in any way perfects the intentions of the government. The issue, Mr. Speaker, this present piece of legislation that you are hoping to amend does not in any way relieve the consideration that you are taking private funds. Listen, the only word that can describe government taking private funds without the consent of the persons giving it or of the persons who own it is expropriation. That's what it amounts to. You know, it wasn't any mistaken language when Michael Manley said it is the financial institution of the housing sector. Because effectively, this is where poor people would put their money, save it with that institution to get housing. Technically now it is akin to you putting your money in the bank and the government going to the bank and say, give me the money. Michael Manley set up an institution like a partner. A revolving fund. You put in the money, when your turn comes, you get your benefit. What has happened now is that the government stick up the partner banker.
So he called the government a thief, Jamaica. The government stick up the partner banker. What is expropriation? You see it here? The action by the state and or authority of taking property from its owner for public use or benefit. The action of dispossessing somebody of property. That's what he called what the government did. Expropriation. You mean like what they're doing in East Portland for the roadway? Expropriation. Right? For public benefit to build one highway, you move them people off of their land. And then the man go as far as to say it's like sticking up the banker, Jamaica. It's like sticking up the banker. How can you trust Andrew Michael Honest? How can you put your faith behind, not even your faith, how can you in a good logical mind vote for individual like that? Have him lead you into 5 more years. After these things he has proven himself over and over and over and over and over again. He has told so many lies that all the lies are catching up. This man stood on principle, but he has none. It's like a house built on, his principle is like a house built on sinking sand. The moment you put up the first block, he was already sinking, whether you noticed it or not. The moment he came in the parliament debating the way he did, he was not debating from a place of principle and honesty and actually trying to protect the people. He was just playing politics. He was playing politics and building it up. Anything to win the election. Say anything, even when it don't make no sense. Say it because it appeals to the people's emotion. He is a massive diabolical hypocrite and a deceiver, ladies and gentlemen. And he should shun the very appearance of this man. Big up the brother when he stand up beside Damian Crawford or the lady and did not shake his hand. Shun him. The man is wicked. Let me know what you think in the comment section. Mighty God. Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at this article right here. Alright, so gaps trigger credibility concerns from the Fiscal Commissioner. Let's look into the article, ladies and gentlemen.
Fiscal Commissioner Courtney Williams has raised questions about the credibility of aspects of the government's 2026 to 2027 budget in his Economic and Fiscal Assessment Report, EFAR. In his assessment of the government's macroeconomic and fiscal forecasts, the career economist said Jamaica's fiscal policy remains broadly sustainable, supported by a resilient fiscal responsibility framework and significant disaster risk financing layers. However, Williams argued that the fiscal outlook is uncertain, noting that the government needs to address multiple.
Already have a T-tag for your vehicle? Just top it up and go through. You can now conveniently add funds to your T-tag on WhatsApp. Just save our T-tag WhatsApp number 876-355-3336 and send us a message when you want to top up. Top up your T-tag and continue to go through quicker and cheaper on Transjam highways.
You see me? Me love my food and my ketchup run the flavor in so many ways. Miss Thomas, I want to turn up your food, sir.
My secret ingredients, just tomato ketchup, run the flavor.
Richer, thicker and more affordable.
Give him the ketchup.
Fiscal Commissioner Courtney Williams has raised questions about the credibility of aspects of the government's 2026 to 2027 budget in his Economic and Fiscal Assessment Report, EFAR. In his assessment of the government's macroeconomic and fiscal forecasts, the career economist said Jamaica's fiscal policy remains broadly sustainable, supported by a resilient fiscal responsibility framework and significant disaster risk financing layers. However, Williams argued that the fiscal outlook is uncertain, noting that the government needs to address multiple statutory and operational gaps to enable me to deem the budget wholly credible. The preparation of the Independent Fiscal Commission's EFAR is a requirement under the Independent Fiscal Commissions Act, 2021, and the Financial Administration and Audit Act, FAA. Discussing key findings of the EFAR, Williams said the budget process has improved, but some aspects are still non-compliant with the FAA Act. While welcoming the historical tabling of revenue measures with other budget documents, including the fiscal policy paper, the Fiscal Commissioner said there remain major gaps. He said wage settlements between the administration and public sector workers continue to be out of sync with the budget cycle, thereby prolonging fiscal uncertainty and raising budgetary risks. Noting that rising fiscal pressures require structural correction, Williams pointed to what he termed major risks, which include wages and salaries not aligned with economic performance, continued absence of a compensation negotiation cycle, chronic under-execution of capital expenditure, continued reliance on one-off, non-tax revenues, and recurring climate-related shocks. I reiterate the Commission's view that by not anchoring wages to economic performance, Jamaica risks eating its seed corn, prioritizing wages today at the expense of capital investments required for tomorrow's growth and climate resilience, he declared. The Fiscal Commissioner also gave the thumbs up to the government's new revenue measures, arguing that they broadly support fiscal sustainability. Williams said new measures, particularly general consumption tax on digital services and special consumption tax adjustments on alcohol, tobacco, and sweetened drinks, will broaden the overall tax base and improve alignment with health and environmental policy objectives. He said overall revenue gain of $18.0 billion in financial year 2026 to 2027, excluding the $11.4 billion continuing transfer from the National Housing Trust, which is not a new measure, appears credible, provided they are implemented timely. Turning to the credibility of the medium-term macroeconomic and fiscal projections of the government, Williams said they were mixed and inconclusive. He said the projections are quite preliminary and did not benefit from a detailed damage and loss assessment from Hurricane Melissa and the operational and expenditure plans of the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority. The Fiscal Commissioner said these omissions materially affect the government's growth projections, nominal gross domestic product, GDP, and hence revenue forecast, expenditure timing, and current account forecasts, all of which inform fiscal and debt outcomes. I am especially concerned that the fiscal year 2026 to 2027 nominal GDP growth projection, 9.2%, which implies a GDP deflator of 9.7%, appears inconsistent with current inflation and historical post-disaster price behavior. This creates a significant risk of overstating nominal GDP, overprojecting revenue, and understating debt ratios, he said. Furthermore, Williams said the near doubling of the capital budget for the specified public sector, amid ongoing capacity constraints and procurement bottlenecks, is overly ambitious. He reasoned that, given the legacy of low execution of capital projects, it is implausible to expect the spend to increase from the fiscal year 2025 to 2026 fourth supplementary estimates of $135.4 billion. And the actual expenditure for the full fiscal year is likely to be much lower, to $204.9 billion in fiscal year 2026 to 2027. Williams said it is unclear whether the full estimated costs of wage settlements are factored into the 2026 to 2027 budget. He said the Finance Ministry has not provided detailed information on the contingency allocation of $42.8 billion to allow him to ascertain the sufficiency of such provision.
Bashco is going big for daddy. Shop at Bashco and for every $7,000 spent, you get a chance to win big. First place prize, a 65-inch TV and soundbar. Second place prize, a portable grill and gazebo tent for the ultimate vibes. Third place prize, a Bashco shopping spree with a gift certificate. Competition ends June 17th. Shop more, win bigger only at Bashco. Follow Bashco on all socials at Bashco Jamaica. Authorized under Section 58.3 of the Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Act.
Ladies and gentlemen, good night. It's your brother BOLO here now. Welcome. Sylvan, big up yourself. Everybody on the live, big up on yourself. Please hit the like button for me. Please don't forget to hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. It's very important to get the videos out there. The encouragement strengthens labor. Once I see you guys rocking out with me, trust me, I'll get through more of the news. You understand? So just bless up the like button, share up the live and your status wherever, you know what I mean, Facebook, if you can. Big up on yourself for those that do. And you know, I encourage you to become a member of the platform so you can get all of the wonderful things that nobody else can. You know, the emojis, you know what I'm saying, the badges, you know, important content that nobody else will be able to view except you. You know, timely content, premieres early, you get those early. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not a wizard in terms of economics. I don't claim to be. But when the commissioner says things like this, it gets me unsettled. The Finance Ministry has not provided detailed information on the contingency allocation of $42.8 billion to allow him to ascertain the sufficiency of such provisions. What I read from that is this: the numbers are not adding up. The detail of the numbers are not added. They cannot be added up. It's foggy, it's fake. And in a time like this, when we are in the most uncertain period of Jamaica's history, with the war going on in the Ukraine, in Iran, you know, and the United States and Israel and all of that, how the world is responding, you know, fiscally we need persons that know what they're actually doing to safeguard us, the people, and not sell us out. And to be quite honest with you, ladies and gentlemen, I really don't trust the government. I'm sorry, I don't. And this article itself is like, you know, the commissioner is here and there, but then I can't even blame the commissioner because it's what the commissioner is being given. You know what I mean? They need to get money. You know, he said the new measures, particularly general consumption tax on digital services and special consumption taxable adjustments on alcohol, tobacco and sweetened drinks will broaden the overall tax base, right? So he was applauding them for that. Very interesting. So again, let me know what you guys think about that. You know, there's gaps and it triggers credibility concerns, right? From the fiscal commissioner. Remember when Andrew said there was gaps in ADPEM? Yeah, man, it's them same gaps there. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, let me go to this clip with Auntie Favor and Damon Crawford in regards to some of the points that were made in the article we just read. Check this out.
Thank you, Chairman. I bring greetings to the Minister as well from her friends and relatives in Ty Dixon.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Minister, I'd like to start with some of the revenue measures, in particular sweetened beverage. What's the actual estimated consumption for the year 23-24 and 24-25 that was used as the base for your projections?
All right, so we used 17.3 million cases in 2020 the notice I said cases, so you multiply that by an average of 24 bottles. Sorry.
Hey, me say, dear man Crawford reputation precedes him. Afraid of Crawford, you know. So them make sure so they give him all the detail, you know. Notice I said cases. I mean anti-favor. That way you hide them and cross the TDMS. You know some of this, I wonder if people can hear the thing. Watch at the next step. I think I clean up your, you know. I clean up your, you know. Everything on. I said, okay, cool, we're straight. No, what favor, anti-favor, easy. Hear this.
Our hands and
put it on calculator for me now.
Alright, sorry. Okay, so those numbers I'm told were just for carbonated beverage, but we used in our estimate roughly 40 million cases.
40 million, Minister. The taxes in milliliter, and you know they're varied sizes. Would you have a milliliter amount?
You mean for the totality of it?
Yes, Minister.
It's over 500 billion milliliters.
Is that within the range of 500 billion or 700 billion over has a wide gap? Is it approximately 500 billion?
Right, approximately 500 billion milliliters.
Okay, well, Minister, you estimate a earning of $10.1 billion at 2 cents per milliliter. Would you confirm, therefore, that you expect no reduction in the consumption of that sugary drink, being that that would equate to 500 billion as well, milliliters?
Are you talking about
consumption?
Are you talking about the 10.1 billion?
Yes, Minister. The levy of 2 cents.
All right. So here's the thing. One, these are estimates. Two, persons could decide that they want to drink less of the sugary drinks, and we see a reduction in that number.
Yes.
All right. That's a good thing from a health perspective. Persons could also decide that they will drink more, and we get the revenues that we estimate or more. Right, if they drink more, estimate, right, or more, right? So, member, based on the data from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, they have been tracking non-communicable diseases for a while now, and they know with great certainty the negative impact of sugar, excess sugar, on the population of Jamaica. So if we get more than is estimated, that extra goes into the health sector to take care of those people when they land there, because they're going to show up with elevated levels, they're going to show up complaining of all kinds of ailments as a result of drinking excess sugary drink. So either way, Minister, either way, Chairman, whether it's 10.1 billion or more than 10 or less than 10, the health sector will have to take care of those who drink too much, and it will benefit from those who change their behavior and consume less.
Minister, unfortunately, I didn't get a response to my question. It was indicated that your base zero this year was 500 billion milliliters. Your best case projection, or your most likely case projection, suggests that at 2 cents you will earn 10.1 billion, indicating therefore you expect no decrease in the consumption of the sugary drink, because it would take 500 billion times 2 cents to be 10.1 billion.
so, member?
Yes.
I can say that the 10.1 billion had took into consideration, some amount of reduction in the consumption of the beverage.
So your previous figure of 500 billion would have been incorrect then. Your base figure.
Well, I told you approximately, and in fact, I just got confirmation that we used 533 billion, and that we looked at the experience in other countries that have instituted the tax to see what what the behavior was of their consumers.
Elevate your career with the London School of Business and Finance. We offer a global MBA with 5 specializations, a Master's in Finance and Investment, and a Master of Science Strategic Marketing. LSBF is a trusted institution with a 4.8-star rating on Trustpilot and a vibrant network of students originating from 150 plus countries. Learning is tailored to your schedule, and all programs are available 100% online. Choose LSBF, where education goes beyond borders. Find out more at lsbf.org.uk.
Wow, Jamaica. Can you imagine? Favour Williams and the Jamaica Labour Party will really take us for idiots. I just want to establish that, really and truly. And sometimes we have to repeat these things because some people are, in Jamaica they would say your head tough. Not true. Our head tough, you see? You know tough, you see? And so we as Jamaicans would say, but seriously speaking, ladies and gentlemen, the budget and taxing the sugary drinks, it has nothing to do with our health. They have not anticipated anybody stop drinking the sugary drinks, and let me tell you why. They know that the people are backed up into a corner. That's why this is so sinister what they're doing. You understand? It's so sinister what they're doing. But I digress. Let it be understood and let it be on record that the Jamaica Labour Party does not give a damn about your health. You have to give a damn about your health. When she talked about the healthcare system, we'll have to deal with the people that consume the sugary drinks. Look at the healthcare system dealing with the people right now. What do you think is actually going to change, ladies and gentlemen? Right, there's also another thing that stood out to me in the article. He said that the preparation of the Independent Fiscal Commission FR is required under the Independence Fiscal Commission Act and the Fiscal Administration Act Financial Administration and Audit Act, that is the FAA, discussing key findings of the EFR. Williams said the budget process has improved, but some aspects are still non-compliant with the FAA Act. That stood out to me. That truly stood out to me. So we have to keep an eye on that. Ladies and gentlemen, again, let me know what you think about that in the comment section.
The Toyota RAV4 has been the SUV Jamaica loves and trusts for years. Known for quality, known for reliability, known for strength. The all-new Toyota RAV4 is finally here. It's time to reimagine what an SUV can be. Redefine the way you drive and reignite your passion for the road. The all-new Toyota RAV4, Jamaica's most loved SUV.
As we're at UHWI, the Auditor General had flagged several procurement breaches, about $500 million of projects that had no documentation for it. With the same management, the same board in place, even when we are facing a revolt against senior management by the staff currently, are you confident giving that same institution $1.38 billion with all of the procurement issues presided by over the same management that is there now?
Well, first of all, I am not going to comment too much on the Cornwall issue. I know the UE issue. I've heard you comment extensively on it and appear to have sometimes more information than I. What I will say, however, is that it's not the same management. There is a different manager in the institution, Mr. Eric was saying. The board has been adjusted, but the chairman remains the same. The chairman did not preside over the entire process. And as you know, or should know, the board is made up of nominees from various entities, not just from the minister's nomination. In fact, as Minister of Health and Wellness, I nominate a minority of the board members of the University Hospital, 8 of 18. The others coming from the University of the West Indies and from a few other medical bodies. So while I could have changed the nominee for chairman, in my judgment, I thought he could manage with the board members that were there and others that were nominated, and the change management. Plus, of course, you would have heard that we appointed an oversight team to look at the institution with all of its complexities and to make some recommendations, which I'm awaiting in another month or 6 weeks. They have 3 months or so. When we get that report, we will make whatever decisions around what is being recommended. It's a competent team. There are representatives from the University of the West Indies, from the private sector, and they possess, I believe, the skill sets to assess the systemic challenges at the university, which are challenges that have a historical context, as you know, well before my time in terms of procurement processes and so on. But I'm not prepared to cast any judgment as of now until that report comes forth, and at that point we will comment more authoritatively on it, and that will find its way as far as the cabinet for its guidance.
So I should take it from your statements that the CEO is currently on vacation leave, is not coming back? Because you said there's a new CEO.
There's a new acting CEO. I make no judgment.
But the CEO is on vacation.
Yes.
So he's technically still the CEO.
There's a CEO on the job working, which is not
until the CEO comes back from vacation.
Listen to me.
We're talking about the $1.3 billion. Remember, it's not going to be spent. You're going to ask the question and allow the minister to answer.
There is a CEO on the job. There's a CEO on the job. And there's a board chairman, and there's a committee.
Remember, it's not going to be spent. You're going to ask the question and allow the minister to answer.
There is a CEO on the job now. There's a CEO on the job now. And there's a board with a board chairman, and there's a committee that is assessing to provide some information.
What I'm asking, Minister, is how long is the tenure of the acting CEO, and will he still be in place after the CEO who has tenure comes back from his vacation?
And I'm saying to you that the board provides the guidance on those decisions. And I have confidence in the board to make that decision when the time comes. There are many things that are happening at this point in time. You will recall that the board called in the fraud squad, for example, who are investigating. I don't know where those investigations are going to lead, or who may be implicated, or what may be the results. There are members here, yourself included, who have spent time defending your own involvement or lack thereof. I cast no judgment on that either. So what I'm saying is a very fluid situation. From my vantage point, I have appointed a board with a chairman, a committee to look at the systemic challenges within the institution, and there is a temporary CEO to govern the day-to-day activities. And I believe that's the best we can do at this point until further notice based on all else that is happening.
So it's safe to say that there is no new CEO. There's no newly appointed CEO.
Can you move on to the next question? Because obviously we have
a CEO in place for 4 weeks while somebody's on vacation. Why are you still here at your age? Go home and play with the grandparents, man. Remember, go play with the grandchildren.
Next question. Next question. May I remind you, member, that you're not the chair here?
Summer Ranch Celebration, coming soon. Log into the game during the event for endless amazing rewards. Log in now to unlock all perks. Holiday fun.
Look at that man. How comes Desmond Mackenzie get involved in this conversation right here? So what really happened? What happened? I think Christopher Tufton was doing a great job in deflecting and going around the bush and around the corner in answering the question whether or not there's a new CEO. There's an acting CEO, right? Whatever, chairman, whatever. And the other one gone on vacation. So what that means is a legitimate question. We're talking about billions of dollars being allocated to this particular entity, and you're telling me as the government, as the Minister of Government, as the Minister of Health, you don't want to make any executive decision as to how our tax dollars is being protected, right? You can't say, yes, I'm going to fire that person because they don't share the confidence of the people of Jamaica, the well-thinking people of Jamaica, by the way. They don't share our confidence in the UHWI, and because it's allegedly your friend from high school, the Manchester Boys, you don't want to be any part of it. So instead of doing your job and your duty, you're trying to choose yourself of that. Yeah man, let the board deal with it because whatever. That's all I'm hearing from Christopher Tufton. That's my interpretation, and I'm entitled to it. That's my interpretation. I'm a question. So you are going. I don't want to fire him. If it is that something come up and them come with evidence and I'm going to fire him, so be the case. But I will not fire him. Mighty God. Party shop government. And then this one right here, Desmond Mackenzie out here getting all heated. I've never seen Mr. Dr. Alfred Dawes respond in the manner that he did. So clearly Desmond Mackenzie must have said something, because somebody is always coming to the rescue of the person that is being questioned. And anytime the questions start to get heated, them jumping because them can't help themselves. They are not confident in their colleagues' ability. You understand? Because they know it looks terrible, ladies and gentlemen, and they are getting roasted in Parliament, and I am loving it. I am absolutely, let's continue, I'm loving it.
And two, when you the volumes that is happening.
So it's safe to say that there is no new CEO. There's no newly appointed CEO.
Can you move on to the next question? Because obviously
we have a CEO in place for 4 weeks while somebody's on vacation. Why are you still here at your age? Go home and play with the grandparents, man. Remember, go play with the grandchildren.
Next question. Next question. May I remind you, member, that you're not the chair.
Desmond Mackenzie say you should be ashamed of yourself, and that's how they hear him say, and something more you remember that. But as Zulika just over here just cheesing. Hey, shout out Zulika, just love you, baby. No, Parliament. Hey, this is a Parliament.
You're here. And two, when a member who is given the floor diverted into having, you are not the chair.
Yo, Miss Desmond Mackenzie lip star. You know people angry and lip star trouble. Jamaica BOLO.
We need help, Jesus. Jamaica need help. Shift the Parliament.
shift the election, shift everything, remove them out there, take out the cockroach, take out the thief, take out the criminal them, take out the thief them, take out the murderer them, take out the gang leader them, out of parliament, take them out from Portland.
Man, tell him.
Members.
Oh, look on this one him. Who wanna talk to him? How comes him get involved? When I call him, tell him how comes him get involved? Oh, him so hot and bothered. You know when somebody trouble you, girl? And I defend a girl, you know what I mean? Yeah man, I saw my boy, you know. This not look good. It's not safe.
At Swanson Vitamins, we spend a lot of time thinking about the little things, the really little things. And those really little things help us refine top-shelf ingredients into the most effective formulas using modern pharmaceutical-grade testing to make sure you get exactly what's promised, to ease that aching joint, to reach those gym gains, or to rest more peacefully at night. We spend a lot of time thinking about the little things with real science and real people because they make a difference in real wellness for you.
Yo, hey man, listen man, it's Zulika just for me, like, we got queen of the soul, but, that's a ruffling feathers, but that's not talk to him, and him ruffling own feathers him too enough, when God get involved in people in conversation from, but their health minister, shut them out and listen, I want you, and him cause all this and nonsense and this and bahala baloo have to go on in the parliament. It looked like him have something against Dr. Dawes, and I heard that they mentioned Dr. Dawes being poisoned, or there was an attempt for poisoning. I wonder, why would you mention something like that? They think they really expose people, you know. Dr. Dawes don't even shake their hand. You hear what I say? Don't even shake them hand, Dr. Dawes. As a matter of fact, all the members of the People's National Party will stay far from them people, right? As far as possible. Don't trust none of them in the parliament. Avoid them as much as possible. If you shake them hand, make sure you wipe off your hand, clean and disinfect your hand. As a matter of fact, you don't have to shake them by the hand, elbow. Treat them like when they deal with back in a pandemic. Yeah man, elbow and foot man. Don't shake none of them hand. You don't trust them, bro. Cause if you come talk about a situation, how that come in, where you mention Dr. Dawes and poison and them something. You have something, you really have something with Dr. Dawes personally. You really don't know say Dr. Dawes in a parliament. Me sweet me say I forget them all. Them gots to go.
Chairman, can we continue? I am going to ask Member Garvey, please stop. And if I have to rule, I don't want to know that. I don't want. If you continue.
You see that barrier? That barrier, human children go is no different, you know. Turn and tongue over this hour and a few more than I go on the most way. I mean, you say no to him. And I need a Garvey mouth strength for. Natalie need a Garvey. Go on him too. Because Dr. Alfred does here, man.
And I'm going to say this now. Any member who is given the floor to speak, you should do so. And don't pay attention. I've asked you on more than one occasion. Pay attention, and you are not the chair. You're not the chair. And please, don't let me have to name. I'm going to start again.
One thing, I love Queen I South, I go on the figure. She's right, it's unfair. He was being heckled the entire time. I know Dr. Alfred does. I have observed him. He's not a man where you understand him very, very smooth, calm and collected. If you know me, I deal with very, very disciplined. If you know me, I say for him to go and tell him, so why you don't go and play with your grandchildren and my grandparents. It means you want to do too much. You want to do too much. And everybody cut food, and the chair is not doing the chair's job, right? The chair make an order and tell him to shut up his mouth and make the thing continue and run smooth. And we have this gigantic waste of time instead of dealing with the issues at hand. But then again, this might be a strategy to deflect from the fact that the UHWI situation. But we not come off it. We not let it go. We not come off it. No. You can't best believe that.
Remember, we have one chairman. Two, whenever I give the floor and has the
I said Desmond Mackenzie said nobody never poisoned him yet. So Dr. Alfred now said nobody never beat me yet. Yo, bro, you walk right in that one, bro. I won't take beaten. I'm going to say get beaten. I won't say I get beaten for everyone see I'm going to say get beaten. Dr. Alfred said nobody never beat me yet. Mighty God. How did he respond? I'm just here, Miss ladies and gentlemen, and I'm telling you, I'm here for it. I am here for it. You understand? Nobody never beat me yet. Tell him Dr. Alfred does. Come out of order.
Legs and thighs and breasts, all mine. Legs and thighs and wings, all mine. Sandwiches, wedges, hot and ready. Burnt chuck, fried chicken, always ready. Burnt chuck, original crispy. Burnt chuck, Cajun spicy. Burnt chuck, a barbecue. Burnt chuck, we are go a burnt chuck.
Mr. Chairman,
hey, when you see Desmond Mackenzie have a cool and calm, look at your face all that. You know what time it is. Yeah, watch your face. Desmond, you know what time it is, man. The new PNP and a small frame put and a soft soap business. You understand? Yeah, man, and a soft thing. Yeah, don't bother feel like say. we don't know the antecedents of the labor rights them from way back when. You understand? So nobody feel like you can come in the parliament come bully nobody because they know that now gonna work your time up to. You're on the exit, you're on the incline and you're up on the decline. Whether you exit out the world or you exit out the parliament, you're up on the exit. Humble, I mind of humble. I'll tell you what you're doing. Those are the body face. Go on. Hot under the collar.
Listen, if I may, I am in the chair and I am prepared to respond to the questions. And we don't need to do it in a disrespectful way. The member has an opportunity to ask these questions, and you know, the idea of an age being in this house. The member from West Kingston has the highest number of votes in the last election, so and that's the only thing that qualifies him to be here. Nothing else, not his age or anything else. But in other words,
tough time, we don't want to hear nothing about that. We don't want to hear nothing about that because of the bias. Stop echo the man. If you ever echo the man will respond to him like that. You understand? No apology. I want him to hear that come talk about our pies now. Go ahead for good. Talk shit now.
let's just move on. Let's move on. And these are important issues. So go ahead, through you, Chair. Go ahead, member, with your questions.
Thank you, Chair.
And you see, look for the hypocrite we just said that a while ago. I know them say something over this and him a laugh. And the whole of them over the JLP a laugh. That's why I say Dr. Alfred Daza and the PMP, you know, rub them out. Don't work back, rub them out in our parliament. Don't let nobody bully you, no harm to them. Oh, you remember good.
Now, Minister.
Traveling the world, don't know how to get around or how to do it on a budget? 1-2-Go will get you to your destination at the touch of a button on your smartphone, offering you airport transfers, booking bus tickets to your next intended destination, finding you the best of old-school train journeys with scenic views and sights. We will also help you grab a regional flight, or even book you onto a ferry to your Paradise Island escape. 1-2-Go offers various means of transportation to get you to your desired destination anywhere. Book your tickets fast and easy via your smartphone. Pay by card via PayPal or local payment methods. Visit 1-2-Go and start your next great travel adventure right now.
Alright, so in this one, ladies and gentlemen, the Titans destroyed Big Mama aka Cliff Hughes. I mean, totally destroyed Cliff Hughes. It's not even, it's embarrassing. Listen to this. Listen to this, ladies and gentlemen.
Papa get mad when him see that little piece of thing now. Because this is what I say the guy to charge with treason. Here will come out of mouth now. With him lie. Just hear this. Never play. Hear this.
Rubio and Trump. Some credit here. Because we heard.
I'm not play it back and make you hear when I make my message and make you finish talk. He might give Rubio and Trump credit for what? He betrayed the country with him lies. Hear this. Hear this.
Rubio and Trump. Some credit here. Because we heard first that something was amiss from Trump and Rubio, the Secretary of State. That's what we heard first. And I notice the legal government did not come out and fully declare what we honored until the Cuban government last week. Them credit here. Because we heard first that something was amiss.
That's what I play for you, because me don't wanna come head when we play iPad. Just remember that this is a treasonous talking. Remember, all this himself come and say him no know none of them under these kind of question. He make sure them follow the laws. We have them a party, them a do carry key, them a have them here, them Don't the piece of shit no more. We have people talk to them how much Jamaica, them so nice. Them have some of them are get married and all that. People love them, and they love Jamaica. So the one of this piece of shit, and get Trump and Rubio, say them carry out them bust this. It make it a true? Fuck fucking lie. But the man you take off a foreign power, yeah, against some own people, and that's a thing fuck with. If you come out for the year, if it's not being
we tell Carl Green to take off this piece of shit half a year because it not supposed to operate at the space in delinquent. And all them come and do is chat pay fuck and tell pay life Andrew is back in the jail plea administration led by a criminal, the crime minister Andrew Willis. Yeah? So when Nancy thinking big dirty swarty mama come out and I said Ruby and Trump deserve credit for exposing what? Lies. Cause none of what them say are not true, you know. None of what them say are not true. We all know that the relationship with Jamaica and Cuba commenced under Michael Manley administration 53 years ago. We know that they are fact. And we know that there has never been any problem with that contractual agreement that Jamaica and Cuba have. Yeah? It's only recently now we are hearing about problem, and when we hear it recently is when Rubio come deliver the message from Donald Trump to Andrew Holness and Tufton as it relates to getting rid of the Cuban medical personnel, yeah, from Jamaica and sending them back home. All what they have said are lies as it relates to the program. They're talking about, you know, inhumane condition. They're talking about all type of thing like passport. I'm back. Yeah, totalize and advantage. But when you hear the video, what we see the people do? We see the people are totalize and enjoy Jamaica.
What I want them in Jamaica people, and them about people play them play them both music, them are Turkey, you know.
Yes.
Them that carnival, last year, them that carnival, right now. Every week, them enjoy themselves, them do the karaoke, them have them one cover, them play them one music. Them that kind of
Win. The video where you just play Latin music and listen to, you know.
Alright, and you have them flag and everything, them big up them thing.
Yes. These are people who are not suppressed. These are people who are expressing themselves in Jamaica. You understand? And are people that are being well loved and appreciated by the Jamaicans who seek their medical assistance. You understand? The work that they have done over the 50 years, you know, is undisputed. Because we have not gotten any form of this type of numbers in terms of medical personnel from anywhere else in the world. It's always the Cuban. It's always the Cuban.
Let me say something to you. See them there work code, 75 work code, them up to them have them come up there and everything. See that? I bet you not put it on your right job. You right? Them and them over, them and all say everything. But let me tell you something. Where Big Mama them, you don't know this Big Mama. Yeah? You right? Them come up there. Them come them there everywhere. Them the inner every parish people anger them good. When they say good, great. Yeah? So the lie where you come tell and more about that is treasonous. With a big dirty lie. Remember, you know, and these are the same big dirty thinking man was saying here, people that are over here. These are the same big dirty thinking man said the woman, that same ocean where I said the woman, what's in your pantan? She was not here. And everything over that piece of shit was alive. The prove it to no. The woman has no.
You need to come up and hear it now, man. You need to come up and hear it now. And the people in Jamaica have to demand that because he's telling real life. Every time I tell, we can rub it out around here and show the real side of the truth. You understand? So this man must leave the media circle alone. You can't have a media house to come out and lie on behalf of the government when the government has done harm to the citizens of the country. Him come out and defend the government to the T. And also now implicate Rubio and Trump, so them deserve credit to expose what? Lies. Hey, Big Mama, you want cat and 9, man. You want 5,000 lashes in and 10,000 when you come out, if you come out. Because them liar, you know. gone beyond reproach, you know. You understand? We can't take no more right now. You understand? This man now, what this man simply doing now, is come discredit the Cuban them, you know. In a sense that him and the government are doing, you know. Discredit the people them.
I know you know so. So them can't move down in the country. Them on the bandage. Which the people that are communicating with them, then they do Kingston, then they the party. You never know that it is the party them today. Me happy them.
That's why big man out them and them party. Cause big man teach up on a back road and money on their back road. In there a rope bend gully. Rope bend road gully. We run through New Kingston that piece of shit. You understand? This is what I'm saying now. When a society loses its identity now, and them garbage there, and them nastiness there, as part of the society, it's bad for the country. Because you can't come and do it, man.
That is the Titans, ladies and gentlemen. We're not spend too much time on it to make sure, so I'm gonna go over to Reggae Dub Scene and go subscribe to the page. You understand what I'm doing? One Mr. Wayne Loan, some Byron, and of course Melting Pot. I understand. We're moving on. But it's crazy though. It's crazy though that a media entity will have pushed the narrative that somehow the Jamaican government just recently knew about the actual agreement with Cuba. And you know, we can extend this conversation, you know, because there were statements made by Andrew Onis, and I think I did that video already with Mrs. Donna Scott Martley. She totally exposed them, looking at just the lies that were told. You understand? And compared to what Andrew said when Rubio was here, you play the clip and you listen to what he said, and you listen to Rubio. Alright? And it exposes that there is a propaganda happening here, ladies and gentlemen. This has nothing to do with doctors. You know what I heard Mr. Lonesome say at the starting of this live stream? He said if it was a case where the Cubans were being abused, as is the accusation that is slavery, why then didn't America seek to say, let us take you from that slavery and bring it to America? Why Jamaica never keep them? Because it's so bad and it's so terrible what the Cubans are doing to these doctors. Why them never keep them? And why aren't we hearing from the Cuban doctors that, oh, we are being enslaved? Why are the Cubans so happy in Jamaica? All these questions, it really exposes a lot. But we're gonna go into the second phase of this particular reaction. One London 45. Let's see what she has to say, ladies and gentlemen.
JM Properties Limited will make real estate simple for you with professional and reliable services, whether you are a local or overseas client. So whether you're renting, buying, building, or doing property management, we offer expert advice at every step of the way.
JM Properties is built on a legacy of trust, service, and community.
Our mission? To serve you with excellence, on time, within budget, and with full transparency. With the strength and reputation of the Jamaica National Group behind us, we're a team of skilled professionals that bring real value, real solutions you can trust.
Make smarter real estate moves. Partner
with JN Properties. Let's build something great together.
Where's your next adventure? Now, you can book hotels in any country with just a few taps on Property & You. Why pay more? Our competitive prices beat the big guys, so you save more for the fun stuff. From luxury escapes to budget stays, Property & You has it all wherever you go. Book your stay anywhere in the world fast, easy, and secure. Property & You. Your world, your stay.
coffee, because our eye is going to be on the money them this morning. Because I cannot be the only one that watch Parliament. So guys, when I get to no coffee and come sit down right here. So I depend the money. Guys, we can't look here. Some things when you say Parliament, you have to just sit on the side and listen. And sometimes, guys, it go back and sit down and take a time and watch a Parliament here and them and listen what them saying. Because, guys, you know that they're planning to buy new buses for the school children, right? So, in order, while that is happening, you know that in a Parliament, they might go talk about the old one. Them, because them people, them want if the money waste or we get value for money or whatever. So guys, I don't know if you always watching, but hear this, guys. Remember, them so we spend $1.4 billion for the 100 and odd old bus, even though we don't get the whole of them until today and we don't get a change. But more y'all listen to this and listen to this carefully. Alright. When Nikisha questioned the secretary and I asked her if we get value for money, and she want a breakdown of what's spent on the buses, like to put each individual bus on the road, blah blah blah, the devil knows all. The conclusion was dangerously cruel. Okay, cause guys, when I listen this, brokerage fee for the buses causes 108,691,000. That is brokerage fee, right? Okay. To get one bus on the road, Jamaica, one single bus, to get one single bus up and running on the road is $12.7 million. To refurbish the bus then is $297 million. We are told that they retrofit them when they move the door, change the seat them, change tire, and make them make over the bus them, guys. They claim they make over the bus them. Anyway, maintenance $9 million. Cost and freight $543 million. Now, Jamaica, showing all these people are thief taxpayers and I use the money do what they want, and them come out here come tell lie. Where on Jehovah God's land we spend all of them money here? Meanwhile, no, because only one place the money I spend in the people them pocket is in them damn pocket. And 19 of the bus them catch a fire. 19 of the bus them catch fire. Okay, so I want to know where them spend their money there. Anyway, guys, I am trying to do a proper investigation because I realize that Nikisha try get one straight conversation in a parliament till Peter Bunting a fair intervene. Because the secretary, I don't understand, she can't give away a complete answer. Because certain question that we're trying to find out, value for money, we're trying about inspection, pre-inspection and all of them things there. And to how I'm seeing it, the buses, no matter what corner they go around, these buses, those buses, they were never inspected to prove that guess what happened, they're fit for the road. What they did is basically them no say the bus them inspect and them never say them fit for the road. That's why they must claim them spend up how much money for bill over about the money them to make it meet the requirements to put it on the road. Them people are generally, them are liar than them are thief. You better believe me. Alright, guys. To show you how tax money, tax dollars going, and we still have people in the country 5 months after the hurricane and suffer, and the people them have the money and build up themselves and do all kind of things and not do nothing for so we can elevate the country, elevate ourselves. Anyway, guys, we're gonna move on to Deadman Mackenzie. And me alone see Natalie and Deadman Mackenzie in a parliament when she asks how him roll up and come up and kick off like him against and then just calm down so like a baby on the breast. No. Desmond responsible for collect the garbage. Jamaica don't notice all over Jamaica nasty. Did you all notice Isaac was all light and Portland about the garbage and all over the place of them? Because they collect the garbage. When Natalia say for more funding it one for do this, they say, all your garbage man, I've spoken to garbage collectors who told me that they haven't been paid in 3 months. I mean, here Deadman Mackenzie, the parliament, say that is not true. He makes sure them pay is a liar because I have 4 garbage collector number. 4 of them number I have, and 3 of them told me that it has not been paid for over 3 months. This month I go back 4 months. You're too liar, wicked. Anyway, hurry up and pay the people them. I only need to clean up Jamaica. Jamaica is very nasty. Made it sooner with broom. In a campaign, election, and have broom. Oh no, go Jamaica for clean. I always say, listen, clean your nasty ass before you clean up, man, clean up damn country. Anyway, we're gonna move on to the 67 billion with the finance minister say. Jamaica spend and the Hurricane Melissa victims, I'm telling you, God not sleep, you know. And you have a special individual on here always say, you ever call on God and God not help. Nothing don't happen before the time. Nothing do not happen before the time. These people are some patacat and them are doing right in front of your face. And you say, Mr. Oldness, you say, you, Mr. Oldness, the head of the patacat. I don't know what is going to become, but them tell us something. Them say be careful what you do because it will fall on your children. And always remember say you have two daughters. Always remember say you have two daughters, because what the Jamaican people is undergoing, they're undergoing some spiritual spell. This cannot be right. This cannot be normal to see that you guys are eating the country, stealing from us, not right. And at the end of the day, people are afraid to go out there because they are afraid of you, Mr. Oldness. You set everything for the people them afraid of you. You set everything for them, them afraid to go protest. Every God Almighty thing. Listen, I don't know what is going to become of my beautiful Jamaica that I love and I adore so much, but the most I can do for now is talk. I mean, I'm going to stop chat. That's 67 billion day. $67 billion day. Probox, aka Pearl Dynasty, Anti-Flavor is a damn liar. You and Deadman Mackenzie need to go home. And 9-night party alone on a go. I'm not too liar and wicked. Anyway, guys, we're going to move on to the fiber farmers. Okay, Mr. Oldness, the fiber farmers in St. Elizabeth, and those are persons who farm like goats and cow. Fiber farmers, they are worried, and the goat them and the cow them are dead hungry over the store because them can't move them from point A to point B because they don't have the tag on them. I need to do a little bit more to find out. So what we need to know, is the tag costly? What is the problem why these persons animal are not tagged so they can move them from point A to point B? Because if they move them from point A to point B to get them fed, what is eventually is going to happen? The police is going to lock them up. So we want to know what can be done. Always remember, Mr. Oldness, poor people we are dealing right here. So because the rich man thing them him on the left side and the right side of the road, and them road in the middle private, so no police can't go trouble them. When him let him animal them crash from over the side with them feed already if he go over one new side. But the poor brothers and sisters them have to care for them animal from point A to point B, cross the government road and all kind of things where the police them are hang on. So may I beg you, sir, help the poor people them must suffer over St. Elizabeth. They want to feed them cow. They want to feed them cow. The cow them a maga down. Lord Jesus, I don't go in a sweet Jamaica, but guys, anyway, we're going to keep an eye on the money. And as I was saying, guys, we're going to do some calculation because what me want to do, I'm going to do more investigation because I really would want to find out that after we spend the $1.4 billion, right? If there's money here and the outside add to it or it's included, because at the end of the day, what is going on in this country is crazy. And the secretary there, me no feel her. I don't feel that secretary because she don't have certain things in place, and I didn't like that. So she don't look like she even fit the role because either she not fit the role or she go around some corner and dance some question. And we don't need that. We need one secretary we can boldly come out and speak to the people without them if and but maybe I'm going to do paperwork to get back to you and all of that. You're supposed to come to Parliament ready. We are paying you for ready when you come. We are paying you to be ready when you come in a Parliament. Boy, I don't know what's going on in the Parliament nowadays, you know, because I realize the JLP them not tree bright at all. And God made the opposition them as some bright people, so they know the question them if ask and know them answer to foolishness. Because when we say Pearl Dynasty, she Anti-Flavor, when them ask her how she go manage to get how much percent, she say bottles and what the sugar we drink, we are drinking times 24 bottles. I cannot do that calculation. May I try every day as a thought that's not my bottles. May I try that every day. So at the end of the day, you realize I pay dunce people every day. That's why we have to have people bright. And I'm glad that we have some very bright opposition, very bright people there because Guys, wanna get on a coffee, because our eyes going to be on the money them this morning. Because I cannot be the
Time come, Jamaica. Time come. The man might get caught in a lie them one by one. Big up London 45. I don't even have to say anything. I love how she do her thing. You notice how she have her book and she question the numbers then. How is it the bus cost this retrofit? Then that amount of money, like come on, why don't just buy the new bus then? This was all a sham, ladies and gentlemen. All of it was a big sham. That money, everything gonna be revealed still. I think it's September. Them say the Auditor General report is coming out. Mocha is investigating. Mocha. Make sure so they come out credibly now. Make sure so we're not talking about a line with what the Auditor General are talking about. Okay, we don't talk. Anyway, I want to tell more thinking about that in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen. Like and share the video. Can we get this video up to 1,000 likes at least? At least 1,000 likes. Alright? That is it. So, I have to go over this part, alright? Julian Robinson just exposed how the sugar tax and other things really don't align with helping your health and stuff like that. In this one now, he's looking at the digital services and other things moving forward. So we're gonna get into that. I'm curious about the digital situation because even when it came out, there was a lot of confusion. There was a lot of uncertainty. Persons in the field, the experts that came out, they were like, well, I think it means this, I think it means that, but we'll have to wait and see. That's what I was hearing the whole time. So now she came and spoke on it, and now Julian Robinson is going to respond to that. God is good all the time. Alright, let's get it.
In examining the package that was tabled by the government, what I only can come to a conclusion on is that they recognized there was a revenue gap and they had to find the easiest way to fill it. The measures are not calibrated to protect the most vulnerable. They are not designed around the specific circumstances of a post-hurricane economy. They are simply revenue measures which impact the poor the most. I want to turn to the digital services tax because the minister's presentation on Tuesday left us with more questions than answers. When this measure was first announced, the reasonable assumption shared by many persons was that the tax would apply to subscriptions, for example, Netflix, Spotify, those streaming and digital services. That was a natural reading of a digital services tax and what obtains in many other jurisdictions that have implemented it. But from what the minister said on Tuesday, it appears that the intention is different. It seems that the tax will apply to goods purchased online from platforms like Amazon, Temu, and Shein. Now, Madam Speaker, if that is indeed what is being proposed, then a serious question arises. Because that government 2 years ago made a very deliberate policy decision to raise the threshold on online purchases, increasing the custom duty exemption from 50 to 100 US and from $500 to $1,000 for persons traveling into the country. That was a conscious choice to reduce the cost burden to Jamaicans, and it was met with huge applause. Now the digital services tax seems to be working against that relief. This inconsistency needs to be explained. You cannot, on the one hand, increase the threshold to give consumers a break, and then on the other hand, you take back what you have just extended. And so the minister said in her presentation that local retailers are feeling the pressure from online shopping. So the obvious question is, if that was the case, why then did the government 2 years ago increase the threshold to provide relief, to now take it back from the very persons who we are providing relief? And beyond the inconsistency, there is a practical question of how this is going to be implemented. How are the taxes going to be collected? Who is going to be responsible for remitting it? What is the mechanism for enforcement across hundreds and thousands of transactions from foreign platforms? The minister owes the House an explanation. She has been here twice, and I must say, having spoken twice, it is as confusing as it was before. As to exactly so, I expect the minister, when she comes in our closing, to give a clear and complete explanation of how the measure will actually work and how it will be implemented. Madam Speaker, I want to talk about the NHT and specifically about the 11.4 billion extraction from the NHT each year. The government has been extracting money from the NHT.
Jamaica, Antonio, we are going with Jamaica on pay attention. Alright, this was a master class. You see, anytime in here the lab that them come out and run out about fiscal prudence and fiscal discipline, you see, anytime Andrew Wallace tell lie again, if he ever tell lie again after all Julian Robinson handling business and deal with him cases up, only just play that tape here. Don't even bother arguing with nobody. Tell them to sit down and learn. First in study. Get back Jamal. So nobody can deceive you. Let's not be deceived. Let's go.
For over a decade. Yes, we acknowledge it was a $4 billion extraction from the NHT each year. The government has been extracting money from the NHT for over a decade. Yes, we acknowledge it was the PMP that introduced this measure in 2013. And I believe, absolutely, and I'm going to give you the context, because you spoke about the 20-year-olds who you wanted to give a historic perspective in. But I notice whenever you talk about the economy, you don't want to talk about what happened between 2007 and 11. You conveniently leave that. So when you were talking, you have added 15 minutes to my presentation because I am going to give the perspective and I'm going to give the context.
Look at Andrew Wallace. Oh Lord, let me screenshot this. Why? Hey, when you step in the ring, in the boxing ring, and you see a life a flash in front of you because you know say you're about to get knocked out, and you know so you might not recover. Andrew Wallace is staring into the abyss at this point, ladies and gentlemen, saying to himself, damn, why did I say that? Shit. Julian Robinson go, yo, Jetline, Mr. Julian Robinson going to destroy Andrew Wallace right now. Without further ado.
When we came to office in 2012, we inherited an economy on the precipice of collapse. And before that, let us recall. Member from East Central St. James, you know I consider him a father, so you have to listen to me when we talk, alright? But before that, Madam Speaker, we need to recall that the economy experienced 14 consecutive quarters of negative growth between 2007 and 2010, only to achieve a mere 1.5% growth in 2011. In 2011, the JLP abandoned and effectively ended the 27-month standby agreement with the IMF. And when I say abandoned,
Good. I'm sorry I have to cut Mr. Julian, but ladies and gentlemen, in the 2007 to 2011 period he's talking about, we must not forget, no storm never come. They cannot blame their lack of growing the economy on any storms. You understand? There was no Hurricane Melissa, there was no Hurricane Beryl, there was nothing. So they can't blame no catastrophic event for why they were unable to grow the economy. Let me make that pellucid, let me make that clear and cogent, ladies and gentlemen. Let's continue. Them just don't know what them are do. Well, they probably know what they're doing, but it's counterproductive to the people and the benefit of the citizens of Jamaica.
With the IMF. And when I say abandoned, you know, like how Tessa keep a school, and you're supposed to show up. Them run going at the yard and hide and never take the test. Because of how badly the JLP dealt with the IMF agreement, Jamaica was effectively shut out of the international capital markets. Our international financial partners had lost confidence in the country's financial management. We inherited that situation and had to renegotiate the IMF agreements from a position of considerable weakness. That agreement was one of the most demanding fiscal programs ever imposed on any country borrowing from the fund. There was a primary surplus target set of 7% that Jamaica was 7.5% that Jamaica was required to maintain, which was among the highest ever demanded by the IMF agreement. In fact, it was higher than what was demanded of Greece during its own debt crisis. That is the mountain we were given to climb. The NHG withdrawal at that time was one part of a broader package of measures designed to meet that primary surplus requirement. It was not a decision taken lightly or casually. It was a hard choice made in extraordinary circumstances with the explicit understanding that it was temporary. The same reason that drove the NHT withdrawal in 2013 is the same reason that drove the broader package of revenue measures that had to be implemented at the time, including new taxes. We had no other choice but to impose taxes to get to the revenue that the IMF required as part of its program. It was, Madam Speaker, what they left us in 2011 that required us to take the steps that we had to in 2012. The hard choices, and I want to look at this chart because the minister used it on Tuesday and said she wanted to explain to the 20-year rules, right? And so yes, it is your chart, and I want to use it to explain to the 20-year rules why those taxes had to be imposed from 2012 to 2016, 2015. But there's been this, I don't know if I can say lie, about no new tax for 10 years. We've been hearing this misrepresentation that there's been no new tax for 10 years. But then I looked at the minister's chart. So what is in 2016? What is in 2017? That's a school box, a new school bag. So David, when you go back to Ty Dixon, I want you to ask your constituent, what can go so? Madam Speaker, the hard choices that we had to make have worked. The PMP established Jamaica's macroeconomic fundamentals under the leadership of then Prime Minister, the most honorable Portia Simpson Miller, and Minister of Finance, Dr. Peter Phillips. They restored the confidence of our international partners. They put this country back on a credible fiscal path. The economic stability that this government inherited, they benefited from what we built on 2020 basis. Now, Madam Speaker, if we're going to have a history lesson, we must just do it honestly. We can't pretend that everything on this side has been great, but give the context. Don't come here and give a half story. Leave out your term from 27 to 2011 like nothing never happened. That we just get up in 2012 and inherited some better roses. Give the proper context so that the same 20-year-olds we are talking to will know. Tell the people the truth.
The reduction of poverty, reduction of unemployment. Let's go back to the 90s.
The internet. Madam Speaker, I need the protection.
Members.
Madam Speaker, the international community recognized what the PNP did during that period.
That's right.
The then IMF Managing Director, Christine Lagarde, and I quote, "I want to pay tribute to Minister Phillips and his colleagues for what has been a clear change of course, making the hard choices and successfully completing 4 reviews." We never run from it. We never go into the schoolyard and say we're not take the test. We knew it was difficult, we faced it, we knew it was painful, but we knew it was in the best interest of the country to do so. So, I now want to come back to the NHT withdrawal. And I want to remind the House of how the then GLP opposition responded. They didn't simply disagree with the measure, Madam Speaker. They campaigned against it loudly and relentlessly, framing it as an attack on the working class, framing it as an assault on the poor, framing it as a betrayal of the Jamaican people. The person
We need help, Jesus. Jamaica need help. Shift the parliament. Shift the election. Shift everything. Remove them all there. Take all the cockroach. Take all the thief. Take all the criminal them. Take all the thieves them. Take all the murderer them. Take all the gang leader them. Out of parliament. Take them out from Portland. Take them out. I hear Portland. Never Portland. Why not travel to Portland? Take out somebody. Man or woman.
You know, hear me? Alright. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you something. When you see the people them start get uncomfortable in the parliament, the truth that hit them hard in a man. You know what he said, Mr. Julian Davis have asked with protection. The truth that hit them hard. This lie where the man them tell, and it's going to get worse in this reaction. The lies that the Jamaica party tell. Oh God, man, I tell you say only a wicked person could blatantly lie like this when the evidence is there and clear for all to see. What a thing! Instead of giving Mama P and her administration the credit that they deserve, because they know it's going to make them look bad. They have created an entirely new narrative and are trying to trick the local youth them where don't have no sense and knowledge about the history of what occurred. Most of them not even follow the economics of the whole thing to understand the intricacies, and because the Jamaica Labour Party understands that they play on these people's weaknesses, their gullibility, if that's a word, because they're so gullible. And the young people out there, when you learn of this, you must not forgive anybody that tries to take you for a damn fool, because that's exactly what the Jamaica Party is doing, trying to take you for a damn fool. They look down on you because you are unaware of the truth and the realities, and they don't respect you enough to say to you and give you the proper context of what the 2007 to 2007 to 2011, right? And then when Mama P take over, what she actually had to deal with to get back this country's reputation. And hear what the man say? It's like you get a test and you flunk the test, they not even go and try. So the Jamaica Labour Party, in essence, them get kicked out of the, you know, when they go to college and you don't do a test, what happened to you? What happened to you? You fail, you get expelled from the course because you're not serious about it. So they run Jamaica, they run away from their responsibilities. And the People's National Party, like a man, although it was a woman there, had to stand up with men behind her, of course. You understand? Omar Davis was the finance minister, had to stand up to the challenge that was given to them. They had to pass the test that the JLP failed. You understand? The failure was transferred. As a matter of fact, the IMF and the World Bank and these people didn't even want us to take the course anymore. They didn't want to give us a test. They wanted us to drop out. And Mama P said, please, no, help. We can do it. Whatever you say, we shall do it, because you know how important it is to the national to the people in Jamaica. For her to pass that test, we would have been left in the cold, ladies and gentlemen. Minus 31 degrees in the cold. Fossil, turning a fossil we can't recover. Dead. Economy would have died. The country would have been taken over by outside entities because of that. Left vulnerable. Like a little girl who have no protection of her father. Anybody can just come in and just grape her. That's what the JLP did to our economy. You hear what I say? Let's continue.
Who was the most? They campaigned against it loudly and relentlessly. The then JLP opposition responded. They didn't simply disagree with the measure, Madam Speaker. They campaigned against it loudly and relentlessly, framing it as an attack on the working class, framing it as an assault on the poor, framing it as a betrayal of the Jamaican people. The person who was the most vocal was the Prime Minister himself. Right? So I want to read what the Prime Minister said in 2015. Right? And this is not artificially, intelligently created. This is the real thing. And I quote, the JLP does not support the use of NHT funds for purposes other than those for which they were intended. The NHT mandate is clear. Contributors' money held in trust at NHT is to be used for the purposes of the promotion of housing and community development. The JLP has always stood in the vanguard where stewardship of NHT funds are concerned. We are the ones who have always defended NHT and protected the interests of contributors, not the least of which are those thousands of Jamaicans who have been making contributions to the NHT and are yet to access a benefit. Where can I find that person?
Mr. Beloved cameraman, one more time, my camera woman, Jamaica. Where can I find that person? We need help, Jesus. No. Listen me, man. Ladies and gentlemen, let me scroll back a bit to the text on the screen because it is unbelievable. Who tell Andrew to write this? Who tell Andrew to write this? Who write this to Andrew? Yo, why Andrew post this? Virgin, every single word that Andrew said right is a lie. This post, what the man said, this is not AI generated. The JLP does not support the use of NHT funds for purposes other than those for which it was intended. The NHT's mandate is clear. So Andrew, you don't know, say NHT mandate clear now for the last 10 years. You never know. So why you abuse the NHT? Let's continue. The NHT mandate is clear. Contributors' money held in trust at the NHT is to be used for the purposes of promotion of housing and community development. So Andrew, you don't know that? You don't know that? You don't know that now. I want to in the last 10 years now make you just, conveniently have amnesia about what the NHT fund is for. Hear this now. This is the big line now. The JLP has always stood in the vanguard where the stewardship of the NHT funds are concerned. That means he's saying that Jamaica Labour Party always defend the NHT fund to be for the NHT and not for anything else for the people. That's what he must say. That is a big lie. Obviously. Improving himself to be a liar based off his own actions for the last 10 years. Oh, as a matter of fact, now he wants to do it for another 5 years. No, he wants to do it up until his end of his next term. Right? The rightful end of his this term. I mean, seriously. What am I lying? We are the ones who always defended the NHT and protected the interests of contributors. Jamaica, the People's National Party under Michael Manley is the ones that actually put the NHT there. And this man wants us to believe that the JLP always defended the NHT. Really? What am I lying? We can't call it nothing else. Lies and deception, ladies and gentlemen. You understand what I say? The man goes on to say that not the least of which those thousands of Jamaicans who have been making contributions to the NHT and are yet to access a benefit. Then Andrew, in the last 10 years when you draw the NHT money and put in the consolidated fund to supplement your budget, no more thousands of people that will contribute and not get no access to NHT. Yesterday I was with my niece Zine, and my niece make me know say right now she have some vitriol for the government, you see, where the NHT is concerned through her own experience as a young person. You hear what I said? Because she know more than 25. She know more than 25. And I was surprised because I never hear she talk politics yet, and I never influenced her in no way or capacity because she don't even watch my show. See? So nobody can say, oh, she not on internet. She's a Christian and she not really do the internet thing. She not really do social media. So she wean herself from that. Alright? I was on the live yesterday. If you guys go and watch my live yesterday, you will hear her in the background burning out the government. Mr. Jamaica, you want to see my face when she talk. Like, what? About the same NHT thing and a lack of access, how difficult it is, the amount of money you have to spend on all of the things in Jamaica. Right? All of those things. I'm not going to watch that. I'm not going to go over that. But my God, so many lies. So many lies by this government. Let's continue. And big up Sassy in that place. You understand? Big up Abina and big up Ivan. Let's continue.
Where can I find that person? star you more because more. The matter was taken to court.
By an affiliate.
They didn't go up front, but somebody went up front. And they lost. Now, Madam Speaker, after the JLP formed the government in 2016, you would have expected that NEC withdrawals would have ended based on how strident their position was. The so-called betrayal of the Jamaican people that they have fought against. But every year since, without interruption, 10 years of collecting the money, they once vehemently opposed. Now recently I heard the Prime Minister, maybe last week, justifying the continued extraction by arguing that the funds are being directed to other national priorities. So I want to ask the Prime Minister one question. When the PNP had to do it between 2013 and 2016, were we not also directing those funds to national priorities? Were we not also using that money to meet the primary surplus that kept Jamaica out of default? Were we not using it to restore the confidence of the very international partners who support the government relies on today? What exactly was different? What principle was being violated? You have found your voice. You have found your voice now. I'm glad you found your voice now. I'm glad you found your voice now. Because I don't know which Andrew Holness I'm talking to. Whether it's the one now or the one in 2015.
Yo, look at the Keisha brother chilling in that background. Hey, pressure hold him in Jamaica. Pressure hold him in and you honestly have to ball out. He couldn't hold him no more. You ever saw him water build up in a pipe? Mighty God, and something not strong enough, it just bust out. You don't see my ball out a while ago? He my ball out and he try to keep one face like say, you know, and I laugh. Me say Jamaica, him under pressure. Julian Robinson pull out his sword and shoot after him. And him a get sliced wicked. I'll dissect him and I walk me up for everybody see him dirtiness. My goodness. No.
So what was different? What was different now than it was in 2013? The only thing that was different was you were on this side and we were on that side. Kept Jamaica out of default. Were we not using it to restore the confidence of the very international partners who support the government relies on today? What exactly was different? What principle was being violated? You have found your voice. You have found your voice now. I'm glad you found your voice now. I'm glad you found your voice now. Because I don't know which Andrew Holness I'm talking to. Whether it's the one now or the one in 2015. So what was different? What was different now than it was in 2013? The only thing that was different was you were on this side and we were on that side. Now, Madam Speaker, I want to turn. I never expected you to get so agitated. You're going to speak next week Thursday, no? And we will listen to you next week Thursday. And I don't intend to enumerate all the things over the last 10 years. You want me to? Okay, alright. Madam Speaker, I want to address something about the framing of this budget and how the revenue measures have been presented to the public. Yes, the country has suffered a major catastrophe through Hurricane Melissa, which has damaged the country and impacted the government revenues.
Sassy said Dr. Dawes' face is so serious. Dr. Dawes, I say him still. Yeah, serious brother. Yeah, man, serious brother, man. I know nonsense, man. You understand? You know, here we see man, they run him and he running joke, me notice him, but he's a very serious man. But ladies and gentlemen, Andrew Holness was so embarrassed that Andrew Holness decided that he might try to soften the blow by interrupting Julian Robinson. He just did too much. He couldn't take it. He couldn't be silent and listen. Remember, so Andrew Holness' budget speech last time in a 5 hour, you know, are nonsense, you know, are foolishness, you know, and going back about how much years ago, and 18 years ago, and 1962, 1970, 1980. I bear them foolishness them go on with. So they might try and play it off now like say, you know, get damaged or exposed by the lie them when tell. You see me? But we don't allow that. So this are the second video we do on this, and we want you to like up the video, share up the video, get this video to 5,000 likes, Jamaica. The world needs to know, the world needs to see how it is embarrassing that we have a government, a party, a leader, right, where can simply come and just lie to the young generation them about something so significant as what happened with the World Bank, as if the World Bank, the IMF and all these entities don't have it on record what Jamaica did. Like so we can't go and do research and find out say a lie Andrew Holness and the administration at them. Absolute lie. But there's another big lie that is going to be exposed, and that is in the next video. So make sure to watch all of my video uploads them. Big up on yourself. I'm out. We're gonna start off like this. Blessings wherever you are watching from. Share this live, like the live. Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen.
A corrupt government. If the head of the stream is corrupt, the entire river will be also. I do not support corruption. Corruption takes money away from children's education. It deprives hospitals of basic necessities. It means that roads are not fixed. Corruption deepens inequality. It siphons off taxpayers' money to make a few cronies richer with the political connections instead of benefiting the people. This government has been doing everything it can to weaken and undermine the Integrity Commission, which is an institution that I designed as Minister of Justice and brought the legislation to Parliament to fight corruption in this country. I have said it before and I will tell you again, Jamaica cannot move forward without a government built on integrity that embraces principles of good governance in this country.
That in principle you believe that NHT funds should be ring-fenced to be used for NHT contributors?
It should be ring-fenced to use for the objects and purposes of the legislation, yes.
So let's just say the court ruling goes either way. Let's say there's a court ruling that says no, actually the government can use it for whatever it wants. You have your belief in principle. Does that mean that as Prime Minister you would then follow through on those principles?
Yes,
either amend the law if necessary, yes, and ensure in fact that the dipping into the piggy bank doesn't occur?
And I tell you why.
That's a commitment?
It stands as a commitment. And I tell you why. There is a point of view that all public funds should be pooled, whether they are in trusts or that, you know, having the public sector funds fragmented in this way doesn't help the central government. But then there is also another view that there are some funds that belong to account holders, funds like pension, funds like the NHD, and those funds ought to be totally excluded because technically they are the private property of contributors.
You know, I read the columns and I hear all the discussions. What I find is that people are very willing to just accept what is presented. without a thorough interrogation of the options. Because you see, implicit in this argument which is being presented that this is a time of crisis, this is a matter of national importance, there is this great urgency that we must treat the law as a matter of convenience. And that is the danger of this debate. Convenience. I don't believe that the legislation that is presented here in any way perfects the intentions of the government. The issue, Mr. Speaker. The issue, Mr. Speaker, is that this present piece of legislation that you are hoping to amend does not in any way relieve the consideration that you are taking private funds. Listen. The only word that can describe government taking private funds without the consent of the persons giving it or of the persons who own it is expropriation. That's what it amounts to. You know, it wasn't any mistaken language when Michael Manley said it is the financial institution of the housing sector. Because effectively, this is where poor people would put their money, save it with that institution to get housing. Technically now it is akin to you putting your money in the bank and the government going to the bank and say, give me the money. You want a better analogy? You want a better analogy? Oh no, that was good, but I'm giving you a better one. A better analogy, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure everyone in this country will understand. Michael Manley set up an institution like a partner, a revolving fund. You put in your money, when your turn comes, you get your benefit. What has happened now is that the government stick up the partner banker.
Over here, Jonas, the government stick up the partner banker. This is the man that is now taking out, that has been taking out the NHT funds after the PNP did a temporary takeout because of strict austerity measures, which I won't get into because Julian Amison is going to totally put it into context. But I wanted to first go back to where he went with it, making a commitment on live television, telling us the people that, listen, no matter what, even if the law change, we're not going to touch the money, because in principle he believes that that money is for the people of Jamaica. Splash, did you miss you? Arthur, big up yourself. Alright, big up my moderator them, and big up my members, big up TikTok on the like and share. Alright, so we have to put that on record. Let us not forget, ladies and gentlemen, let us not forget. Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at this article right here. Alright, so gaps trigger credibility concerns from the fiscal commissioner. Let's look into the article, ladies and gentlemen.
Fiscal Commissioner Courtney Williams has raised questions about the credibility of aspects of the government's 2026 to 2027 budget in his Economic and Fiscal Assessment Report, EFAR. In his assessment of the government's macroeconomic and fiscal forecasts, the career economist said Jamaica's fiscal policy remains broadly sustainable, supported by a resilient fiscal responsibility framework and significant disaster risk financing layers. However, Williams argued that the fiscal outlook is uncertain, noting that the government needs to address multiple Fiscal Commissioner Courtney Williams has raised questions about the credibility of aspects of the government's 2026 to 2027 budget in his Economic and Fiscal Assessment Report, EFAR. In his assessment of the government's macroeconomic and fiscal forecasts, the career economist said Jamaica's fiscal policy remains broadly sustainable, supported by a resilient fiscal responsibility framework and significant disaster risk financing layers. However, Williams argued that the fiscal outlook is uncertain, noting that the government needs to address multiple statutory and operational gaps to enable me to deem the budget wholly credible. The preparation of the Independent Fiscal Commission's IFAR is a requirement under the Independent Fiscal Commissions Act, 2021, and the Financial Administration and Audit Act, FAA. Discussing key findings of the EFAR, Williams said the budget process has improved, but some aspects are still non-compliant with the FAA Act. While welcoming the historical tabling of revenue measures with other budget documents, including the fiscal policy paper, the Fiscal Commissioner said there remain major gaps. He said wage settlements between the administration and public sector workers continue to be out of sync with the budget cycle, thereby prolonging fiscal uncertainty and raising budgetary risks. Noting that rising fiscal pressures require structural correction, Williams pointed to what he termed major risks, which include wages and salaries not aligned with economic performance, continued absence of a compensation negotiation cycle, chronic under-execution of capital expenditure, continued reliance on one-off, non-tax revenues, and recurring climate-related shocks. I reiterate the Commission's view that by not anchoring wages to economic performance, Jamaica risks eating its seed corn, prioritizing wages today at the expense of capital investments required for tomorrow's growth and climate resilience, he declared. The Fiscal Commissioner also gave the thumbs up to the government's new revenue measures, arguing that they broadly support fiscal sustainability. Williams said new measures, particularly general consumption tax on digital services and special consumption tax adjustments on alcohol, tobacco, and sweetened drinks, will broaden the overall tax base and improve alignment with health and environmental policy objectives. He said overall revenue gain of $18.0 billion in financial year 2026 to 2027, excluding the $11.4 billion continuing transfer from the National Housing Trust, which is not a new measure, appears credible, provided they are implemented timely. Turning to the credibility of the medium-term macroeconomic and fiscal projections of the government, Williams said they were mixed and inconclusive. He said the projections are quite preliminary and did not benefit from a detailed damage and loss assessment from Hurricane Melissa and the operational and expenditure plans of the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority. The Fiscal Commissioner said these omissions materially affect the government's growth projections, nominal gross domestic product, GDP, and hence revenue forecast, expenditure timing, and current account forecasts, all of which inform fiscal and debt outcomes. I am especially concerned that the fiscal year 2026 to 2027 nominal GDP growth projection, 9.2%, which implies a GDP deflator of 9.7%, appears inconsistent with current inflation and historical post-disaster price behavior. This creates a significant risk of overstating nominal GDP, overprojecting revenue, and understating debt ratios, he said. Furthermore, Williams said the near doubling of the capital budget for the specified public sector, amid ongoing capacity constraints and procurement bottlenecks, is overly ambitious. He reasoned that, given the legacy of low execution of capital projects, it is implausible to expect the spend to increase from the fiscal year 2025 to 2026 fourth supplementary estimates of $135.4 billion. And the actual expenditure for the full fiscal year is likely to be much lower, to $204.9 billion in fiscal year 2026 to 2027. Williams said it is unclear whether the full estimated costs of wage settlements are factored into the 2026 to 2027 budget. He said the Finance Ministry has not provided detailed information on the contingency allocation of $42.8 billion to allow him to ascertain the sufficiency of such provision.
Ladies and gentlemen, good night. It's a brother Bolo here and welcome. Self and big up yourself. Everybody on the live, big up on yourself. Please hit the like button from it. Please don't forget to hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. It's very important to get the videos out there. Encouragement strengthens labor. Once I see you guys rocking out with me, trust me, I'll get through more of the news. You understand? So just bless up the like button, share up the live and your status wherever, you know what I mean, Facebook, if you can. Big up on yourself for those that do. And you know, I encourage you to become a member of the platform so you can get all of the wonderful things that nobody else can. You know, the emojis, you know what I'm saying, the badges, you know, important content that nobody else will be able to view except you. You know, timely content, premieres early, you get those early. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not a wizard in terms of economics. I don't claim to be. But when the commissioner says things like this, it gets me unsettled. The Finance Ministry has not provided detailed information on the contingency allocation of 42.8 billion to allow him to ascertain the sufficiency of such provisions. What I read from that is this: the numbers are not adding up. The detail of the numbers are not added. They cannot be added up. It's foggy, it's fake. And in a time like this, when we are in the most uncertain period of Jamaica's history, with the war going on in the Ukraine, in Iran, you know, and the United States and Israel and all of that, all the world is responding. You know, fiscally, we need persons that know what they're actually doing to safeguard us, the people, and not sell us out. And to be quite honest with you, ladies and gentlemen, I really don't trust the government. I'm sorry, I don't. And this article itself is like, you know, the commissioner is here and there, but then I can't even blame the commissioner because it's what the commissioner is being given. You know what I mean? They need to get money. You know, he said the new measures, particularly general consumption tax on digital services and special consumption tax adjustments on alcohol, tobacco and sweetened drinks, will broaden the overall tax base. Right? So he was applauding them for that. Very interesting. So again, let me know what you guys think about that. You know, there's gaps and it triggers credibility concerns, right? From the fiscal commissioner. Remember when Andrew said there was gaps in ADPEM? Yeah, man, it's them same gaps there. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, let me go to this clip with Anti-Favor and Damon Crawford in regards to some of the points that were made in the article we just read. Check this out.
Thank you, Chairman. I bring greetings to the Minister as well from her friends and relatives in Ty Dixon.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Minister, I'd like to start with some of the revenue measures, in particular sweetened beverage. What's the actual estimated consumption for the year 23-24 and 24-25 that was used as the base for your projections?
All right, so we used 17.3 million cases in 2020. And notice I said cases, so you multiply that by an average of 24 bottles. Sorry.
Hey, me say, Damon Crawford reputation precedes him. Afraid of Crawford, you know? So them make sure so they give him all the detail, you know? Notice I said cases. What you mean Anti-Favor? That way you them and cross the TDMS. You know some of the rest, I wonder if people don't can hear the thing. Watch it the next step. I think A clean and a pure, you know. A clean and a pure, you know. Everything on, I said, okay, cool, we're straight. No, what favor is hear this.
Our hands and
put it on calculator for me now.
Alright, sorry. Okay, so those numbers I'm told were just for carbonated beverage, but we used in our estimate roughly 40 million cases.
40 million. Minister, the taxes in milliliter, and you know they're varied sizes. Would you have a milliliter amount?
You mean for the totality of it?
Yes, Minister.
It's over 500 billion milliliters.
Is that within the range of 500 billion or 700 billion? Over has a wide gap. Is it approximately 500 billion?
Right, approximately 500 billion milliliters.
Okay, well, Minister, you estimate a earning of $10.1 billion at 2 cents per milliliter. Would you confirm, therefore, that you expect no reduction in the consumption of that sugary drink, being that would equate to 500 billion as well, milliliters?
Are you talking about
consumption?
Are you talking about the 10.1 billion?
Yes, Minister. The levy of 2 cents.
All right. So here's the thing. One, these are estimates. Two, persons could decide that they want to drink less of the sugary drinks, and we see a reduction in that number.
Yes.
Right? That's a good thing from a health perspective. Persons could also decide that they will drink more, and we get the revenues that we estimate are more. Right, if they drink more, estimate, right, or more, right? So, member, based on the data from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, they have been tracking non-communicable diseases for a while now, and they know with great certainty the negative impact of sugar, excess sugar, on the population of Jamaica. So if we get more than is estimated, that extra goes into the health sector to take care of those people when they land there, because they're going to show up with elevated levels, they're going to show up complaining of all kinds of ailments as a result of drinking excess sugary drinks. So either way, Minister, either way, Chairman, whether it's 10.1 billion or more than 10 or less than 10, the health sector will have to take care of those who drink too much, and it will benefit from those who change their behavior and consume less.
Minister, unfortunately, I didn't get a response to my question. It was indicated that your base zero this year was 500 billion milliliters. Your best case projection, or your most likely case projection, suggests that at 2 cents you will earn 10.1 billion, indicating therefore you expect no decrease in the consumption of the sugary drink, because it would take 500 billion times 2 cents to be 10.1 billion.
So remember,
yes,
I can say that the 10.1 billion had took into consideration, some amount of reduction in the consumption of the beverage.
So your previous figure of 500 billion would have been incorrect then. Your base figure you're
Well, I
saying.
told you approximately, and in fact, I just got confirmation that we used 533 billion, and that we looked at the experience in other countries that have instituted the tax to see what their what the behavior was of their consumers.
Wow, Jamaica. Can you imagine? Favor Williams and the Jamaica Labour Party really take us for idiots. I just want to establish, that, really and truly. And sometimes we have to repeat these things because some people are, in Jamaica they would say a head tough. Not true. Our head tough, you see, tough, you see. And so we as Jamaicans would say, but seriously speaking, ladies and gentlemen, the budget and taxing the sugary drinks, it has nothing to do with our health. They have not anticipated anybody stop drinking the sugary drinks, and let me tell you why. They know that the people are backed up into a corner. That's why this is so sinister what they're doing. You understand? It's so sinister what they're doing. But I digress. Let it be understood and let it be on record that the Jamaica Labour Party does not give a damn about your health. You have to give a damn about your health. When she talked about the healthcare system, we'll have to deal with the people that consume the sugary drinks. Look at the healthcare system dealing with the people right now. What do you think is actually going to change, ladies and gentlemen? Right, there's also another thing that stood out to me in the article. He said that the preparation of the Independent Fiscal Commission FR is required under the Independence Fiscal Commission Act and the Fiscal Administration Act Financial Administration and Audit Act, that is the FAA, discussing key findings of the EFR. Williams said the budget process has improved, but some aspects are still non-compliant with the FAA Act. That stood out to me. That truly stood out to me. So we have to keep an eye on that. Ladies and gentlemen, again, let me know what you think about that in the comment section.
Andrew, me not talk a little water come out the blaze. Miss, hey, Andrew, he down in the hot seat and watch himself for say the things them a burn, and nobody fi have a Andrew little water fi quench. Andrew, he down there, not a soul fi even pit on him. Almighty God, me say me shame, and I know me sit down there and watch myself. And me when you see that, who said that? Who remember Atlanta housewife? When Portia tell the lie on Candy, and when them blast Portia sit down there, and know say she has spread the room, and when them plaster Portia, Portia, who said that? Who said that? Then no Andrew this year, and no Andrew, me say Andrew sit down there look on the computer screen like he no remember when he said them a something to the people of the country. And I shall watch Escobar laugh at me. He come here now, me say Andrew, he down there. And I listen the presentation, and I beat in chest. You want to hear Julian, you're smart, you find your voice, you want to see Andrew go on like. And me say, when Julian present the things them on the screen, there was Andrew wholeness. NHT must be this, and nobody know if you take out NHT money and I go and carry you to the court. The man so mama pee, Remember how they mash up the economy? Adley Shaw and Bruce Golding wrecked the economy. It was so bad that all Bruce Golding have to resign as Prime Minister. Never have we seen them as something yet. A Prime Minister have to step down. That was how bad the economy was. And when Mama P come in and see the problem when they left the country in, and Mama P look and say, whole heap of money down at NHT. So me I go use little of the NHT money and stop a gap. Andrew Holness Cha Iron left NHT money, hands off of poor people money. Remember him fuck up the country, you know, excuse me language. Remember they mash up the country, you know, and the woman come up with a solution. And when them say them care about Jamaica and choose Jamaica, you know. And the woman find a solution to full a gap created by them. And the man say my Mama P got court, hands off of NHT money, and Andrew Holness have been taking $11.4 billion from NHT every year. Every year! But yet still, in cost Mama P, when Mama P dip in it to fix the mess that he would have created. Jamaica people, that man are gonna suffer. Me telling me say me vision, me dream say them come for Andrew. Them are gonna set up Andrew. Joan Gibbs, Bolo, big up yourself, Bolo Vienna. Me say them are gonna set up Andrew. Me have one vision the other night. Say they invite Andrew to come a foreign. Yeah, and when Andrew come at the meeting, Andrew no come back out of the meeting. Andrew no come back out of the meeting. Andrew hand in front of him. You know what me say? Andrew and they in front of him. Jamaica people, I want you to listen, right? To Andrew Holness and Julian Robinson. Oh, Julian have fixed him and he just sit down there. Julian have fixed him, you know. And in just sit down there. Listen to how it all unfolded, Jamaica. Listen to this how it unfolded.
You have found your voice. You have found your voice now. I'm glad you found your voice now. I'm glad you found your voice now. Because I don't know which Andrew Holness you're talking to. Whether it's the one now or the one in 2015. The person who was the most vocal was the Prime Minister himself. So I want to read what the Prime Minister said in 2015. Alright? And this is not artificially, intelligently created. This is the real thing. And I quote, the JLP does not support the use of NHT funds for purposes other than those for which they were intended. The NHT mandate is clear. Contributors' money held in trust at NHT is to be used for the purposes of the promotion of housing and community development. The JLP has always stood in the vanguard where stewardship of NHT funds are concerned. We are the ones who have always defended NHT and protected the interests of contributors, not the least of which are those thousands of Jamaicans who have been making contributions to the NHT and are yet to access a benefit. Where can I find that person?
What a shame and disgrace in the country. What a shame, me say Julian turn, to Damian Crawford and ask him, where can I find that person? And just sit down right there, you know. Cause Andrew Holness will say them as something here, come back now and I do the same thing when beat down Mama P for Miss Eddie man have it turn to Damien and say, where can I find this man? And the bitch sit down right cross over there, they look on the screen. I wonder if I him really say those things. This me say that man ya have is suffer. What me say, brat? Me say him have to suffer. And just sit down there and I look on the screen like everybody else. I wonder if I him say them as something a feature. Me wonder if them couldn't advise him not to turn up yesterday. Well, you better come to parliament for yesterday, Andrew. Come take the embarrassment. Me no understand. Jamaica, can you imagine? This is coming like when you're thief, you know. When you're thief and you take God off of the cross, you know, you're thief, but yet still them show you yourself per video. And when they show you, see you the thief, the same thing, they you still the deny it, you know, 100 that. 100 this coming like when you're thief and then catch up on camera the thief and you still a deny it. Hey, little miss, speak up yourself, Auntie. Maureen Dixon, good afternoon. It was a disgrace. The Jamaica Labour Party was on full display yesterday for all the wrong reasons. It was an embarrassing moment. An embarrassing moment for the Jamaica Labour Party and the Labour Rights yesterday. But anyway, Jamaica, it's about to get worse because I heard the government, they use it 2020 for the election that they won and then come back and campaign pan it 2025 and the people of this country bought into the bullshit. Good afternoon, Marie. You see, the people of this country are always, I saw a woman come out here, come class with the other day, and I look into it, and I realize that it is truth. The problem with our people is that we do not take the time out to read. Yeah. Because Fairval and the Labour Rights them come campaign 2020 and deceive me and say there has been no new taxes for them for the past 5 years, 2016 to 2020, and then come back again. Yeah, but you don't say once bitten, twice as shot. They come back again with the same narrative, and when Mama P not devout to do the checks and balance, we believe in our Marky G. And when Marky G and Dayton Campbell telling us they no believe the lie at them, then come back with the same no new tax 2025 and we believe in the foolishness. Well, Jamaica, just when you thought you heard it all, I want you to listen to Julian Robinson kneeling Fairval Andrew to the cross. Me tell him, I said the parliament turned up yesterday, and believe me, Jamaica. Listen to how Julian Robinson exposed Andrew Holness and him party. Listen to this, my lovely people.
We've been hearing this misrepresentation that there's been no new tax for 10 years. But then I looked on the minister's chart. So what is in 2016? What is in 2017? Tell the people the truth. So Damien, when you go back to Tybixo, I want you to ask your constituent, what can go so? Tell the people the truth.
No, sir. It just keep on coming and coming and coming and coming. Me say them not get no break. Me say Jamaica, it is one thing when you stand up on a podium and a chat and accuse somebody of doing something. But Lord God, when you come with the proof, oh God help you. Mr. Whoever the team is that put together Julian Robinson's budget speech, Lord, I was soon if you buy one hot red stripe. Only deserve a hot red stripe. It was well presented, Jamaica. Eh? Me say, Jamaica, one of the time, me wish me did have the chart. They have, me say the labor right have up the chart that shows for the past 10 years. They not put no tax on the people. There was a, me say I saw them bold and presumptuous in a bolo. Me say favor a present and I saw them a nail the PNP to the cross. See there, for the past 10 years, we haven't introduced no new tax. When we put on, we hey, Mr. When me telling you say my team love me, you know. My team love me, they love me, they love me. Jamaica people no queer. Just when me ask for this a chart, your favor I'll present, you know. Say she a try to embarrass the people's national. Look here in front town. The people them tell me say for the past 10 years, them not introduce one new tax on the people. But when you put on your glasses and you zoom in, see it in front town, at them win 2016, at them win from 2016, eh? And she make sure use the marker and highlight the orange for the PNP, you know. But I know we not see the highlighter in a green. I highlight the years of the Jamaica Labour Party. Kuya in front town. Looking for the people belonging to the Jamaica Labour Party supposed to be so embarrassed of Favor Williams this afternoon. See then front town. FY mean financial year. See there, financial year 2016, $13 billion tax then take from the people. Remember Favor look fit get 18 billion now in a 2026, you know. And can you imagine then 2016 they might take 13 billion. She never tapped this, you know. See the next year the 27, why it say FY financial year 2017, see the $14 billion the Jamaica Labour Party put on tax on the people. Eh? 14 and 13. $27 billion in taxes. Them put on per owner in 2 years time. And them people have the audacity to come. But now no should have turn up in the honorable house, you know. And tell Juliet Holness, say these people they need to sit down for misleading the honorable house. This is misleading the house, you know. This is misleading. Me no know about the standing finance. Somebody can correct me. When you turn up in the house and I tell lie, and you know the truth and you sit down there and you can back up the truth, you have the right to stand up. Wanna say point of information? Somebody brief me quickly. Wanna say when you don't realize that somebody have mislead the house? Wanna ask for Madam Speaker, wanna say to her? There's a famous thing wanna say to the man. Wait there, big up yourself, Father Marcus. Wanna say to the speaker when you don't realize the appeal. I wanna stand up in the house and no objection and no court with it. And a point of order. And when the students they wake up in the class, the students, and make the teacher headdresser go. Point of order and a point of order. Yeah, you have to bring back the house in order. Favor have deceived the people in the parliament with wrong information. She have misled the parliament. That is it, Radcliffe. One of them should have turned up in here and say a point of order and stop. PNP them, I think they easy, they see the mistake, you know. And they sit down there, and they say nothing, then don't correct the lady, then come back the next day, and Lord of mercy, they embarrass the woman. When you say team play, better woman did wait until you don't have the floor. I agree. I totally agree. But me I tell you, say this need a point of order to stand up and make Favor know she must retract it. She's misleading the house. See it here in front of Jamaica, and they were so wicked to use their orange highlighter to highlight the years of the PNP, but they failed to highlight the years of the Jamaica Labour Party. Dishonest, disingenuous, and dishonest. And that is the reason why God Almighty know why them put them back in office September 3rd. God knew the reason why Him put them back in power. Because what? They have to collapse. They have to collapse. Me say me talk it already and I go talk it again. You see the man when you Mark Jefferson Golding? I've been saying it since local government election. Mark Golding is going to be one of those prime ministers. The most easy walk in parliament is going to be Mark Golding. Because what? The people are going to come to a realization. And they are going to say enough is enough. We see Andrew Holness for exactly who he is and the Jamaica Labour Party. Pierre spin the woman a spin like gig. I don't understand how is it that these people could highlight the years of the PNP. Remember them say at the 20-year-old demographic them a reach to, you know, and them a try to shove it. The narrative for the 20-year-olds to dislike and look down on the years of the PNP. But in the same breath, man, where you chastise the PNP years, equally see phone years did the same. So if you call out phone years to man, call it out too. You fail to call it out, and now today you left feeling embarrassed. See it in front of you. FY 2016, financial year 2016, $13 billion tax, JLP put Pawi, and they never tap this so. The next year, see there, 14 more billion, then take Pawi. So how you are running a campaign, but no new taxes? You if you tap tell lie, you if you tap tell lie, and you gone down a garden house, you gone down a garden house, gone and propagate the misinformation. Oh no, have no shame. They have no shame, my people. Absolutely no shame. Absolutely no shame. But Jamaica, the opposition didn't just come and make noise, you know, and show them up. The opposition came with a plan. The opposition PNP had the floor yesterday and they make ample use of the time. We are very proud of Julian Robinson's presentation. Not one news media had something negative to say, and that speaks volume. That speak volume, and you have to blame the government because they had opportunities after opportunities. Who remember when Favor came out and give us a taste of what is to come? She come with the tax, the tax plan on services. She come with the sweet sugary tax. Remember she came first, you know, and test us out how we are gonna feel. Right? So everybody thought Favor now would have tested, had it been she test the water, she realized that the people them is not for this sugar tax, whatever, them no like the service tax, them no like certain things. She had the chance to change the narrative, but instead Favor do the little tweaking. She come with the budget and present it to the people, knowing damn well so the people refused her first attempt. Can you imagine? The people of this country, we are very proud very proud of the People's National Party, and we just want to encourage them. I want every single comrade this afternoon to look in on yourself. Don't give up. Not because through we in our opposition, we are doing very well. And we know better. That's why we are going to continue to do better. And we not going to be sidetracked. We don't realize that nothing where the Jamaica Labour Party are doing in the country no prosperous. We don't see say God Almighty have their hand down Karma Golden. No care how small it is, the little where the PNP get. It is being stretched to make it look like our whole heap of things about do, and the government will have the resources and the money. Nothing where them do and make sense. It's not far reaching. It is not reaching to the people. But the little that is given to the PNP, look and see how God Almighty has stretched the little where we have. I said to the people of Jamaica this afternoon, it may be long but not forever. Let us give thanks. Mark Golding took the PNP way down and then bring back the party. And for that, we are going to continue to rally with him. He has done well and he has made us proud. Everything you see Mark Golding say and do, it comes from the heart, a very genuine soul. Man, you mean I not sit down with him, you know. I am judging him based on his works. And I am telling you, Mark Golding is someone in which I am well pleased. And the people of this country have beginning to see that they would have made a mistake September 3rd. But God is in control. God is in control. Our Father God knew why he put. You think God no know say did I go win back? God knew the reason why no make Mark Golding win September. At them you seen thing ya. Uno dia want Mark Golding. When me say uno have to fix up back the country for Marky G come in come get it. What me say? Uno have to fix back this country. Uno think like uno mash up the country and Portia come fix it and come take it. Uno have to spend every. When me say opposition, me say uno better do the checks and balance and they better make them have account for every dollar. Every money where they get for the people, they have to spend it out back in the. They have to fix up the country of Marky G. And that me say Peanut and Guava, good afternoon. Reggie, where you say, big up yourself. Jamaica, they have to fix up this country. They have to. They now give Mark Golding no hard work. When he come in a power, we have to fix back this country. So the opposition spokesman and finance, he didn't just come there yesterday and show up the government, you know. He gave some solid solutions. And so Jamaica, when I listen to Julian Robinson speaking on the no new tax and what he had to say about no new tax, it gave us hope. It gave us hope, Jamaica. It gave us so much hope. And so I want you to listen carefully to the plans that the People's National Party propose. You realize that the Labourites them can't say the PNP no come. All of them there's a chat, no plans. None of me say the whole of them silent. When you see all nationwide have to come out and commend the opposition response to the budget. You must know say time really come and there. I wait. Listen to the plans being proposed by Julian Robinson yesterday, Jamaica. Julian speaking on the no new tax to the people. Listen carefully, my people. Listen. Listen carefully. Here we go. Listen carefully.
I can
now, let me turn to the estimates of expenditure. And I would want to start with something simple. A budget is a government's clearest statement of its priorities. So when I listened to the minister's presentation, it did not address the scale of the disaster we face. It read like a budget being business as usual, which cannot be right when there are thousands of Jamaicans who lost their homes, their businesses, farms, livestock, and everything that they work for. I want to turn to look at the revenue measures announced by the government. And I particularly, before I get into the economics, I want to start with the people, because that is where the conversation belongs. There's Miss Margaret in Sablamar, who lost her entire shop in Melissa. She has been borrowing to restock, but she's not back to where she started. There is James in Montego Bay who runs a small transport business. His vehicle was damaged. He's still paying to fix it, but he's not yet back on his feet. Madam Speaker, there are hundreds more who were affected by the hurricane who are not back to where they were before. They will now pay more on their grocery bills when they go to the supermarket, because the government has chosen to impose a new tax package of $18 billion. Madam Speaker, increasing the burden on ordinary Jamaicans, average Jamaicans, through higher taxes is not the right call at this time. And we on this side do not support it. If we were at the wicket, we would have played a different shot. When an economy is contracting, meaning it is slowing down, raising taxes is a pro-cyclical response. What that means in practice is that you are applying pressure in the same direction as the problem rather than against it. The economy is already shrinking. The tax base has weakened, first by 10 years of low growth under this administration, and then by the hurricane. Businesses are earning less, households are spending less, and the government's chosen response is to extract more revenue from an already financially stressed population. That does not sustainably address the fiscal challenge. You are compounding the economic problem. The more appropriate response in these circumstances is what is termed counter-cyclical. And what does that mean? You push against the slowdown in the economy. You stimulate activity and create the conditions for the tax base to recover organically. A growing economy generates more revenue over time than any package of new taxes that are imposed on the people, who are already struggling to stay afloat after the hurricane. And beyond the timing, Madam Speaker, there's a real question of who carries the burden of these tax packages. The measures which were announced by the minister all fall disproportionately on those with low incomes, including the elderly, the very people who are still struggling to recover from Melissa. Madam Speaker, now let me turn to the estimates of expenditure. And I would...
There you go, people. There you go. He offers several plans. Several plans was implemented or offered by the opposition. Here is what he even offered them. The implementation of an electronic invoicing system for tax. And it have everything to do with the TAJ. Implementing an electronic invoicing system is estimated to generate an additional 8.6 billion in tax revenue through improved tax compliance. This is not a new tax. So the JLP want take $18 billion. Look how quick and fast Julian find remedy for 8.6 billion. How much left? No 10. Eh? Or no one take 18 billion from the people who are suffer from the hurricane we still no recover yet. And look how the man just wheel and come quick. Eh? $8.6 billion cut down already. Because he have the brain to think. He has the brain to think. He even spoke on the digital services. And what she have to say about digital services. Jamaica, I want you now to listen carefully to what Julian have to say, right? About digital services tax. Listen carefully.
I want to turn to the digital services tax because the minister's presentation on Tuesday left us with more questions than answers. When this measure was first announced, the reasonable assumption shared by many persons was that the tax would apply to subscriptions, for example, Netflix, Spotify, those streaming and digital services. That was the natural reading of a digital services tax and what obtains in many other jurisdictions that have implemented it. But from what the minister said on Tuesday, it appears that the intention is different. It seems that the tax will apply to goods purchased online from platforms like Amazon, Temu, and Shein. Now, Madam Speaker, if that is indeed what is being proposed, then a serious question arises. Because that government 2 years ago made a very deliberate policy decision to raise the threshold on online purchases, increasing the custom duty exemption from 50 to 100 US and from 500 to $1,000 for persons traveling into the country. That was a conscious choice to reduce the cost burden to Jamaicans, and it was met with huge applause. Now the digital services tax seems to be working against that relief. This inconsistency needs to be explained. You cannot, on the one hand, increase the threshold to give consumers a break, and then on the other hand, you take back what you have just extended. And so the minister said in her presentation that local retailers are feeling the pressure from online shopping. So the obvious question is, if that was the case, why then did the government 2 years ago increase the threshold to provide the relief, to now take it back from the very persons who we are providing relief? And beyond the inconsistency, there is a practical question of how this is going to be implemented. How are the taxes going to be collected? Who is going to be responsible for remitting it? What is the mechanism for enforcement across hundreds and thousands of transactions from foreign platforms? The minister owes the House an explanation. She has been here twice, and I must say, having spoken twice, it is as confusing as it was before. As to exactly
you heard that, Jamaica? So that was one of the first tax that the Jamaica Labour Party favor came to the nation with. And you hear the opposition rebuttal. You hear the opposition rebuttal. At first, people think of Netflix and Spotify and whatever I got taxing. All of a sudden, favor change our mouth. And when you use your card to do your little shopping, buy one piece of clothes, because you can't afford it out here. Me see places that sell things in them store for $10,000, $15,000. And when you go online pan Temu, $8, $4, $10 US, but yet still them have it out here and sell the same thing, for 10 and 15,000. And favor like ball, say people, small business, a ball. And uno come up with the measure and know that poor people are make use of the measure. Uno want to tax them. Uno want to tax them. In Bolo, come on now. Imagine that them give the people the little tax break, you know, and raise the threshold. Normally if you bring in anything less than 150 US worth of goods, they make you go on with it in your suitcase. And them, because they want the vote, you know, they up it now to 100. Remember it was Mark Golden who first decided to raise the threshold to $150 US. That means you could have shopped till you drop. As long as you buy anything that come in your suitcase and it's less than $150, you wouldn't pay nothing at customer airport. And what the former finance minister name him decides say him a go run with it. This a plan too nice for the PNP implement. And instead of giving what Mark Golding suggests, 150, him arrive at 100. And you mean to tell me say them a complain 2 years later? Then person will raise it to the 150 with Mark Golding first. It shows that these people knows nothing about the economy. Nigel Clark came up and put it at 100 all because Mark Golding first offered it. See, the Marky G first said the $50 went too low, put it at 150. Well, and they see Tara call me. Well, and they make her bring up T-Play. When you see T-Play call, you know, say something T a come with now, you know.
Hello?
Hey, T.
Oh, you're so nice. What the afternoon, nothing nice, so. No, sir.
Yes.
No, sir. What a vibes. I love it. No, you're right. Marky G did propose it in 2022.
All right.
And it said the $50 too low, and a lot of persons, especially younger people, are shopping online. They're buying from that time. Remember Fashion Nova did I run it hot?
Yes.
And everybody did I send me cat and I send them man them cat figure clear them cat and them something there. And him say, you know, it's too low. Because what people did at end up affair do is you do a like a 48 here, then you do one second buy another. So they were working their way around the $50. Right? And I'm going there, and when it blow up online now, and them see the whole heap of people say, yes, Marky G, this we talk, this we want, this we need. Then come back and say, no, him at the 100.
Wow.
But let me think about it. You still paying? They're acting like you're not paying anything. You're paying a customs duty. You're still paying that. You end up you pay a shipping fee, so the shipping businesses are making off of it as well.
That's right.
So it is not like Jamaican businesses are not benefiting because you're paying the shipping companies, the ship me, the mail packs, the this, the that, for bringing your rocket ship and them people for bringing your things. You're paying a customs duty on it. So why all of a sudden? You know why? I don't think them know how to tax this digital thing, you know. Them not have a clue, you know.
They don't. They just hear something beautiful like going in our next country and they want to bring it come here and study it.
Them don't study it.
Yep.
Them not do no research, none at all. You see how Julian research him thing to the bone?
That's right.
Them just always with this gimmicks, headline. When you dig past the surface, nothing underneath. It come in like a pretty girl with no brains. No, dead serious. It come in like that, like really good look, or a nice looking man. And when you sit down and talk, you just say, Jesus Christ. I wish them did not keep their mouth shut. Nothing there. Nothing is there. What is the benefit in the budget? Like you can't have a look upon it. I'm trying to understand And when me hear Julian say it yesterday, I really don't know I don't know what's proposed. I don't know. I know they want tax soft drink, but that don't even make sense.
Yeah.
You say you tax sugary drinks, and again you come with a headline. Oh, we care about the people. Oh, we diabetes. Oh, non-communicable disease. We don't want Jamaicans. But you're not taxing the amount of sugar in the actual beverage. You're just taxing the size of the bottle.
True.
So how is that reducing sugar content? Because it doesn't matter. A diet drink could be the same size with less sugar. It's still not gonna get the same tax.
That is right.
Nothing is making sense. You're taxing digital. How?
No.
How you gonna tax it? How you going to tax somebody who is online watching them Amazon Prime, or somebody that is online watching their YouTube? How you going to tax? How? Because you know you can't explain it. You shift now and say, okay, make we go tax the online shopping.
Yes. It's crazy.
It don't make no sense. It don't make no sense.
Couldn't think it through.
Nothing them over there them doing make no sense. Same thing with Andrew. Andrew said, oh no, PNP NHT, I'm gonna change it. If I'm Prime Minister, I'm gonna put it back. You must ring fence it. It cannot be used. This is the people's money. Him come in, him extend it 2 times. But when him get up there and I shout and carry on, he doesn't say, I extended the life of this twice.
True. Him ridicule the PNP.
But yet still put in legislation to extend it 2 different times. It was supposed to end. That was the point. It was a short-term measure to fix the mess they created.
That's right.
But if I extend, where is that 114 billion going? Then they want to take out the next 57, call it 60 billion. Where are the houses? Every year I'm tapping, 70,000, we're close to it, we're almost there. I know them can't reach a 70,000. Then at 50,000, them can't reach a 50,000. I don't know, genuinely, I don't think they've reached 15,000 houses.
I agree.
And then the house, if them not flood out, them a crumble. Root vent flood out, going up to the first. I'm so sorry for the persons that bought in there, I'm not laughing at you. But I'm saying, it no build good, them carry wash way underground. Them house, them apartment full up of water.
It's crazy. It's all a deception. Headline.
The ones in a mobile blow away, crumble down. The wall come in like paper mache.
Yup.
One next one in a I think it's Titchfield somewhere around there, full up of mold.
An estuary.
Crumbled
for real.
And it's brand new.
Brand new home just came on stream.
Remember the big deal they make out of it?
Can I tell you?
Ribbon cutting. Remember them cut ribbon for everything that time there now.
And he even did a comparison how much these houses are nothing like PNP Operation Pride and PNP Operation House still standing.
Stand up stiff.
20 years later.
Stand up right there, so.
Exactly.
And people paid like must be $3 million, $5 million. Them get nice piece of land house. Them house still standing.
There you go. It's an embarrassment, and the people take time to find out what go on.
Well, at 1 p.m. them say. That's it. Because find out later.
Darling, cool. As Tara say at 1 p.m. but now it's 3:23. Class nice this afternoon. I want to thank everybody for sticking around. I just have 2 more points, and then we make gonna go enjoy on a weekend. Don't forget I'll be on tomorrow, a whole weekend something, Me not have no class this week, and me have a lot of catching up to do, so class will keep tomorrow equally Sunday. Alright, we have to beat the whole weekend I've been missing for this week. Now, so the sexy princess, big up yourself, Jack Kingston. Always I support the thing. I appreciate your presence. Babsy, what they go on? Now Jamaica, so that was the digital service tax. So here Julian come and expound on it. The next thing where Favor come up with is that she want to raise $10 billion from the people for the tax levy on the sugary drinks. So she want to make $10 billion, from the sweet beverage then. Listen to what Julian Robinson have to say about the Jamaica Labour Party taxing the sweet beverages. Listen carefully, Jamaica.
Madam Speaker, I want to address the 10 billion levy on sugary drinks specifically because the government has justified it as a public health measure. And that justification deserves examination. And let me say from the outset, we share the concern about the impact of sugar on the population and how that is impacting our healthcare system. The level of sugar consumption is a genuine concern and deserves serious policy attention. However, where we part with the government is what is being prescribed as the solution to that problem. If the primary concern is about reducing sugar outcomes, the government has more effective tools that can be used to do so. The government can mandate local manufacturers and importers to reformulate their products so that sugar content is reduced in those products and provide a time frame by which those manufacturers and importers do so, because it will obviously require some time to reformulate their what they produce. This would reduce the amount of sugar people consume, and the government can do that. Now I want to look at the assumptions behind this tax. The government is imposing the taxes on an assumption that there will be no reduction in the consumption of these drinks. The government anticipates to get $10 billion from consumption alone, which means that they do not believe that there will be health benefits from this new tax. Because if there was, there would be a reduction in consumption. And the reality that we find, Madam Speaker, is that the persons who consume these drinks do so not because they're not concerned about the sugar content, but the reality is that the alternatives are outside of their reach, whether it be natural juices, coconut water, or other things. So many of them are doing it not because they have a choice, but quite frankly, given their disposable income, they do not have a choice. Right? And without providing options which are healthy at a reasonable cost, all this tax will do is add a financial burden to those persons, many of whom are at the lowest end of the economic ladder. So, Madam Speaker, we do not believe this measure, apart from raising revenues, will have any desired impact on reducing consumption and increasing the health outcomes. The government also has other options. The government is one of the largest providers through the school feeding program to children. The government needs to ensure that what it provides meets the adequate and proper nutritional content for students. Many of the, whether it's the cherry malt or the bulla or what is provided, is not consistent with reducing sugar. So if we want to meet the health outcomes, let us start as government with how we formulate the products that are sent to our schools. And we would have the desired outcome of reducing sugar in the level of sugar that is consumed.
You hear that, Jamaica? When you say thin slice, JLP's a Nyama food government, lifeline, no easy, you know. Big up on yourself. But I wonder if I hear this solid response from the opposition spokesman on finance. Favor, you know what she has said. You can't tell me, don't get me wrong, you know, Jamaican. This is the stance from the People's National Party. Everybody wants a healthy country. Nobody is complaining about sugar intake. You must intake less sugar. We all know that. But how is it that the government and make it be like it's a health issue why them attack sweet beverage. But yet still, them hope to collect $10 billion from sweet beverage tax. If you don't want to do something where health is concerned, you wouldn't tax the poorest of the poorest sweet beverage. No! And I like the people now want to drink healthy juice, but we cannot afford it. So why they never come up with a plan where either them are going less the cost for these Welch, remember, I mean, anybody can go buy them grape mops and Welch this, and we hang with basket where we can reach it. Who can afford we syrup? The whole of we are drink syrup from we are baby and we reach manhood now and we not dead. No for we no have no diabetes and a syrup and them we drink. We no have the money for you go in a supermarket go take up no gallon of nuts juice and no gallon of grape this and apple this, and we no have it. And these drinks are so expensive. The so-called what you call it, natural drinks, so you just say would and give the little health benefit. The people them cannot afford it. So the little which them can afford the little sweet drinks, I eat them a tax for further burden down poor people. We want to thank the opposition for standing in the gap of the poor. Well, we are going to see if the Jamaica Labour Party care about poor people, because up to now, not one a favor proposal them no stand up. Everyone Julian shoot down and replace them with a better alternative. So we want to see next week when them a present for them round 2 to the budget. We want to see if them are going to adhere to what Julian Robinson proposal. And not no favor say make sense, Nothing we favor say makes sense. And the final tax we favor talk about is the environment levy tax. I don't know if you know hear about it, but them want put levy on some environment tax. And I want you to listen to Julian Robinson's response to the levy tax that favor proposed. Listen kindly, people.
The name of the tax suggests that the cash flows from it will be directed towards environmental production, towards protecting our coastlines, our watersheds, our forests, the very natural infrastructure that Melissa reminded us we cannot afford to neglect. But the money goes straight into the consolidated fund. None of it is ring-fenced for specific environmental purposes. So we have a levy collecting money in the name of the environment, but it is not dedicated to the protection of the environment. It's simply another revenue source. And as with the sugary drinks tax, it's not the importer or the manufacturer who is the one who will ultimately pay the price. The cost will get passed ultimately down to the consumer with no corresponding benefit to the environment. So, Madam Speaker, when I look at what is being proposed with both the sugary tax and the environmental levy, it is simply inflationary because the cost of the costs are going to drive up prices in the economy, and the burden is going to be felt by those who can least afford it. In examining the package that was tabled by the government, what I only can come to a conclusion on is that they recognized there was a revenue gap and they had to find the easiest way to fill it. The measures are not calibrated to protect the most vulnerable. They are not designed around the specific circumstances of a post-hurricane economy. They are simply revenue measures which impact the poor the most.
There you have it. Solid response, solid rebuttals to favor tax measures. Now we anticipate the leader of the opposition. I think he will be reading his budget contribution on Tuesday of next week. So we are looking forward to that. And then I think Andrew will present Thursday. And then the following week, favor wrap up the budget. So we have some interesting days ahead, and equally how we look forward to Julian Robinson, City Play reminding us that Comrade Leader Golding party leader presentation is on the 17th. So we want every single Jamaican, don't wait for me or the bloggers them come and present things to Uno. Get in the groove of participating in nation building. Uno must be more aware. So that's when Uno hear the labor rights them a try to contradict Uno and tell lie on the social media. Uno can run them where I say a lie. Uno tell I heard it for myself. So come the 17th of March, Mark Jefferson Golding, it will be his time to contribute to the budget. And no doubt Julian Robinson did well. We have all the confidence in our party leader. He will equally do well as well. So that's it for me this afternoon, Jamaica. As I wrap up the program, I want to thank everybody for participating. But I could not leave without making mention of the member for Southeast St. Catherine. We saw how rude and disgusting the member for Denham Town was in the house. And of course, Dr. Dawes is human. He would have snapped. And while I don't see anything wrong, because I'm not telling no lies, it rubbed him the wrong way. And as the gentleman he is, he offered his apology. But I honestly never seen nothing wrong with it. Desmond Figay yard, he's an elder for true, and him having Grand Pitney at home to go look the hours at night, 10, 11, 30 at night, and sitting in a committee meeting. Go on home to your grandchildren instead of in there being rude. Because knowing the member for Southeast St. Catherine, Dr. Dawes is a very respectful man, and he would have never responded in the way he did had it not been he was provoked. Is it right? No. Does Desmond deserve it? Absolutely. But we welcome his apology. But I want him, we can tell you, you can't say nothing. When we eat Dr. Dawes, you could never make we eat food with Dr. Dawes. It shows the caliber of a man he is to apologize.
Talk about it.
And so Jamaica, we say kudos to the member for Southeast St. Catherine,
that is it.
Dr. Alfred Dawes, who issued his apology for speaking in such a manner to the elder Desmond Mackenzie, the member for Denham Town. So as we wrap up Jamaica, we take you out with the apology from Dr. Alfred Dawes. Listen kindly.
During the Standing Finance Committee of Parliament last week, I made a remark during our heated exchange with Minister Desmond Mackenzie. That remark referred to his age, and although I privately apologized to him, which he accepted, I still think that it is necessary to offer a public apology, as it was out of character, and it is not following the principle that I subscribe to of first do no harm. It clearly upset him, and that was not the intention. Such exchanges, he told me, were really a part of the cut and thrust of Parliament, and I guess I will just have to learn not to replicate that and be measured in my responses. The second reason why I am offering this public apology is that it is a fact that Mr. Mackenzie's grandson and my own son are not just classmates but friends, and I think that it set a bad example, and I would not want it to affect them or anyone else who would be looking on at the parliamentary proceedings. So again, I'm offering my unreserved and unqualified apologies to Mr. Mackenzie.
Apology accepted, Dr. Dawes. Then can't make we eat you. What me say? Them cannot make we, the people, hate you. We accept your apology, sir. Full speed ahead, and we're moving on. Jamaica, this is where I have to leave it for this afternoon.
Yeah, man, big up Dre Brian, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure that you go over to the page and make sure someone go follow him on Insta and TikTok. Alright, to the page, Sorry. Make sure to follow him on TikTok, ladies and gentlemen. Alright? Yeah, man. He say all weekend him have class, cause you know I will put him going to Julian Robinson. If you're not yet subscribed to this platform over here on BOLO VNR 2.0 or BOLO VNR clips, you know, I encourage you to do so. Right there on the screen is all the pages I have on YouTube. Once you see those pictures, you know it's me, and the name right there, all the names are there, so you know it's verified. Once I change anything, I will alter this picture and be sure to let you know what's happening. Alright, my good people. Alright, this has been a long one, but it was very informative and entertaining at the same time. That's the reason why I usually, you know, do this and record these live streams when I get a chance to, because Dre Brian breaks it down like how Dre Brian breaks it down. You understand? We all into it. It definitely is going to edify some people and read some people. You know, so every teacher, so to speak, teaches in a different way. And I value the contribution that he gives from his platform. Alright, get this video to 2,000 likes, ladies and gentlemen. Get this video to 2,000 likes. See you on the next one, alright? Big up on yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get into this reaction right here. We need 1,000 likes, ladies and gentlemen. No doubt, minimum 1,000 likes for this one, alright? Dr. Alfred Dawes versus Christopher Tufton. Let's get into it. And Desmond McKenzie. I don't know how to get involved, but I heard some things and I want to make sure that I hear it for myself. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
And yes, and the responses. And Chairman, and those
justification for let's start with the objectives, because I assume that is a justification for a 30 billion or 20% increase in the approved estimates, increase in capital, increase in recurrence. So the justification is the objectives, right? So we're seeing where one of the objectives is reduce in the mortality of non-communicable diseases by 1/3 by 2030. I can't think of any country that has ever done that in 5 years. Data is there for Finland, that took a generation, Thailand, that took a generation, but this is pretty ambitious. We stand by this objective. Here. All right. The question is this an adequate justification we can expect that this is what you're aiming for?
Okay, so this is the government that also reduced debt from 140% to just over 65%. So it is possible. As well as significant reduction in crime and homicide rate. So if you're asking me if we're ambitious, yes we are. If you're asking me that it will involve a lot of work, yes it will. And later on we can go into some of the things that we're doing to try and achieve it. So we prefer to set our targets high and work towards them.
You know, Dr. Alfred Dawes really set up Christopher Tufton, you know, because he knows him ego very, very high. So Dr. Alfred Dawes asked him a question based off research. Finland and other countries, it took them a generation to get the target that they are targeting in 5 years. And Dr. Alfred Dawes is saying that, are you guys really serious about this, or is it something to gaslight people and, you know, to just it sounds good, but in reality it could not. And let us look at the reality. What is Jamaica right now in terms of our healthcare system? We're in a crisis. He talked about, he really referenced getting crime down compared to the listen, we can't make this up. Let's continue. We don't want to belong with that
one. Minister, the person who set the targets for the objectives and the KPIs, they never spoke to each other, because the KPIs for hypertension, which is a leading cause of death, it has remained flat throughout the course of the next projected couple of years, when you're supposed to be decreased it by a third. So hypertensive will not go down. Then one of so yeah, it's 31% flat to 2030 according to your KPIs. So you're saying that the performance indicators for these projects will mean that hypertension will not decrease, but from chronic diseases, of which hypertension is a major contributor, will fall by 30%. That doesn't reconcile at all, Minister. Also, we
sorry, is that a question?
Yo, listen, man. I told you that I have not listened to this, but I know Dr. Alfred does. I told you, this is the first time I'm listening to this now. This is my raw reaction to this now. I told you Dr. Alfred Dawes was setting him up, right? Because he just claimed that they're going to aim high. What they're aiming is at an impossibility, and he just proved that. I know Dr. Tufton is going to say if that's a question. No, it's a statement. You don't know what the hell you're doing and what you're talking about. You don't have real tangible aims to nothing because you don't do research. You guys just say stuff and just throw things on the wall and expect it to stick. You're the worst government ever. And you're the worst health minister ever. I really pray that God removes all of you from your positions. In short order, who forget lock up, and who forget force resign. Incompetent set of idiots. Or you have the thing projecting that there will be no reduction in hypertension, and that's one of the communicable diseases. Your projection saying that it's going to be the same as it is, or it's going to increase, but yet still we're talking about a reduction in death, when that is the number one thing in communicable diseases that cause death, and there won't be a reduction. What sense does that make? And then you have the audacity to ask Dr. Dawes, oh, is that a question? Wrong and strong. You're worse than Daryl Voss to blows and skirt, because the things that you are responsible for actually affect people's lives, right? Where they can actually lose their lives because of decisions that you make, or because you don't have no sense and don't know who you are. You're just incompetent. Mighty God.
Well, I'm saying, how do you reconcile the two, where your KPIs are flat, but you have a 30% reduction in the objectives?
So allow me to respond if it's a question. So first of all, there's a difference between deaths. Mic check. There's clearly a difference between deaths and a particular affliction. Hypertension being flat doesn't necessarily mean that people will die from hypertension. There are a number of things that we're doing to cauterize and control non-communicable diseases. And you will agree as a medical practitioner that you don't change these things radically overnight, but you can control them. And there are a number of programs that we have in the ministry now, programs that have been announced, and programs to come which we believe will control conditions while we work with the very young within the school system through things like nutrition policy, or just diet, and hopefully over time erase or certainly minimize those particular conditions.
All right. I mean, I don't want to go too much into the medical thing, but if you have a constant number without a commensurate increase in preventative services, I'm not seeing where a lot of the funding is going towards the actual treatment. On what basis do you say we don't? Because we all right. Well, when we go into the capital, we'll discuss the chronic diseases program, which is primarily infrastructure based.
When we get there again.
All right, good. The other thing that we wanted to look at through the...
Ladies and gentlemen, in other words, stuff that don't know what the hell matter about, yeah? Let's continue. Trust the doctor. Don't trust tough time. Trust the doctor.
Objectives. You man had all day to prepare.
Remember, stick to the question. No side talking, please.
Thank you, Chair. Priority staffing gaps to be reduced by 5%. What is the baseline where it's coming from? Because we know that it is very easy to say you have an improvement if you convert contracts to posts. So what have you done enough studies to see what is the precise number of vacant funded posts by categories, and given that the compensation of employees has increased by 18 billion to 20%, is this a net increase in filled posts or primarily salary adjustments?
It's a combination of both. So the intention is to provide funding in consultation with the Ministry of Finance as the complement of staff increases. The strategy, as you perhaps would have heard, is to do a number of things. Firstly, we will expand training by virtue of building out more hospitals, so clinical rotation space will be more available, given that we will have additional capacity, more operating theaters, more bed space from the build-out. But secondly, to collaborate cross-border for more recruitment and training. You would have heard that we had a visit to India, to the Philippines. We have MOUs to sign with Ghana, that would be public also, Nigeria, and at the core, we also did some ads in the diaspora, and that response is, just as a case in point, from 136 potential interests, not all from the diaspora, but quite a bit from the diaspora, and we're now in the process of vetting those applications. So there is a multi-pronged approach towards staff improvements, increases, and so the positions that have been created will be supported by the multi-pronged approach, and we're hoping for the best to achieve those objectives.
I'd just like you to answer the question though about the precise number of vacant funded posts.
I will have to get back to you on that. Okay. I don't have that kind of precision memory, but you can pose questions or I can get back to you on it.
Okay. Another objective is to conclude 85% of key infrastructural projects within cost, scope, and schedule by 2030. 85%. Currently, the baseline is 0%. Every project in the capital budget has time and cost overruns significantly. What specific structural reforms to project management, procurement, oversight, and contractor accountability have you implemented to move from 0% to 85% in 4 years?
Well, I'm not sure that you're correct in terms of 0%. The most structured capital project that we have, which started late, but has caught on in terms of time and is on budget, is the health system strengthening project, which is led by the IDB, EU, and GOJ. We're building out Spanish Town Hospital, which is slated to finish by first quarter next year. We have St. Jago, Old Harbour, and Portmore health centers, which are slated to be completed this year. Clearly, we have had time overruns and some cost adjustments for Cornwall. Western Child and Adolescent may actually attract some overruns, but that's a gift from the Chinese government. And there are other projects, if you're looking to the next 5 years, which are coming on stream based on the Melissa damage, based on the projects involved in the university tower, and others that I will speak to later on, where we hope to learn from some of the challenges that we've had in the past, and assuming no unexpected circumstances like a hurricane or otherwise, we're going to work to ensure that we keep cost and time in check.
All right, we'll revisit that when we go to the capital budget. Going to sub-program 2, activity 1001, there is a subsection 31 on the recurrent budget that's titled land for 310 million, with a further 310 million over the next 3 years. What is land, Minister?
Okay, so the Type 5 clinic in Montego Bay is bursting at its seams. It's a very busy clinic. It is exactly beside a piece of land formerly the Montego Bay Ice Factory. And we, through the NLA and the regular procurement process, made an offer and have had an agreement to purchase that land with the intention of doing a design to expand the Type 5 clinic and also to provide better parking at that facility. So that's the the contract has been signed. I think there has been a down payment already. So the budget that you see there is to complete a transaction for the Type 5 clinic expansion.
Is that proper accounting though, to have a capital project such as that broken up and listed on the recurrent?
It's appropriate if it involves just the purchase of the land.
So what exactly is the value of the land then? Because we're seeing 310 million every year for 4 years.
I don't do those transactions. I can get that detail for 4 years. No, the land is far less than that. So if you see.
Well, it's what you have here. Object 31.
The land is less than 300,000. So I'm not.
We're seeing over $1 billion for that line item. So I think it probably should be revisited.
I'm sure it should not have been repeated.
Okay.
It's one figure.
But you're sure it should be on the recurrent rather than capital?
I'm being advised by the financial
acquisition.
Purchase of land, I'm told, can actually be placed where it is.
On the recurrent?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right, Minister, let's, before I move on to capital, Jamaica Cancer Society, is that only $1 million that you're getting?
Can you give me the line item, please?
Line item, that's on page 42,006 on the auxiliary healthcare services. If we're really talking about reducing deaths from chronic diseases, I mean, $1 million for Cancer Society, you think that's enough?
Well, it's a subvention, but you're assuming that's the only effort that is being put out to reduce cancer-related illnesses. Clearly, the government has its own program. Jamaica Cancer Society is an NGO, and we work with them, both with the subvention, but on specific programs. The agencies of government, like the NHF and others, work with them also. So it will certainly benefit more than what is here, but this is a definitive subvention that we give to them and other NGOs.
Well, I mean, they do quite a bit of screening, and we are lacking in that aspect. So I would think that if we can empower them, it would assist somewhat. $1 million is really a drop in the bucket. All right, going back to the capital budget. So initially, well, sorry, let's pull this up here. So going back to what we had discussed further about the timelines and the costing. So the Western Children's Adolescent Hospital, the original completion date was set for March 2022. We're 4 years and 9 months behind. Our initial contribution outside of what the PRC committed was $7 billion. Now we're up to $10 billion. The prevention and care management of NCDs, I'm not sure, you can probably guide me with this, if it is that we have added additional clinics and hospitals outside of the 3 hospitals and 10 clinics. We have moved from initially December 2023 to now December 2028, an additional 5 years. Budget moving from $8 billion, and that is outside of what the multinationals are assisting us with, to $21 billion, 165% increase. Cornwall, as you have mentioned before, we all accept that that is the largest increase in any capital expenditure in the Ministry of Health. Move from an initial total estimate of $5 billion to now $21 billion, with the initial completion date scheduled for March 2023. We are now at January 2028. Well, going after this year, 2018. But when they started the works, it was 2023. Then we look at the redevelopment and modernization of UA. Initially, the total estimate was $7 billion. Now we are at $16 billion, 131% variation, and we haven't started as yet really outside of the parking lot. Initially, it was scheduled to be completed December 2026. Now the revised completion date is March 2029, an additional 2 years and 3 months. So a combined total in all 4 projects, we're moving from an initial total estimated cost of $27 billion to now we are at $69.9 billion, more than $42 billion, 154% increase, with every project overrun in its original completion date, schedule slippage, 2 years, 3 months to 5 years. So it does give you a baseline of 0% completion on time and without overruns compared to the ambitious 80%.
Okay, so let me respond. So first of all, I think when you describe the situation that way, okay, so let me respond. So first of all, I think when you describe the situation that way, it does give an impression, but context is very important.
I'm just using your numbers.
No, yeah, but let me respond. I listen to you. Context is very important. One of the part of the context that is ignored by your statement is the intervention of unplanned events, COVID being the most substantial unplanned event. For 3 years during the COVID period, very little could have been done in terms of executing on many of these capital projects, Cornwall Regional being certainly one, because of the circumstances around confronting COVID. So as it relates to timelines on those projects, or the projects that were crafted during that period, you would have obviously had those delays to contend with. Beyond that, when you have delays, it has implications for cost in some instances. In the case of Cornwall Regional, I've been at pains to explain that Cornwall Regional was a rescoping of a project that started off to repair one process and then ending up scrap in the building totally. We literally rebuild the hospital. And I believe that has been explained not just by me but by the experts, including the engineers that we have hired, who are a part of the quality assurance and the quality control. So the point is, for each of those projects, there's an explanation as to why we are where we are. UHWI, that project was conceived and started before the administration. In fact, was initiated out of the University of the West Indies, not even so much the Ministry of Health, in terms of its initial designs and its initial cost estimates. When it became time to be pursued from a procurement standpoint, there was a revision of what was required in order to complete and to adjust the design to be more appropriate for the institution, hence the costing. As you have pointed out correctly, the project has not started. So I'm not sure that you can claim overrun for something that has not started to be constructed as yet, except for the car park. The contract was awarded based on an evaluation of the cost at the time when it was pursued in terms of procurement, even though it was conceptualized many years before that. There are other projects which you have not mentioned that have kept to some timelines and some cost, like parts of the IDB project. I outlined some of those to you, so I wouldn't say that is 0%. What I would say, though, is that those projects that you have referenced, there has been a context to why the costs had to be rescoped and timelines were missed, particularly in the context of COVID. And the projects are now in full swing, and I believe that ultimately the consumers, the patients, and Jamaicans will get the appropriate benefits from the project once they are completed.
All right. As we're at UHWI, the Auditor General had flagged several procurement breaches, about $500 million of projects that had no documentation for it. With the same management, the same board in place, even when we are facing a revolt against senior management by the staff currently, are you confident giving that same institution $1.38 billion with all of the procurement issues presided by over the same management that is there now?
Well, first of all, I am not going to comment too much on the Cornwall issue. I know the UE issue, I've heard you comment extensively on it and appear to have sometimes more information than I. What I will say, however, is that it's not the same management. There is a different manager in the institution, Mr. Eric was saying. The board has been adjusted, but the chairman remains the same. The chairman did not preside over the entire process, and as you know, or should know, the board is made up of nominees from various entities, not just from the minister's nomination. In fact, as Minister of Health and Wellness, I nominate a minority of the board members of the University Hospital, 8 of 18. The others coming from the University of the West Indies and from a few other medical bodies. So while I could have changed the nominee for chairman, in my judgment, I thought he could manage with the board members that were there and others that were nominated, and the change management. Plus, of course, you would have heard that we appointed an oversight team to look at the institution with all of its complexities and to make some recommendations, which I'm awaiting in another month or 6 weeks. They have 3 months or so. When we get that report we will make whatever decisions around what is being recommended. It's a competent team. There are representatives from the University of the West Indies, from the private sector, and they possess, I believe, the skill sets to assess the systemic challenges at the university, which are challenges that have a historical context, as you know, well before my time in terms of procurement processes and so on. But I'm not prepared to cast any judgment as of now until that report comes forth, and at that point we will comment more authoritatively on it, and that will find its way as far as the cabinet for its guidance.
So I should take it from your statements that the CEO is currently on vacation leave, is not coming back? Because you said there's a new CEO.
There's a new acting CEO. I make no judgment.
But the CEO is on vacation.
Yes.
So he's technically still the CEO.
There's a CEO on the job working, which is not
until the CEO comes back from vacation.
No, listen to me.
We're talking about the $1.3 billion. It's never to be spent. You're going to ask a question and allow the minister to answer.
There is a CEO on the job. There's a CEO on the job. And there's a board chairman, and there's a committee.
It's never to be spent. You're going to ask a question and allow the minister to answer.
There is a CEO on the job now. There's a CEO on the job now. And there's a board with a board chairman, and there's a committee that is assessing to provide some information.
What I'm asking, Minister, is how long is the tenure of the acting CEO, and will he still be in place after the CEO who has tenure comes back from his vacation?
And I'm saying to you that the board provides the guidance on those decisions. And I have confidence in the board to make that decision when the time comes. There are many things that are happening at this point in time. You will recall that the board called in the fraud squad, for example, who are investigating. I don't know where those investigations are going to lead, or who may be implicated, or what may be the results. There are members here, yourself included, who have spent time defending your own involvement or lack thereof. I cast no judgment on that either. So what I'm saying is a very fluid situation. From my vantage point, I have appointed a board with a chairman, a committee to look at the systemic challenges within the institution, and there is a temporary CEO to govern the day-to-day activities. And I believe that's the best we can do at this point until further notice based on all else that is happening.
So it's safe to say that there is no new CEO. There's no newly appointed CEO.
Can you move on to the next question? Because obviously
we have a CEO in place for 4 weeks while somebody's on vacation. Why are you still here at your age? Go home and play with the grandparents, man. Remember, go play with the grandchildren.
Next question. Next question. May I remind you, member, that you're not the chair here?
Look at that man. How comes Desmond Mackenzie get involved in this conversation right here? So what really happened? What happened? I think Christopher Tufton was doing a great job in deflecting and going around the bush and around the corner in answering the question whether or not there's a new CEO. There's an acting CEO, right? Whatever, chairman, whatever. And the other one gone on vacation. So what that means is a legitimate question. We're talking about billions of dollars being allocated to this particular entity, and you're telling me as the government, as the Minister of Government, as the Minister of Health, you don't want to make any executive decision as to how our tax dollars is being protected, right? You can't say, yes, I'm going to fire that person because they don't share the confidence of the people of Jamaica, the well-thinking people of Jamaica, by the way. They don't share our confidence in the UHWI, and because it's allegedly your friend from high school, the Manchester Boys, you don't want to be any part of it. So instead of doing your job and your duty, you're trying to choose yourself of that. Yeah man, let the board deal with it because whatever. That's all I'm hearing from Christopher Tufton. That's my interpretation, and I'm entitled to it. That's my interpretation and question. So you are one. I don't want to fire him. If it is that something come up and them come with evidence and I'm going to fire him, so be the case. But I will not fire him. Mighty God. Party shop government. And then this one right here, Desmond Mackenzie out here getting all heated. I've never seen Mr. Dr. Alfred Dawes respond in the manner that he did. So clearly Desmond Mackenzie must have said something, because somebody is always coming to the rescue of the person that is being questioned. And anytime the questions start to get heated, them jumping because them can't help themselves. They are not confident in their colleagues' ability. You understand? Because they know it looks terrible, ladies and gentlemen, and they are getting roasted in Parliament, and I am loving it. I am absolutely, let's continue, I'm loving it.
And two, when you
the all else that is happening.
So it's safe to say that there is no new CEO. There's no newly appointed CEO.
Can you move on to the next question? Because obviously
we have a CEO in place for 4 weeks while somebody's on vacation. Why are you staying here at your age? Go home and play with the grandparents, man. Remember, go play with the grandchildren.
Next question. Next question. May I remind you, member, that you're not the chair.
Desmond Mackenzie say you should be ashamed of yourself, and that's how I hear him say, and something about you remember that. But as is Zulika just over here just cheesing. Hey, shout out Zulika, just love you, baby. No, Parliament. Hey, this is Parliament.
You're here. And two, when the member who is given the floor diverted into having, you are not the chair.
Yo, Miss Desmond Mackenzie lip star. You know people angry and their lip star trouble. Jamaica Bolo.
We need help, Jesus. Jamaica need help. Shift the parliament. Shift the election. Shift everything. Remove them all there. Take all the cockroach. Take all the thief. Take all the criminal them. Take all the thief them. Take all the murderer them. Take all the gang leader them. Out of parliament. Take them out from Portland.
Man, tell him.
Members.
Hey, look for this one in. Who when I talk to him? How comes him get involved? When I call him, tell him, how comes him get involved? Oh, him so hot and bothered. You know what's for the trouble, girl? And I defend the girl. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. I saw my boy, you know. It's not look good. It's not safe. Hey man, listen man. It's Zulika just for me. Like Big up Queen and the Soul, but that's ruffle them feathers, but that's not talk to him. I ain't ruffle him own feathers him too enough. When God get involved in people in conversation from. But if their health minister, shut them out and listen. I want you. I him cause all this and nonsense and this and bahala baloo have to go on in the parliament. It look like him have something against Dr. Dawes. And I heard that they mentioned Dr. Dawes being poisoned. Or they was an attempt to poison him. I wonder, why would you mention something like that? They think they really expose people, you know. Dr. Dawes don't even shake their hand. You hear what I say? Don't even shake them hand, Dr. Dawes. As a matter of fact, all the members of the People's National Party will stay far from them people, yeah? As far as possible. Don't trust none of them in the parliament. Avoid them as much as possible. If you shake them hand, make sure you wipe off your hand, clean and disinfect your hand. As a matter of fact, you don't have to shake them by the hand, elbow. Treat them like when they deal with back in a pandemic. Yeah man, elbow or foot man. Don't shake none of them hand. We don't trust them, bro. Cause if you come talk about this situation, how that come in, where you mention Dr. Dawes and poison and them. You have something, you really have something with Dr. Dawes personally. You really don't know say Dr. Dawes in a parliament. Me sweet me say I forget them all. Them gots to go.
Mr. Chairman, can we continue? I am going to ask Member Garvey, please stop. And if I have to rule, I don't want to know that. I don't want. If you continue.
You see that brother, him children goal is not different, you know. Tell a long time over this I want to feel more than I go on the most way. I mean, you say nothing to him. And I need to Garvey him have strength for. Natalie need to Garvey. Go on him too. Pick up that Alfred Dawes here, man.
And I'm going to say this now. Any member who is given the floor to speak, you should do so. And don't pay attention. I've asked you on more than one occasion. Pay attention and you are not the chair. You're not the chair. And please, don't let me have to name. I'm going to start again.
One thing, I love Queen I South, I borrow the figure. She's right, it's unfair. He was being heckled the entire time. I know Dr. Alfred Dawes. I have observed him. He's not a man where you understand him very, very smooth, calm and collected. If you let me deal with very, very disciplined. If you let me say for him to go and tell him so why you don't go and play with your grandchildren and my grandparents, it means you want to do too much. You want to do too much and everybody come full. And the chair is not doing the chair's job. Right? The chair make a hard and tell him to shut up his mouth and make the thing continue and run smooth. And we have this gigantic waste of time instead of dealing with the issues at hand. But then again, this might be a strategy to deflect from the fact that the UHWI situation. But we not come off it. We not let it go. We not come off it. No. You can't best believe that.
Remember, we have one chairman. Two, whenever I give the floor and has the
I also Desmond McKenzie said, nobody never poison him yet. So Dr. Alfred Dow said, nobody never beat me yet. Yo, bro, you walk right in that one, bro. I won't take beaten. I'm going to get beaten. I won't admit that I get beaten for everyone see I'm going to get beaten. Dr. Alfred said, nobody never beat me yet. Mighty God. How did he respond? I'm just here, this, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm telling you, I'm here for it. I am here for it. You understand? Nobody never beat me yet. Tell him Dr. Alfred does, come out of order.
Mr. Chairman,
hey, when you see Desmond McKenzie have to cool and calm, look at your face all that. You know what time it is. Yeah, watch your face. Desmond, I know what time it is, man. The new PNP and a smart for ramp and a soft soap business. You understand? Yeah, man, and a soft thing. Yeah, don't bother feel like say we don't know the antecedents of the labor rights them from way back when. You understand? So nobody feel like you can come in our parliament come bullying nobody because then you know that now gonna work your time up. You're on the exit, you're on the incline and you're up on the decline. Whether you exit out the world or you exit out the parliament, you're up on the exit. Humble, I'm minor fumble. I'll tell you what you're doing. Those are the body face. Yeah. Hot under the collar.
Listen, if I may, I am in the chair and I am prepared to respond to the questions. And we don't need to do it in a disrespectful way. The member has an opportunity to ask his questions. And, you know, the idea of an age being in this house. The member from West Kingston has the highest number of votes in the last election. So and that's the only thing that qualifies him to be here. Nothing else, not his age or anything else. But in other words,
after we don't want to hear nothing about that. We don't want to hear nothing about that because of the bias. Stop echo the man. If you ever echo the man will respond to him like that. You understand? No apology. I want to hear that come talk about what pies now. Go in for good. Talk shit now.
let's just move on. Let's move on. And these are important issues. So go ahead, through you, Chair. Go ahead, member, with your questions.
Thank you, Chair.
And you see, look for the hypocrite we just said that a while ago. I know them say something over this and him a laugh. And the whole of them over the JLP a laugh. That's why I say Dr. Alfred Dawes and the PNP, you know, rub them out. Don't work back, rub them out in our parliament. Don't make nobody balloon, I'm telling you. Oh, you remember good.
Now, Minister.
Yes, go ahead, go ahead.
So, head 4234, Bellevue Hospital. We have spoken quite a bit about mental health.
Yes.
And destigmatization. In a recent visit to Bellevue, I can assure you Bellevue is not an 800-bed facility. Some wards are unusable. They're in a deplorable state, and they cannot house patients. Patients are frequently, I'm told, turned away. But yet there is no capital budget. And this hospital is not included in any of the capital projects.
What's the question?
The question is, why doesn't Bellevue have a capital budget so it can have proper facilities, repairs, expansion, since we value mental health so much?
Alright, so I do agree with you, member, that mental health is a real challenge, and the truth is, Bellevue has been doing a very good job in managing its component of that portfolio. The other aspects of it being the parish mental health teams that are across the country and hospitals and in the field. So you can't assess the mental health function by just looking at Bellevue. Having said that, Bellevue is the premier mental health institution. There is a 200 million in the budget to support technical studies to look at the redevelopment of Bellevue. Now, where are we with that process? It's now the final stages of the procurement process. The intention, and I believe I've spoken to it before, is to build a 100-bed acute facility, a new building, as part of the new Bellevue in terms of inpatient care, acute care, as well as to look at the rest of Bellevue to determine how best to move it forward. So what I'll assure you and the country is that over the next few years, the Bellevue will be transformed to representing a more modern mental health facility, as well as supporting the other elements of mental illness in the field, where, according to the 2016 Earl Wright report on mental health and homelessness, more of the mental health functions are to be conducted in communities as opposed to institutionalization. That's a new approach. And we've started that process.
As you speak about reintegration or doing mental health work in the communities, you speak about an increase in the reintegration rates, yet you have cut the occupational and reintegration budget. How can you demand more with less?
So first of all, your interpretation is incorrect. Let me try and just clarify the vision for you. The vision is to focus on treating patients within their communities through outreach, to institutionalize less. And the Bellevue operation itself had most of its patients there, more than half, who were there more as social cases. So persons whose conditions were controlled through medication or otherwise, but had nowhere to go. And as a consequence, were living at Bellevue as a social case. Part of the overall redevelopment is to separate the population, move those out or somewhere else, some sort of a halfway house, for want of a better terminology, and to minimize inpatient care by treating acute cases within a period of time and then managing those cases outside of the institutionalization.
The problem with that, Minister, is that you cannot treat them acutely if you have no beds.
I just spoke to you about the expansion.
The expansion, but what about now?
Well, people are there now, and there are always short-term efforts to improve the conditions if there needs to be. But the transformation of Bellevue is going to be a much more comprehensive project. And I can assure you, member, that during the course of this financial year, we will unveil what that transformation will look like in terms of concrete, mortar, and bed count, and where the focus will be. But again, let me emphasize, the issue is not to institutionalize, and that's the best practices globally, by the way. I'm going by the advice of the experts. And I would certainly commend the 2016 report, Mental Health and Homelessness Task Force report, which is available to give you some indication as to what we're working on and what we have been working on.
I understand the plan for greater community-based care and call it downsizing of Bellevue. That has been around from about 2007. But it's not.
I'm referring to the more modern.
The idea has been around, but it's not working. Every now and again, we hear about somebody who assaults someone. But we've heard the horror stories, chopping up someone, grabbing a policeman's gun, using a hammer, and then the community descends on them. And all of this stems from poor community management. When you have an acute psychotic break, you hardly have teams that are out there. That is underfunded. When they go to the hospitals, they are kept on the regular wards, and the staff cannot manage them. And in many instances, they are right in the emergency departments beside acutely ill patients. You have someone with a heart attack here and a psychotic patient making a lot of noise, being boisterous. The system is just not working. And whereas I commend the idea that you're looking for, the idealistic approach, we have to do something now. And there must be something in the budget, some reallocation, where you can fix up some wards or pay attention to some of the community, the parish hospitals, type B hospitals, type C hospitals, and see if we can address that psychiatric
So remember, first of all, I think if you want to explore the full policies and programs of mental health, you have to go way beyond what those manifested symptoms are suggesting, which are not good, and I accept that. But mental health has become a bigger problem than it has been over the last decade for a number of reasons, which I won't go into. And the ministry has been tackling the mental health challenges at all levels of the society. And I can give you information on the schools where we have trained over 500 teachers to recognize challenges with students. The award-winning Do Your Share project, which won an award in London last week for its effectiveness on the ground, that involves the wellness bench and all the other things that go with that at the level of schools. We have actually expanded some of the mobility at the parish level. Still need to do more, so I'm not suggesting that it is perfect. And you also have to make a connection between the very infrastructure build-outs that you cited earlier and the capacity to treat with, among other things, mental health cases. So the Cornwall Regional and Western Child and Adolescent will move the capacity of that location to almost 700 beds from the 400 and that also where it was originally. That capacity will allow for better facilities and treatment. Spanish Town Hospital will add bed capacity, similarly so, and I could go on and on. So while I do agree that the cases that have represented deviant behavior and where innocent victims have been, persons have become victims, and that's something we need to deal with whenever it happens and try to prevent it. It's not to take away from the fact that a lot has been done, even though more needs to be done, and that the government is pursuing a more holistic approach from the schools, in the communities, and through the expansion of some of the infrastructure that is taking place. So I do expect to have a more effective strategy based on all of those developments, including the Bellevue's development.
Okay.
I just want to point out that he just said a whole bunch of nothing. All he did was go around the block 4 times, take 5 U-turns, and somehow reach back to the exact point where he was at. Oh, I'm not saying that this is not a real issue, but, I'm not saying that we don't have challenges, but it's not because we did not try, but we failed, but I'm not saying that we failed, but, we're going to do another thing that is more holistic, because not that we failed, but we tried, but, a whole bunch of nothing. Let's continue.
Object 25, use of goods and services. Notice there's a cut from last year. Is this sufficient to cover the patient, food, security, whatever it is, all the different obligations? Or have you in the past had to give them a supplementary budget? And if yes, would a cut following the necessity of a supplementary budget be prudent?
Can I get the page on the line?
420345. 25. Use of goods and services.
Goes directly to the ministry. I need to check on it because the budget for Bellevue goes directly to the Ministry of Finance, not to the Ministry of Health. I don't know if you know that that's the arrangement. So I would need to find out from the Ministry of Finance what was submitted versus what was allocated. We don't have the rationale within the Ministry of Health and Wellness. There may be, and I'm just speculating here, maybe I shouldn't, but the population of Bellevue has actually declined over time. So the need for a budget to support the population maybe the justification for the reduction. When I started as minister in 2016, Bellevue had, I believe it had just over 1,000 persons. I think right now Bellevue's population is closer to 600, if I'm not mistaken. So that reduction would possibly account for the reduction in the goods and services.
Based on your numbers, there hasn't been a significant reduction in the patients treated or patients rehabilitated to justify a fall in Object 25.
Well, it depends, because it's not just a function of the numbers, all of the numbers have been reduced.
No, but you're saying the numbers are less. I'm telling you they're not.
They're less.
No. Over the time when I'm comparing, the numbers are not less.
Well, I had a meeting in the last month with the team at Bellevue, the chairman, and I reported that the numbers are less. So if you are seeing otherwise, I have to check the final.
Well, I'm going off again, Minister, your numbers. And according to the numbers in the book, the numbers have not changed.
Not based on the report I have, but I'll check and get back to you.
All right. I just have to go with what is presented before me. Final question, Minister. The Cubans are no longer with us. I realize that there has been a termination of the program by attrition over the last few years, where contracts were not renewed and Cuban doctors and nurses who went back were never replaced. I don't know if it was understood that we would have reached this point, but have you done a gap analysis to say what are the needs right now? I think you have just under 300 doctors, nurses, biomedical engineers. I'm particularly concerned about the Cuban eye care program, which does more cataract surgery, I believe, than all public hospitals combined island-wide, and is the main source of eye care for Jamaicans who can't afford to go privately and pay the $500,000 for a cataract surgery. What is going to happen when they go back to all of those Jamaicans who depend on the Cuban eye care program in particular, and what are your plans for filling the gaps in the underserved areas, the community centers, the hospitals where no Jamaicans want to go for social reasons, and we fill them with Cubans? What is going to happen to staffing in those areas now?
Okay, so the first thing I want to say is that your opening statement is incorrect. The Cubans are still with us. We have over 280 approximately, and they're still at their post, still working, including the eye care program. So it's a little exaggeration to say that. We are coming from about just under 350, and that the decline has started over the last maybe 6-8 months, based on the expiration of those work permits, based on the agreements we had originally for those persons. We have persons here who still have some time. I know what you're referencing. You're referencing the MOU with the Cuban government, which is a very different thing. And that has been the tradition to negotiate an MOU, which then leads to the engagement of the Cuban healthcare workers. That negotiation, as said in a release today, has been in discussions without an agreement for just under a year. And the last point was that the counter proposal or proposal is with the Cuban government. They have not responded over a few months, and the government took the decision not to renew on that basis, having had a series of conversations. However, we have said that the health workers who are here have an opportunity, if they so desire, to engage in individual contracts. So this is not a termination of the desired relationship that we have. It's not a recognition of anything beyond what we have said publicly. That has been a valuable relationship, and we appreciate it, and it has helped the Jamaican people. And the offer is on the table for the workers who are here to have individual contracts, and that has been said publicly. The conversation continues. I don't know what will happen over the next week or 2 weeks, but suffice to say, the fluid nature of the conversation would not allow you or I to say that the Cubans have gone, because they have not. But there is a discussion taking place. Now, to the issue of the contingencies, even with the Cuban program, the truth is we have always had shortages because of migration and the expanded responsibility of the sick profile and limited training. So we have, over a number of years, been working to expand the cadre of workers, from retention of those we have by improving some of the conditions of work. A lot of it's still a work in progress. You mentioned a number of the capital projects, through compensation review, which gave a fairly substantial increase to a number of workers, and thirdly, through collaboration, through financing, through the Barwin Scholarship, where there are a number of persons studying in the system, with some graduating this year. Can't give the figures, but some of these graduates are going to now be integrated into the system, because the bonding arrangement of 3 years after the scholarship is in effect, and the Barwin Scholarship is a 5-year program, and we're now going into our 3rd year, and some of the persons who got scholarships were studying for less than a year, especially the specialists. So we can provide some further details on that, but that will also help. In addition to that, we have over 100 trainees in various areas of specialization in in-house training, and those will start coming on stream later on this year. I'm told about June or so, which is not too long from now. And then finally, we have sought to do some overseas recruitment. Well, I have to be fulsome in the response. We're working on some overseas recruitment. Now, the overseas recruitment has taken several forms. We are waiting and possibly should be in a position to sign an MOU with Ghana. Ghana has an excess of healthcare workers. The Ghanaian Foreign Minister was here 3 weeks ago, I think. That was spoken about publicly, and he did comment that unemployment levels in Ghana is higher, 16% or so. They have healthcare workers who need jobs, including specialists, and they have a similar system to ours. And we have been able to work out an MOU to get some of those workers in. We have an MOU with Nigeria, that we got a few Nigerians recently, I think it was about 6 or so, including educators. And we are working on agreements with Philippines and India, where I visited recently. And then finally, as I said earlier, we had an ad in the paper for recruiting randomly, for targeting the diaspora, with 136 expressions of interest, some extremely qualified. The point I'm making, member, is that we have a multi-pronged approach to dealing with the HR challenge. It is a challenge because healthcare workers globally are short, and any fallout from the Cuban agreement, meaning persons going back as opposed to exercising the option to stay, will amplify that problem. And it's a risk, and we understand that, which is why all the other things have to be factored in and are being worked on simultaneously. And we will just have to make it work. And we're not just sitting down and not doing anything, we're doing a number of things.
I hope for the sake of everyone who relies on the system that we can find some substitutes.
I hope so too.
That will be all. Thank you, Minister.
Yeah, so pretty much what it is Jamaica is in limbo. There's a lot of, we're planning, we're hoping, it's a lot of hoping going on. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. A whole heap of hoping, Paul, a whole heap of hoping going on, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, man, bless up yourself, Carl, bless up yourself. But big up to Mr. Alfred Dawes, Dr. Alfred Dawes, definitely smoked. Desmond Mackenzie. That's what's up, man, that's what's up. Shout out to Dr. Alfred Dawes, man. Shout out to Dr. Alfred Dawes, man. I'm saying, it's rude. As they say in Parliament, it's on the anside, and we have them on record, you understand? And of course, we're going to hold them accountable. Nadine, how are you? Good night. Make sure you smash that like button and become a member of the platform, alright? Yeah, man. Excuse me. Blessings. Alright, so in this one, ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome you guys in again. We have Julian Robinson here. And this is the intro of his budget speech, and I want to point out how the inclusion of God in the first part, don't take that lightly, because there's a fundamental difference between the Jamaica Labour Party and the People's National Party, where the inclusion of God is concerned and the exclusion. I don't have to say anything, just go back and look at their speeches. You understand? They believe in self, they are lovers of self, like what the Bible talk about. Them praise themselves. You understand? It's not God enough. He's helping the country, and them I do it. And God I give you grace. I feel them genius. You understand? They don't put God first, ladies and gentlemen, and that's one of the fundamental reasons why this third so-called term is going to be tenuous, and why it's a Pyrrhic victory, and why it's a short term. Wait for the handcuff them, ladies and gentlemen, and wait for the forced resignation by external forces. I digress. Let's get into the video here.
5 hours. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Should be allowed to speak without interruption and disturbance.
They promise me good behavior.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, and it's good to see you here, Madam Speaker. As I rise to give the opposition's response to the budget, I am humbled and grateful. First, to the Almighty for allowing me life, health, and strength to serve the people of Jamaica. I'd like to thank my family, my father, who instilled in me my motivation for public service, my wife who is here, and my children. my children, PJ and Amara, who inspire me daily to build a better Jamaica for them and for all future generations. On September 3rd, 2025, the People's National Party, under the leadership of Mark Jefferson Golden, mounted a credible performance in the country's 14th general election. I would like to thank the opposition leader for his continuing confidence in me. Madam Speaker, while the result was not what we would have hoped for, I remain guided by my faith and draw strength from Isaiah 40 verse 11. So do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand. Madam Speaker, we doubled our seat count from 14 to 28. The people's verdict was close, and the mandate to hold this government to account is clear. I take this opportunity to thank the 401,398 Jamaicans who voted for the People's National Party. I thank you for continuing to believe in us. I have to say a special thanks to my constituency. I'm here for the fourth consecutive time. And the last election on September 3rd, I recorded my largest margin and the largest margin in the constituency for over 30 odd years. And I want to recognize the team because we all stand here as individuals, but behind us there are countless volunteers who work night and day to ensure that we stand in this house. So I want to acknowledge His Worship the Mayor, Andrew Slavey, Mayor of KCLC. My other councillor, Jesse James Clark. The leadership of the constituency, our constituency secretary, who has been in that position for at least 40 years. And every time we come here, Madam Speaker, I say we have to find a way for the secretaries and the drivers to ensure that they get pensions. They work behind the scenes, and we appreciate in here what they do. I know the public may not understand it, but it is a career to ensure that we are here, and we have to look at the service, at the terms and conditions of their service, so that when they retire, they can retire in comfort. One of my constituents celebrates his birthday today, the man from Price Lane, and I have to be up Keith Brown. Alright? And for all the other workers and supporters in my constituency, I say thank you for your continued support, and I will continue to lead with integrity, accountability, and transparency. Madam Speaker, late last year, and Maxine is my mentor, and I learned my politics from her, and a church brother, at every occasion, I acknowledge the role she has played in where I am today. Madam Speaker, our country was hit by the catastrophic Hurricane Melissa, one of the most destructive natural disasters in living memory. The trauma and grief are still with us. I want to offer condolences to the families of our 45 brothers and sisters who were officially recorded as having lost their lives. Yes, we are resilient people, but for many of us, the weight of that trauma, that loss, and that grief still sits heavily on our hearts. In addition to those who lost loved ones, hundreds of thousands of Jamaicans lost their homes, their livelihoods, their livestock, everything they owned. And for them, the crisis is still not over. For many Jamaicans, months after the hurricane, it is still a daily battle to find food. Some don't have the money to rebuild their homes. They can't find a zinc, they can't find a board, they can't find a blocks. Some of them are still sleeping in their cars. Melissa affected the entire country, but she took direct aim at the western parishes and inflicted the most damage there. And it's not just an economic toll. Many become anxious when rain set up to fall right now. We stand in solidarity, Madam Speaker, with all of those who are still recovering from Hurricane Melissa. The alternate side of this disaster was the massive contributions of relief and recovery support from Jamaicans at home and abroad, locally and in the diaspora. In addition, we thank the overseas missions, the international partners whose support made a real difference in the immediate aftermath of the hurricane. There are too many to name right now. But for those who don't send a ballot or don't make donations, people volunteer their time. Jamaica appreciates you and appreciates the contribution you have played in ensuring a recovery. And it was us, neighbors helping neighbors, volunteers manning underserved shelters, doctors, police, firefighters, soldiers, and nurses who, away from their families, went out in the hurricane to look after their fellow Jamaicans. And it was we, the Jamaican people, who, after the hurricane, cleared roads with our hands and with machetes, helped each other to clean up their yards, provided water, tin food, toilet paper, or whatever little we had to share. Madam Speaker, ultimately, Hurricane Melissa revealed what the true spirit of the collective Jamaican people, the loving, the giving, the selflessness, motivated to help their fellow citizens and to get the job done. This proves again that the Jamaican people have the resilience to go through the biggest of hurricanes and without blow. We have faced adversity before, and we have always found our footing. The question before us now is whether our institutions rose to the moment and whether the budget really reflects that urgency. Madam Speaker, we are now past the relief stage and into rebuilding. I know the Prime Minister's announcement of the establishment of the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority, NARA, but NARA is still without a legal foundation. No legislation has been brought to Parliament to formally establish it. The public still doesn't have a clear picture of how it will operate and when it will become functional. Similarly, I would say in the West and the rest of the island, the $10 billion roof grant program, while important, is simply not enough to meet the needs that exist. Hurricane Melissa devastated Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, huge parts of St. James, Hanover and Trelawney, but also affected other parishes, St. Anne, Clarendon, Manchester, and others, who experienced significant damage. Almost 5 months since Melissa, there are still hundreds of Jamaicans who go to sleep with no proper shelter. What is the plan for them? Madam Speaker, now let me turn to the estimates of expenditure. And I want to start with something simple. A budget is a government's clearest statement of its priorities. So when I listened to the Minister's presentation, it did not address the scale of the disaster we face. It read like a budget being business as usual, which cannot be right when there are thousands of Jamaicans who lost their homes, their businesses, farms, livestock, and everything that they work for. I want to try to look at the revenue measures announced by the government. And I particularly, before I get into the economics, I want to start with people, because that is where the conversation belongs. There is Miss Margaret in Sablamar, who lost her entire shop in Melissa. She has been born to restock, but she's not back to where she started. There is James in Montego Bay who runs a small transport business. His vehicle was damaged. He's still paying to fix it, but he's not yet back on his feet. Madam Speaker, there are hundreds more who were affected by the hurricane who are not back to where they were before. They will now pay more on their grocery bills when they go to the supermarket, because the government has chosen to impose a new tax package of $18 billion. Madam Speaker, increasing the burden on ordinary Jamaicans, average Jamaicans, through higher taxes is not the right call at this time. And we on this side do not support it. If we were at the wicket, we would have played a different shot. When an economy is contracting, meaning it is slowing down, raising taxes is a pro-cyclical response. What that means in practice is that you are applying pressure in the same direction as the problem rather than against it. The economy is already shrinking. The tax base has weakened, first by 10 years of low growth under this administration, and then by the hurricane. Businesses are earning less, households are spending less, and the government's chosen response is to extract more revenue from an already financially stressed population. That does not sustainably address the fiscal challenge. You are compounding the economic problem. The more appropriate response in these circumstances is what is termed counter-cyclical. And what does that mean? You push against the slowdown in the economy. You stimulate activity and create the conditions for the tax base to recover organically. A growing economy generates more revenue over time than any package of new taxes that are imposed on people who are already struggling to stay afloat after the hurricane. And beyond the timing, Madam Speaker, there's a real question of who carries the burden of these tax packages. The measures which were announced by the Minister all fall disproportionately on those with low incomes, including the elderly, the very people who are still struggling to recover from this. Madam Speaker, I want to address the 10 billion levy on sugary drinks specifically, because the government has justified it as a public health measure. And that justification deserves examination. And let me say from the outset, we share the concern about the impact of sugar on the population and how that is impacting our healthcare system. The level of sugar consumption is a genuine concern and deserves serious policy attention. However, where we part with the government is what is being prescribed as the solution to that problem. If the primary concern is about reducing sugar outcomes, the government has more effective tools that can be used to do so. The government can mandate local manufacturers and importers to reformulate their products so that sugar content is reduced in those products and provide a time frame by which those manufacturers and importers do so, because it will obviously require some time to reformulate what they produce. This would reduce the amount of sugar people consume, and the government can do that. Now, I want to look at the assumptions behind this tax. The government is imposing the taxes on an assumption that there will be no reduction in the consumption of these drinks. The government anticipates to get $10 billion from consumption alone, which means that they do not believe that there will be health benefits from this new tax, because if there was, there would be a reduction in consumption. And the reality that we find, Madam Speaker, is that the persons who consume these drinks do so not because they're not concerned about the sugar content, but the reality is that the alternatives are outside of their reach, whether it be natural juices, coconut water, or other things. So many of them are doing it not because they have a choice, but quite frankly, given their disposable income, they do not have a choice. Right? And without providing options which are healthy at a reasonable cost, all this tax will do is add a financial burden to those persons, many of whom are at the lowest end of the economic ladder. So, Madam Speaker, we do not believe this measure, apart from raising revenues, will have any desired impact on reducing consumption and increasing the health outcomes. The government also has other options. The government is one of the largest providers through the school feeding program to children. The government needs to ensure that what it provides meets the adequate and proper nutritional content for students. Many of whether it's the cherry malt or the bulla or what is provided, is not consistent with reducing sugar. So if we want to meet the health outcomes, let us start as government with how we formulate the products that are sent to our schools. And we would have the desired outcome of reducing sugar in the level of sugar that is consumed. I want to turn to the environmental levy. The name of the tax suggests that the cash.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that are the first quarter. Before we get into that, I have to give some commentary. You know, the way how Mr. Julian Robinson actually introduced his argument and focused on the people, because the People's National Party is about the people. There is people still living in their cars. There is people still homeless right now. After 5 months, I went to St. James yesterday. And there is a scheme in St. James. Lady, I don't remember the name of the scheme. And let me tell you something, the amount of tarpaulin that is on those roofs. I could not believe it, Jamaica. 80% of the house them in the scheme of tarpaulin panic. Me I talk about scheme now, we are gated community now, of tarpaulin panic top. If me never see it to myself, I won't believe. People out there need help. And them in a better situation than most people, because a part of the roof gone, some people not in the house at all after 5 months. And the government pats itself on the back to tell the people, say, oh, we are doing a great job. And then they come and deceive the people, wanting to tell us the reason why they tax the people is because they care about their health. They are deceptive snakes, they are serpents. Them is wicked. All they're looking at is that they want money, them no business about people health. Mr. Julian did not just criticize them. He gave them options, clear, logical options, and a genius business. You just have to have some level of care of the people. The people that cannot afford expensive drink, them were more healthier for them. They just cannot afford it. And you decide to tax the hell out of the things that were the poor people. Them is wicked. And this taxation that the government come with, the response of the people should be a resounding, everybody take it to the streets. But because of politics, you sit down and you suffer. So you go and suffer. Because on a PMP alone suffer, I'm sure about that. On a JP alone suffer, all the people will never vote or suffer. So you go and suffer in a silence, man. Not stand up, man. Because you go on easy and free the Andrew Oles and don't take it to the streets. When you're not dead for hungry and the people them are dead for hungry. What the hell can go so? When there's other options, the man even went as far as the program of the government actually is responsible for feeding the children. What is the meal concentration in that program? What is the meal concentration in that? Is it heightened with sugar? Duh! They don't care about the people them. They don't care about the people, they don't care about the children. It's all a way to tax the hell out of the people if you get the money. The bottom line is getting the money. Period. But I digress. Big up Mr. Julian Robinson in this first portion of his conversation. Alright? Remember to like the video, share the video, get the video to 1,000 likes. Excuse me. My side, the people that will really support BOLO VNR 2.0, share this on the status, please. Share this on your share this to 20 people in your contacts. We never know about this channel, we never share it to ever before. Whether they come and they click it or not, regardless, I need you guys to share it. Alright? It's expansion time. Let's get to the next part. My check 1 2 1 2. Julian Robinson here at it again. Philbert Williams, she lose, she embarrassed, Andrew Owens under pressure, and they over there. And a boy like say, I play thing and like say, I'm not tell one bag of lie, but there's bigger lies to be exposed in this one. Let's get it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go.
Yes, the country has suffered a major. I want to address something about the framing of this budget and how the revenue measures have been presented to the public. Yes, the country has suffered a major catastrophe through Hurricane Melissa, which has damaged the country and impacted the government revenues. But we need to look beyond that and go back to the last 2 years to see how the government has been balancing the budget. In the two previous consecutive years, the government securitized future revenues from the Norman Manley International Airport and the Donald Sangster Airport, raising over 70 billion in 23-24 and 60 billion in 24-25. What that meant is that they sold off 12 years in one case of future revenues and then 10 years of future revenues to ensure that they could fund the budget. And the analogy that I would use is like you go to your boss and you're under some pressure and you say, boss, give me a salary advance for the next 12 months. And you use the money for the rent and all the other things. So when next month comes, you can't get another advance. So you have to go find something else. So this is next month. So having sold off the revenues of both airports, there is nothing more to say. To meet the recurrent expenditures. So Madam Speaker, those securitizations provided upfront cash that supported the budget of the day. So what this tells...
Ladies and gentlemen, listen, what that means is that the Jamaica Labour Party is not fiscally prudent and they are not fiscally disciplined. How many of you guys knew that the Jamaica Labour Party did that? Sold off future revenue to fund the budget. How many of you know that? Tell me. Right? That is like getting in our partner. See? And your partner trying to come here to you? And you tell them you borrow money from the partner one. That even exceeds the amount that you're supposed to get. That's what the government of Jamaica did. They have exhausted all options because they don't know. You see that they don't know what they're doing, or they know exactly what they're doing. But what they did do was not in benefit of the people of Jamaica. It was not in benefit of growing the economy. It was not prosperity on display, ladies and gentlemen. It was desperation on display. Nowhere else to turn now. Let's continue. And Blue, big up yourself.
Provided upfront cash to meet the recurrent expenditures. So Madam Speaker, those securitizations provided upfront cash that supported the budget of the day. So what this tells you is that long before Melissa, there was always a challenge for tax revenues organically to meet the expenses of the government. And so the government relied on these one-off transactions to balance the budget, something which was raised by the Fiscal Commissioner and has been raised as a risk going forward. And we have raised it as well, and we did for the last 2 years. So the gap between what the government was collected and needed and what it was spending was widening. Those pressures existed before Melissa came. Poor management. Before Melissa came. And so it is important. Poor management. It is important that there is a context explained of the challenges that this government has faced, particularly around growth and tax revenues. Now they have been aggravated by the hurricane and made worse. but they existed long before. And we are not minimizing the impact that the hurricane has had on the country and the economy. But the Jamaican people need a context and an honest explanation as to the fiscal challenges that existed and that they existed long before Melissa hit our shores. Madam Speaker, I want to turn to what we would do differently. The government has looked at the revenue gap and has reached for the imposition of new taxes to fund the budget. And the continued drawdown of the NHT, what 11.4 billion. We have looked at a similar gap, and we have determined an alternative way to fund the budget while balancing the lives of the Jamaican people. Madam Speaker, we have always said that compliance can bring in more revenues than simply raising new taxes. And I am recommending the implementation of an electronic invoicing system for the tax administration of Jamaica.
Needed long time.
The first source of this revenue would be this electronic invoicing system, which we estimate would generate an additional 8.6 billion in tax revenues. And I will explain how I came to that figure. Currently, and what this electronic invoicing does. So currently, when businesses make sales, they're required to upload their transaction records for verification by TAJ. The problem with the model is that the obligation to upload sits with the business, and there can be slippage. Not necessarily because businesses are deliberately evading the obligations, although that happens, but because it is a system where the seller is responsible for submitting the records. Transactions can go unrecorded, uploads can be incomplete, and there can be a gap between what was earned and what was reported. The electronic invoicing system changes that dynamic fundamentally. Rather than waiting for businesses to upload their records after the fact, the transaction data is captured and transmitted immediately to TAJ automatically at the point of sale. The government is no longer relying on voluntary compliance. The information flows directly and is matched automatically against what has been declared and remitted. The scope for under-collection shrinks considerably because the data is already there, verified and auditable, without the business having to do anything beyond completing the sale. We have looked at case studies in other parts of the world, in particular, the impact that electronic invoicing has had in Central and Latin America. In Mexico, where this has been implemented, declared revenues increased by 14% in the 3 years after the electronic invoicing system became mandatory. In Uruguay, VAT, which is the equivalent of our GCT, and corporate income tax collections rose by an estimated 3.7% when the system became compulsory. In Peru, taxable sales reported to the tax authority increased by 7% in the first year alone. Chile, which pioneered this model in Latin America, saw over 8 million electronic tax documents being processed monthly at the point of maturity, covering more than a quarter of all tax documents issued in the country. The pattern is consistent wherever this has been implemented. Better data means better compliance. And better compliance means more revenues from the same tax rates without asking anyone to pay more than what they owe. That's right. The experience in Chile and other countries that have followed a similar model demonstrates that the revenue gains from better compliance are achievable and that we in Jamaica have every reason to pursue this path. In the 26-27 fiscal year, the government is projecting GCT receipts of $318 billion and SCT, Special Consumption Tax receipts, of $112 billion, a combined total of $430 billion in these indirect tax inflows. We are conservatively estimating that 2% of that total, and I'm saying conservative because I'm looking at the fiscal year 26-27 and accepting that you may have some growing pains with the implementation of the system. Although the case studies across the region point to much higher impact when it is implemented. So we're being conservative. That a 2% of the 430 would yield 8.6 billion. And that is money. This is not new taxes. This is money that the government is entitled to collect. I must tell you, Madam Speaker, about a month.
Now, this has to be highlighted for me, because this is what you call data-driven analysis and planning. This is what you call constructive criticism towards the government of the day. Why Andrew Willis government did not look at these different countries in the implementation of what he's talking about. Furthermore, from what I understand, this thing was used by Barbados, right? And they used it right after COVID. Jamaica, why is Jamaica, good morning Ivan, why is Jamaica always late to the party? Why are we always late to the party? Right? We see where the People's National Party implemented something called the rent-to-own initiative. I know Barbados is using it. Right? And I'm not even saying that it's Jamaica's idea, because it is used in other places, maybe not in the exact way that the People's National Party was planning on using it, but it's similar. Because I found that out, that there's other countries that actually use this. But a smart government, that's what you do. You see what works in other areas and you fit it to our model and legislation and laws and rules here, or you change the legislation to facilitate something that would be beneficial and to the people of Jamaica and make the country more productive. That's how you get growth. But I digress. Let's continue with Mr. Julian Robbins.
This is money that the government is entitled to collect. I must tell you, Madam Speaker, about a month or so ago, I was particularly caught by a story in the media. The TAJ indicated that 11 used car dealers were brought to court and were found to have liabilities of $4 billion. 11 billion, not million. 11 used car dealers were brought to court and found to have liabilities of $4 billion. It indicates, Madam Speaker, that compliance with great enforcement can fill the gap that we are looking to do so with new taxes. And we need to provide the tools and the technology to TAJ to give them the authority. And this only works when it is mandatory. So there may be legislative changes that are needed to ensure that we can collect the full gamut of taxes that are out there. Madam Speaker, the next second revenue initiative we are proposing is the establishment of a digital nomad program. And I'll explain what that is. That is a special legal permit allowing remote workers, freelancers and entrepreneurs to live and work in Jamaica while employed by a company or clients anywhere in the world. Every year, 4 million tourists visit Jamaica. We have the brand, we have the climate, we have the culture. And we also have the connectivity infrastructure that those remote workers are looking for. What we do not have as yet is a structured program that allows them to stay longer, to work from here and spend their money right here in Jamaica. So we have looked at the case studies across the region. Barbados started it. There are about 6 Caribbean countries that have implemented it. And we are proposing a fee of $2,000 for a 12-month period. And we have estimated of the 4 million tourists that we will be able to get 5,000 of these digital nomads coming to stay in Jamaica in the first year. That would generate in the fees alone approximately $1.5 billion. But the fees only tell part of the story. The real story is when they come here, when they stay here, the restaurants, the Airbnbs, the hotels, the villas, the concerts, the food that they spend. That is the impact. Barbados estimates that each digital nomad spends on average $55,000 US when they're there in Barbados. Yes, 55,000 US. Right? I wouldn't be as optimistic as that. But if I estimate that in Jamaica, an average 6-month stay could yield a spend of 25,000 US, which is about $4,000 a month. Jamaica could realize the economic benefit of 125 million US dollars or 19.5 billion Jamaican dollars. Now,
wow, 19.5 billion. So now Julian obviously is laying down statistics, real numbers that will drive the economy, and he's being conservative. It could very well be that it could be double or triple that. Could very well be. I want you all to think about that.
Now, we are late to the game. Barbados did it immediately after COVID and took first mover advantage. But we do have many advantages which other countries in the region don't have. And a structured program can yield significant benefits to the people of Jamaica. In Barbados, in the first 10 months alone, the program attracted 2,500 applicants. It contributed over $100 million US dollars in broader economic activity in that country. We have a lot more that we can offer. We just need to put in place the framework and promote Jamaica as a location for digital nomads. Madam Speaker, I want to look at where some of the other areas that we intend to get some revenues from. And there are some targeted transfers from some specific public bodies that we would look at. Public bodies that have demonstrated surplus capacity that will not have any negative direct impact on their operations. The government is projecting for this coming year to withdraw $9 billion from the Bank of Jamaica. We will take an additional $1 billion to bring the total to 10. Now I want to make a distinction. This is not the NIR. These are surpluses that are generated from the profits of the BOJ. We also looked at other public bodies who have surpluses, and I looked at the FCJ with a net surplus of 3.14 billion and profits of 5.15. And we would do a transfer of $1 billion from there. So, Madam Speaker, some of these institutions have demonstrated with their performance these surpluses, which if put to the central government would not affect their core operations. Madam Speaker, I'm coming back to the NHT withdrawal. We have said so before, and we are committed to ending the annual extraction of $11.4 billion from the NHT. The NHT was established for one purpose: to provide affordable and sturdy housing solutions for Jamaicans, particularly for those at the low and middle ends of the income scale. In the wake of Hurricane Melissa, with hundreds of homes damaged and destroyed across the country, this mandate has never been more urgent. This is not the moment to be pulling money out of the financing of housing development. It actually is the moment that we need to be putting more in. And so for us, ending the extraction and giving the NHT the capacity to do what it was created to do. And this goes, Madam Speaker, beyond just the mandate. When you invest in housing at scale, the economic benefits extend well beyond just the house itself. Construction workers get employment. The hardware suppliers go and get orders. The truckers go and get work. Money begins to circulate within communities. And that circulation of money will trigger and help to deal with the recovery that the country needs. The economic multiplier effect of residential construction is well documented. And in a post-disaster economy, it is one of the most effective, stimulative investments a government can make. So that 11.4 billion deployed through the NHT into housing construction does far more for this economy than when it is diverted into the general consolidated fund. So, Madam Speaker, we would end the NHT drawdown and ensure that the funds go to those who have been most affected by the hurricane and those Jamaicans who struggle, work hard, and cannot find a house to buy. We have also looked at the expenditure side of the budget, and we have identified one specific deferral that would save $2 billion. The Airports Authority is projected, and this is interesting to note, the Airports Authority is projected to receive a transfer of $13 billion from central government.
Ask them strip out the revenue that this year.
Now remember, the AAJ, those were the same entities where the government sold the future revenues to fund the current budget. And now, those same entities are receiving significantly higher support from central government. 13 billion, a figure much higher than has ever existed in any point in time. And because the revenues have been taken from the AAG is now dependent on central government. In any point in time. And because the revenues have
Jamaica look for the two students them come a class. Hey, them a listen to the teacher, no? And Jonas and Favor Williams. Not even muttering. You know when they are parliament and you chit-chat with one another and not pay attention to the speaker? Well, in this case, let me tell you something. They will listen to every word with Julian Robinson have to say. Look on them. Hey, we have to screenshot this. Let me screenshot this. Sassy, you see how your boy have pay attention. Eh? If I didn't see how your boy have pay attention. Two of them their class. Let's continue.
Have been taken from the AAJ. The AAJ is now dependent on central government. The AAJ had earmarked $2 billion for the construction of a new corporate head office. We are proposing a deferral of that expenditure for the next fiscal year. So, I want to now explain the impact of what our alternatives would be on our fiscal targets. So when you add it up, Madam Speaker, our alternatives create a revenue gap of approximately 17, and I'll go through this chart with you. We're removing 18 billion in taxes. We're projecting income of 8.6, 1.2 from just the fees from the Digital Nomad program. We still be left with a deficit of just over 8 billion. We will seize the NHT withdrawals and the two transfers which account for 2 billion. So we end up with a negative of 17 billion. I indicated a reduction in the transfer to the Airport Authority, which takes 2 billion away. So we would still have a net deficit of $15 billion. $15 billion. The additional borrowing, which we would fund from the issuance of treasury bills, and the interest expense for the fiscal year would increase by $0.94 billion. The additional borrowing would raise our projected debt to GDP ratio to approximately 66.14%, up from the projected 65.7%, a difference of 0.44 of 1%. So, Madam Speaker, yes, there are hard choices, but in a hurricane where people are struggling and you have a choice, Do you impose 18 billion taxes on people who are struggling, or you find a way to fund it, which does not impact your debt dynamics significantly?
So Andrew Wallace a while ago, Jamaica, trying to grasp at straws, talking about borrowing. You know, really and truly, you guys out there need to really look into what the government is doing. Andrew Wallace wants to now create this facade that his government is not borrowing. You understand? When Hurricane Mesa came, he wanted to use the term that responsible borrowing. Is it responsible to help the people of Jamaica to get back on their feet through this borrowing? And you heard the percentage, 0.44%, immaterial. It's not something, and I want to listen to Mark Golding in our background, because Mark Golding very active, you know, calling Andrew a hypocrite and all these things. I want to listen back Mark Golding when he in our background attack, because Mark Golding attack but when he do, me I tell him he's powerful, because I don't want to try, you know, disrupt Julian, but he's been ad-living in the background, ladies and gentlemen, professionally. I love it. But back to Andrew. Andrew, what a hypocrite you are when you came out and said how wonderful it is that your government can access to borrow this amount of money. That amount of money. Right? And you can't even claim credit for that because you mash up that the relationship there, and a mama P did have to bring it back for showing all hypocritical. Who remember when Andrew come out, oh my God, you know, we are such a disciplined and fiscally prudent government, and that is the reason why we are able to access this type of funding and this type of borrowing. I know you want to throw borrowing at the People's National Party ideas. Shame on you. Let's continue.
And we do so in a responsible way. It's important to note the government is already borrowing $247 billion.
So while Andrew Wallace over there flapping hands like this, you know what Julian Robinson said a while ago? The government is already borrowing $244 billion. So you are borrowing, Andrew, and you can't say a lie because the numbers are there. But you people are like to either listen to the experts or go and research for themselves. You guys are able to deceive them.
And we have shown our is already borrowing. And we do so in a responsible way. It's important to note the government is already borrowing $247 billion. And we have shown our proposals vis-a-vis the JLP's proposals. And I'm going to go into the detail of that. Right? But the difference is not significant or material. And then let's look at the difference.
Now listen and leave the man like next week is the
only thing I would encourage you to do, don't talk for 5 hours again, alright? Because last year you keep us for 5 hours, alright? Now, when we look at the impact of our proposals versus theirs, it moves our debt to GDP ratio by 0.44 of 1%. 0.44 of 1%. Now, Madam Speaker, we have to balance the books while balancing the lives of people. For the people in Darliston and Betheltown, who need a break and White House, for your people in Russia They can't take no more taxes right now. We have to ease the pressure for them. Madam Speaker, I now want to turn my attention to how the path ahead. Because the reality, we have had low growth for the last 10 years, notwithstanding the external shocks. And even when you recover from the current Hurricane Melissa, the government's own projections are for 1% growth after 2029. You know 1% growth cannot generate the tax revenues that we need to provide the services that the country needs. So I want to now look at how we can actually grow the economy, improve our tax revenues, restore the base so that we don't have to impose taxes on people.
So again, Andrew Honest took a L on this portion of the speech, ladies and gentlemen. The budget debate from Mr. Julian Robinson. I am not sorry for him. I'm not sorry that Julian Robinson mashing up. Big up Julian Robinson, man. Everyone think more that in the comment section. I mean, he totally exposing with numbers and data, data-driven analysis from other countries. What he said about the digital, digital nomads from other countries, making it attractive for them to come here, and how that can bring in a revenue of 2,500 US per nomad, and potentially how much of those nomads then can attract. You can't tell me that this is not tangible options to grow the economy and really access some other ways of earning. You understand? So let me know what you think about that in the comment section. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a brother BOLO VNR. And if you remember, Favour Williams ran out and tried to show the commissioner under the bus. So uproar over publication of EFAR before the tabling of Parliament. Let's read. The Fiscal Commissioner Courtney Williams has sought to defend the publishing of the Economic and Fiscal Assessment Report on the Independent Fiscal Commission website before the document was tabled in Parliament. There was consternation among members of Parliament, MPs, at the start of last Thursday's sitting of the Standing Finance Committee over the publication of the EFAR by the media without the report being first tabled in the lower house. The media has assessed the report from the website of the IFC after it was uploaded by the independent body on March 3rd. Subsequent to it being dispatched to Garden House, the Fiscal Commission has the task of monitoring Jamaica's fiscal rules and provide an independent assessment of budgetary outcomes in addition to independent analysis. This was the same thing that the good brethren Mr. Ralston Hyman said on Colin Bell's show. I think it was yesterday. So in a statement on Sunday, the Fiscal Commission observed that during the meeting of the Standing Finance Committee on March 5th, discussions among parliamentarians revealed obvious unawareness and misunderstanding by some parliamentarians regarding the Commission's authority to publish the EFAR. Bangarang, what them general, them obviously don't understand what is going on. People like and share the video. Williams pointed out that the Independent Fiscal Commission Act 2021 empowers the Commission to share any of its reports publicly through the Commission's website once the report has been submitted to Parliament. So, I think they need to do something like this for the Integrity Commission. So, they need for Mr. Mark Golding, somebody can tag Mr. Mark Golding You can screenshot this. When you get back in power, sir, as a concerned citizen where transparency is concerned, I would love for this to be a part of the Integrity Commission Act. As soon as the Integrity Commission gives you, the Parliament, the actual findings of the Integrity Commission where investigations are concerned, I would want the Integrity Commission to be empowered to put the report out on their website immediately once it's submitted by the Parliament, so we don't have to wait for a biased Speaker of the House hiding the reports from us. I would love for the Integrity Commission to operate in this exact manner, my Sir Golding, most honorable. Alright, please keep that in mind. Let's continue. Williams pointed out that the Independent Fiscal Commission Act 2021 empowers the Commission to share any of its reports publicly through the Commission's website once the report has been submitted to Parliament. Julian Robinson, Opposition spokesperson on finance, wanted the EFAR tabled so that the contents of the report could be discussed in the by the Standing Finance Committee. While it may be in public domain through other means, to my certain knowledge, the Commissioner would have sent it to the Parliament. It should be that MPs rely on the media. It shouldn't be that the MPs rely on the media or other ways to find out what is in the report, Robinson said. I remember him saying that. But I never understood. Now I do. And I'm sure you guys understand as well. Up in arms. In a sharp response, Finance and the Public Service Minister, Favour Williams, said the IFC should not be out there in the media talking about it before it is laid in Parliament. But Kupan she too, who make she God? She don't know the act. She don't have. Listen, these people are so incompetent. And I don't even know that they're incompetent until somebody point it out. You see why we need the media? To be not biased and tell the people the truth of what is going on. Big up Rasta man. Anyway, them general salute. Enough respect. Are you me here first talk about this, about how the actual commission and what their role is and their mandate. Emphasizing her point, William said, in Nesta, in reference to Robert Nesta, he shouldn't be out there in the media talking about it. Eli Clark, chairman of the Standing Finance Committee, was also up in arms over the publication. You want to see them dons? Them go like them. How you feel in a Parliament? How you feel be a part of the House? And you don't know these things. And you've been there for years. And you don't know these things. Come on, man. This is embarrassing. So Eli Clark was also jumping up. Right? Eli Clark, chairman of the Standing Finance Committee, was also up in arms over the publication of the ICF document before its tabling in Parliament. Member, it is unfortunate that you make mention of it being out there in John public domain before it is even tabled here, Clark contended. However, Courtney Williams, a career public servant who spearheaded the development and implementation of Jamaica's fiscal responsibility indicated that he only did what parliamentarians legislated. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Jamaica Labour Party has a serious problem with accountability and transparency, because the fiscal responsibility framework is in the legislation, it's law, and they don't know it's either they don't know the law or they don't respect it. They want to do things their way. The Fiscal Commissioner highlighted Section 15 of the IFC Act 2021, which states, prior to the publication of any report on the official website of the Fiscal Commission, in accordance with this section, the Fiscal Commission shall ensure that the report is submitted to the Speaker of the House of Representatives and the President of the Senate, who shall, as soon as possible, upon receipt of said report, have it laid on the table in the Representatives' House. Let me read that again. prior to publication of any report on the official website of the Fiscal Commission. In accordance with this section, the Fiscal Commissioner shall ensure that the report is submitted to the Speaker of the House of Representatives and the President of the Senate, who shall, as soon as possible upon receipt of said report, have it laid on the table of the respective houses. So, ladies and gentlemen, all they have to do is to ensure that they receive it. Once it's received, it can go up on the website and go out in the public. So we get that clear. It goes on to say here that as the independent oversight body of Jamaica Fiscal Responsibility Framework, the Commissioner said his agency is mandated to operate with transparency to ensure the public is well informed about the national fiscal operations. Why is this, ladies and gentlemen? To ensure that the government is held accountable and that they are not going off the rails and doing things that would upset the fiscal responsibility framework, so that we don't have a repeat of them destroying our economy like they did in the time of Bruce Golding administration before Mama P came in. The latest EFAR was submitted to Parliament on March 3rd and subsequently published on the IFC's website on that date. According to the Fiscal Commissioner, the authority to publish his report and engage the public unencumbered is a critical pillar of his independence and transparency, and ensure he is not subject to the direction or control of any other person or authority in executing of his duties as provided in section 13 of the Act. Ladies and gentlemen, let me read that again. That is super important. According to the Fiscal Commissioner, the authority to publish his reports and engage the public unencumbered. What does that mean? Google. Unencumbered. Meaning, unencumbered means not having any burden or impediment. Impediment means nobody will block you. So basically the commissioner not answer to nobody. He not have to ask. He doesn't have to ask anyone if he should publish these reports to the public. All he has to do is follow the law, what is legislated. So it goes on to say, again, according to the Fiscal Commission, the authority to publish his reports and engage the public unencumbered is a critical pillar of his independence and transparency, ensuring he is not subject to the direction or control of the Prime Minister, the Prime Minister's wife, or any MP or any Minister of Finance. Nobody can chat to him, Jamaica. Them can't chat to him and tell him what to do or how to do it. It is clear how he should do it by law. It is clear how he should do it by law, Jamaica. Yes? So he is not subject to the direction or control of any other person or authority. The Governor General can't tell him what to do. I am just showing random authorities out there to explain to you so the man stand up on his own 2 feet and the law back him. As long as him are doing work in terms of the law, them can't chat to him, Jamaica. In the execution of his duties, right, as provided for in the section 13 of the Act, he said all reports once submitted to the Parliament will continue to be made available immediately to the public via the Commission website. We need that website to lock in for my page. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. This is the website. This is the website. I'm gonna start this because I need to make a copy of it. Duplicate this tab. Thank you very much. And let me go back to the article. Right? So it said He said all reports once submitted to the Parliament will continue to be made available immediately to the public via the Commission's website to foster an environment of fiscal transparency and accountability. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have just proven once again that the Jamaica Labour Party is afraid of transparency, is afraid of accountability. They are so afraid to the point where in the article it speaks about them jumping up in Parliament. Favour Williams say the IFC should not be out there in the media talking about it before it was laid in Parliament. Nesta, you know, me need to find a clip. I need to find a clip. Jamaica, I believe I found what I was looking for. Listen to this.
Finance and the public service.
Listen to this.
Before you go, I have two procedural matters to raise. One, the Independent Fiscal Commission would have sent its evaluation of the budget to the Parliament. It's important that that document be formally tabled or presented here. The time period between the tabling of the revenue measures and the estimates is to allow that entity to do its examination. I know it's been in the public domain, but it should be formally tabled here in the Parliament. That's the first. And before the Minister goes into the detail, I noticed circulated were, I believe, some corrections to the estimates of expenditure. So I would just ask at the beginning if you, Minister, could highlight what those changes are before we get into the specific pages. And just before, I'd like to inquire of the Minister, of the Leader of Government Business, that the agenda, the schedule, as has been circulated, is going to be strictly adhered to, because we are operating on that basis. So there won't be any shifting in that schedule. Yeah, so the schedule will be strictly adhered to unless something dramatic would have come. All the ministers, right? So difficult. At the start. Speak to it. So Parliament has a responsibility to table it, not the Minister of Finance.
So, just for confirmation, we're checking to make sure that it was laid on the table of the House, because it has to be laid on the table of the House before it comes. It cannot be done here, as advised.
No, but that defeats the purpose of this exercise. The reason you have a time lag between the estimates and standing finance is to allow that process to take place. If we are not able to see what the Independent Fiscal Commission has done, it defeats part of the purpose of us being here. So my understanding is that the Commission would have sent the report to Parliament. If it wasn't yesterday, it may have been Monday, and then Parliament should provide the report for members, even though it may be in the public domain. Like I see it being quoted, but it has to be brought here.
Chairman, thank you. My information is that the report would have been finished probably yesterday or the day before. We have not had Parliament between yesterday and the day before, and we had scheduled standing finance for today. But I'm sure as soon as the Parliament gets custody of the report, and the report will be presented to the Parliament. How else then would it be tabled? How would it be tabled? Would you have preferred we suspend standing finance committee to table it?
I mean, and I'm not going to tell you I'm au fait on all the procedural matters, but an important document of that nature has to be brought here. I mean, while it may be in the public domain through other means, to my certain knowledge, the Commissioner would have sent it to Parliament, and the procedure that you may need to employ to ensure it is here, we need to do that. It shouldn't be that members rely on the media or other ways to find out what is in that report.
Well, the IFC shouldn't be out there in the media.
No, I'm not saying it should be in the media, but I've seen it.
But I'm saying the IFC should not have been in the media talking about it before it was laid in Parliament. Inesta, he shouldn't be out in the media talking about it before Parliament. Yeah. He was in the media.
No, it was an order to general.
Yes, and that report was always here.
Here, before we started. No, how the exact procedure to table. Huh?
Remember, it is
unfortunate that you make mention of it being out there in John public domain before it is even tabled here. Understand the situation? So it is not Parliament's fault why it is out there and not yet before us. No, I'm not saying that he's blaming, but there's something has to be wrong if it is out there in the domain and not yet at Parliament to be tabled, because it has to be laid on the table of the House first.
Ladies and gentlemen, Eli Clark don't know what I'm talking about. He doesn't know what he's talking about. It doesn't have to be tabled first. Let's go back to the article. That's why I look for this, you know. Because I have to make sure say the quote was accurate. It doesn't have to. Look at this section right here. The Fiscal Commission highlighted section 15 of the IFC Act 2021, which states, prior to the publication of any report of the official website of the Fiscal Commission, in accordance with this section, the Fiscal Commission shall ensure that the report is submitted, not tabled, submitted. So once they have received that submission, they can go ahead and put the information on their official website. The article goes on to say why that is to make sure that the EFAR, the commission, is independent and transparent, not controlled or given direction by any person or authority in executing his duties. And I am saying we need this exact same thing for the Integrity Commission. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section. Thank you very much. Get this video up to 2,000 likes. Share the video so other persons can be educated on this if they are not, ladies and gentlemen. Alright? And remember, right, Thursday we have Mr. Julian Robinson coming with his budget presentation, ladies and gentlemen. Alright? Walk good. Ladies and gentlemen, good day. My name is BOLO TBV. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this situation with Bobby Montague and allegations surrounding his name, I was not aware of it, you know. So this is for, how you would say, educational purposes. Let's listen this small clip right here.
Rape allegations against him. Montague says there has also been an attempt to... Hello, I'm Damian Mitchell. The police say they have launched an investigation into a video circulating on social media of a female being sexually assaulted by a male. The girl can be heard several times calling the name of her offender and pleading for him to stop. The JLP chairman, Senator Robert Montague, is denying rape allegations against him. Montague says there has also been an attempt to extort him, and he has reported the matter to the police. The Jamaica Fire Brigade says it's...
So they are going to... What happened to this investigation? Where did it go? Mighty God! And there was an actual situation where an affidavit from the United Kingdom was presented, ladies and gentlemen, which I've heard from Head Boy. I need to reach out to Head Boy now. I need to reach out to Head Boy. I need the documentation, and I would love to see that affidavit. Very interesting, ladies and gentlemen. What can go so? These types of things cannot be brushed under the rug, and let me tell you why. So listen to anti-favor writers, ladies and gentlemen, in our budget speech in regards to women being molested and them stuff there.
To all our women and girls, know that this female Minister of Finance and the Public Service is in your corner.
That's right. Come true, favor, come true.
Still.
Whoa, where's the favor?
Even even if no one believes you.
Don't do me that. Even if no one believes your truth, what?
Your truth, still speak out.
Alright, so more I say that to the young lady out there, including the one specifically in the case of Bobby Montague. She said to speak your truth, even if nobody believes you. It needs to go in front of the courts, ladies and gentlemen. Argument done. Ladies and gentlemen, good day. I want to share this with you. You're invited to a walk of gratitude and appreciation of the Cuba 50 years of medical support, Tuesday, March 17, 2026. I want to come out like I want to come out for the run for Sagicor. Yeah, this is how I want you guys to come out. Alright? Yeah man, I'll give you the WhatsApp information. So it's Tuesday, March 17, 2026, 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. The gathering point, 9 a.m. the corner of Duke Street and Sutton Street. The route will be walk up Duke Street to North Street and East Street. T-shirt and water will be provided. Come out to say thank you to the people of Cuba for 50 years of support to the Jamaica Medical Service. Again I say, ladies and gentlemen, if you live in this area, if you live in a 10-mile radius of Duke Street and you have benefited from the Cubans, you need to represent. You need to represent. Just like when you come out for Sagicor, when you need to come out for the Cuban them, when you need to represent. Oh my son! Oh my son! This is to say thank you to the Cubans for their service. Let them know how much it meant to you and your family, right? How they have impacted each and every one of your lives. And I don't think it's too much to ask, ladies and gentlemen. I really don't think it's too much to ask, right? Somebody says, I wish I was there. I have benefited from the Cubans back in primary school. Thank you, Cuba. Alright. Last someone did it too. People, when I get provided water and t-shirt. Come out and support this initiative to say thank you to the medical support from Cuba for 50 years. 50 years. Alright? Come out and support this initiative. I think this is something that, if possible, the entire island, a lot of us, a majority of our family members, the Cubans touched everybody. Everybody. So I don't know, this might be part 6, take 6. I don't know where we're at, but shout out to Julian Robinson. They say what more plans. I think in this one he's going to address something that Favor Williams said. So let's see what he has to say, ladies and gentlemen.
This morning into the format. Madam Speaker, I want to address what the Minister said about MSMEs on Tuesday.
Okay, MSMEs, let's go.
She spoke about the set-aside provisions to ensure that a part of government...
Like, share and subscribe, ladies and gentlemen. Like, share and subscribe. Let's get this video to 2,000 likes.
The set-aside provisions to ensure that a part of government's revenues will be set aside for the MSMEs. That was announced by that minister in 2019 and announced again in 2020. The former Minister of Finance. The former Minister of Finance. Madam Speaker, it has taken 7 years. Another announcement by the Minister on the same thing. I don't know what has happened in the 7 years, but when I talk to people in the sector, them say nothing. But we have another big announcement made on Tuesday that those set-aside provisions will for procurement. So to be clear, we're talking about ensuring that government, who is the largest player in the economy, sets aside particular sums that MSMEs can participate in procurement. 7 years later, there has been no meaningful progress made on this. Now, when we talk about growth and the need to grow the economy, this is a low-hanging fruit that we can implement. If our MSMEs can participate more in government procurement, their businesses will grow. They will employ more people.
Of course.
More GCT.
Yes. Facts.
That's how you grow the economy.
Come on, no man. Come on, no man.
So there are things that are within the control of the government that the government can do.
And they're not doing.
To ensure that we facilitate.
Wow.
And I would say to you, Minister, the sector is looking for action here. No more talk. Not a bag of mouth. Action here. They have waited patiently for 7 years and they have not seen any movement.
Hold on there. Favor no one no smoking up. Look on favor. No, Jamaica, look on favor. Favor loves no one no smoke. Favor loves somebody. No, but in all seriousness though. In all seriousness. What Mr. Julian Robinson is addressing right now is critical. It's absolutely critical, ladies and gentlemen. We have to do better. Have to do better. Them have to do better if they're not doing better. It is our responsibility to get them out. Because we're in a critical stage right now. We cannot afford the nonsense anymore and the bagger-baggerness.
Madam Speaker, on the emerging sectors, Jamaica has genuine opportunities in digital services, agro-processing, logistics, the creative industries, and cannabis. And these are not abstract possibilities, these are real. The foundations already exist. What is missing is the deliberate policy support, access to capital, and the regulatory frameworks that will allow these sectors to move beyond potential to actual contribution. And again, if we are serious about growing the economy, these are the sectors that we need to give priority to. Underpinning this, Madam Speaker, is a question of exports, because Jamaica will never generate the kind of wealth its people deserve by simply selling to the 3 million of us here. We have to look outwards, and looking outwards is not just the diaspora, it is in many other countries, to grow the value of what we produce, to build industries that can compete on the world stage, and to ensure that more earnings from the industries stay in Jamaica and benefit Jamaican workers and communities. That is the direction our growth agenda points. And it is the direction that this country needs to be moving in with considerably more urgency than what we have been seeing from the government. Madam Speaker, Jamaica is at a critical point in its history. The hurricane has laid bare the vulnerabilities that were always there. The structural fiscal pressures that predated Melissa. The chronically low growth that has kept living standards stagnant for too long. The public institutions that were not ready when the moment demanded them. And the Jamaicans who, as always, carried more than their share of the burden while waiting on the government's response. The question is, the government's budget was supposed to answer what happens next. How does this country recover and how does it grow in a way that actually changes people's lives? The budget that has been presented falls short in this regard. Falls short. It falls short for the woman in Sadamar who lost her shop and is hoping for some ease to the predicament that she faces so that she can send her children to school. It falls short for the man in Mobay whose car was destroyed in the hurricane and who wants to get his taxi business back up and running. It falls short for the man in Katadufa, the farmer, who we need to produce so that we can import less and we can supply our hotels.
Teach them, teach them, teach them, teach them.
It falls short for the NHT contributors whose monies continue to be diverted away from the institution it was meant to serve.
Exactly.
Our government at once opposed that very practice.
Yes, yes.
Madam Speaker, I want to be clear about what this side of the House represents in this moment.
Yes.
We're not here simply to oppose. We are here because accountability is what democracy requires.
That's right, that's right. Talk to them, boss.
And because the Jamaican people deserve a parliament that takes their responsibility seriously.
Hold on.
The Jamaican people.
Hold on, Jamaica, watch out. Look at him. Hanging his head in shame. Mighty God.
And because the Jamaican people deserve a parliament that takes their responsibility seriously and discharges it honestly.
That's right.
So when we critique the government's budget, it is because the choices made in that document have real consequences for the people. And the people deserve to know that those of us on this side of the chamber are examining those choices carefully and offering a genuine alternative. Madam Speaker, Jamaica's best days are not behind us. They are ahead of us. If we are willing to make the choices that will get us there. We are not a small country with small ambition. We are a small island that has already shown the world what Jamaica is capable of. And we have barely scratched the surface of what we can become. Madam Speaker, we have presented an alternative to what the government has proposed. We have sought to balance the lives of the people while balancing the books. We have looked at the impact of this hurricane and the devastation it has had on so many Jamaicans. And we believe that the path forward of growing economy is the only sustainable way that we can lift the living standards for all Jamaican people. Thank you very much, madam.
Mighty God. One Julian Robinson. One Julian Robinson, ladies and gentlemen. That is how we close it out, man. They don't want to hear the beating of the deck, see? They lock off the mic. What a comprehensive. What a comprehensive budget speech showing the Jamaican people that the way how the government is doing it is not necessarily, it's not the only way. There's other tangible ways to help in dealing with things. You understand what I'm saying? So I want to thank Mr. Julian Robinson so much for opening our eyes. By the way, there was a part of the speech that I clearly missed and I'm going to go back to it. There's a part of it that I clearly missed. Oh, I think it was when I went to the bathroom that I need to highlight, because there was something that he put up, and I'm going to go to it right now. He put up something, a chart that the Favor Williams had used, and he exposed a lie that was told by the Jamaica Labour Party. It's very important. I think, did I highlight it? Boy, I've covered so much things. Maybe I did, but it's worth going back to. It's worth going back to, ladies and gentlemen. So, let me just zoom in on that. And I want to thank you for your continued support. And guys, do remember, becoming a member. You guys see those emojis that I put out? Oh, here it is. Here it is. You guys see those emojis that I put out in the chat? Yeah, man. The what can go so and everything. With Damian Crawford and Andrew and Mark Golding. Yeah, you can access those emojis when you become a member of the platform, yeah? Yeah, man. Let's listen to this.
Because the minister used it on Tuesday and said she wanted to explain to the 20-year rules, right? And so yes, it is your child, and I want to use it to explain to the 20-year rules why those taxes had to be imposed from 2012 to 2016, 2015. But also, there's been this I don't know if I can say that.
It is a lie. It is a lie.
No new tax for 10 years.
It is a lie. It's a lie.
We've been hearing this misrepresentation.
It's a lie.
There's been no new tax for 10 years.
It's a lie.
But then I looked at the minister's chart.
Yes.
So what is in 2016?
Yes.
What is in 2017?
Yes. Somebody said that is a new school bus. Yeah, I'm trying to contain myself. Oh my God! Somebody says a new school bus.
So what is in 2016? What is in 2017?
That's a school bus, a new school bus.
So Damian, when you go back to Ty Dixon, I want you to ask your constituent, what can go so?
Oh my God! Oh my God!
What can go so?
Yo, I tell you, no man, classic. They lied to us, Jamaica, about no new taxes. Lied to us when 3 of the years that they were in power, since 2016, they had new taxes. Alright, so 2016, the tax raise up to from 10 the People's National Party had to 13, and then it raised from 13 to 14 in 2017, right? And in 2020 it was 16, right? And they used that thing to say tax neutral or something to that effect. I did a video showing Rastanheim and explaining how that means them actually get back the money in the taxes. It wasn't like we got anything for free, so they didn't do anything for us. So another deception again was exposed, ladies and gentlemen, right? So let me know what you guys think in the comment section, man. Julian Robinson, I give him an A. Ladies and gentlemen. It was not outlandish in terms of, you know, promises that would, you know, have us have certain levels of risk involved. He explained excellently, like, okay, this is what we're gonna do and this is how we're gonna do it, and he put it into the least level of success that it would bring. And I think it, you know, that's how you should do it, because then when things rise above the bar that you actually put it, which the bar is reasonable, because we're in a tight situation, but if it should elevate over the projection that you gave, everybody's gonna love it. Everybody's gonna love it. So I think he sold the projection short purposefully, which is very good and strategic. But obviously, persons that are not going to go in there, that not to steal and fill up them car, you know, more than likely it's going to rise. And then again, you have to factor in certain things that can happen that would probably, you know, not get you over the hump. Maybe another natural disaster, you know what I'm saying, or not even natural disaster, because the way how the weather is right now, I mean, just regular rain can fall and do a lot of damage all over the country. That would set certain things back. Bridges can be damaged, all type of things can happen. To set certain things back, for alter the course and disrupt things. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah, he definitely schooled everybody. He really did. So shout out to Julian Robinson. Alright, let me know what you guys think in the comment section.
The welcome Minister and his staff, entire team that is here. Minister, can you say exactly the amount of Spark program that is completed so far?
I'm going to ask the Minister with direct responsibility to get into that for you.
10 minutes. You mean the next 2 hours?
Thank you. So far we have started 163 roads and we have paved 180. Now, I want to add a caveat. 80, sorry. I want to add a caveat to pave the 180. To pave the I want to add a caveat to the 80 being paved. So, being paved does not always mean the total completion of the road. The road is totally complete when the consultant does a final inspection of the road and hands it over to the government. And even after that, the contractor is still obligated for 1 year for any acts or omissions that may cause damage to the road.
No. I still don't answer the question.
We paved 80 roads.
Out of?
Out of 163. Okay.
No, that's what I'm saying, that you don't. How many completed so far?
So we've paved 63, which are finished for all intents and purposes, but 80 have been paved.
Okay.
63.
Are totally complete based on our analysis.
I want to ask another question. When we start Spark?
I think we signed the contract in and around December of 2024, okay. But for all intents and purposes, work really began in March 2025.
And your target for this, up to this financial year, the end of the financial year was 40%.
We're supposed to do 40%.
And you're 19%.
No, we're about...
No, you're 19% to your document.
We're 21%.
Your document is a 19.
The document was done a couple of weeks ago.
19%.
I mean, 1-2% is not...
Okay, but if you are at 21 out of 40%,
right,
you are behind schedule.
Of course we're behind schedule. We had a category 5 hurricane.
No.
What do you mean no?
Before.
Even before.
No. Even before. You are behind.
If you'll allow me, member. So, we started Spark. We signed the contract in around December of 2024. The contractor mobilized over time and he was able to start the first road, which was in your colleague's constituency, Everest Drive, in East Kingston and Port Royal. That road is complete, by the way. We are happy with the progress of it based on everything that has taken place, and let me explain why I'm happy with the progress. A lot of the roads that we're doing, we never had any designs or maps for them. So the initial assessment of the roads that we started doing was based on an observation of what the road is. When the designers came and they saw that, for example, on Everest Drive, when we started Everest Drive, we did not calculate that we would need a pipeline on Everest Drive. When we started our excavation, we realized that the pipe on Everest Drive had to be replaced because it was an old pipe that probably had asbestos in it. Not only that, when we started excavating,
poor planning.
I don't know if you would call it poor planning.
Poor planning.
I mean, it's better planning than when you were a minister.
No, poor planning.
Much better planning.
No, poor planning.
Because in one area.
But at least, Minister.
So if you'll allow me to finish what I'm saying before your subjective statement. When we were doing Everest Drive, we also realized that several sections of the hillside was unstable, and we had to add retaining walls to the program on Everest Drive in order to protect the house of persons who were there. The fact of the matter is you will never fully know what is taking place until the consultant goes in and starts doing the excavation, the design and the analysis and the soil testing, which is why that's an important component of the SPARK program.
So you started at what cost for that road?
It's about 75 million.
And you end that?
It's about 100 now.
And it's not completed?
It is finished. I told you it was complete.
Okay. All right. You start last year with $8 billion on the Spark.
That's correct.
And it was reduced to 5.7?
That's correct.
And this year, as the senior minister said, we are going to move up. Your budget this year is 4.5.
So, the reality of it is that when we realized in consultation with the Ministry of Finance, we would not have been able to spend all the money that we did. So the budget was reduced, and we are actually on target to spend what we have. We are starting several components this year, including the main road component. and we have had consultations with the Ministry of Finance, that where the need arises for more resources to complete what has been started, as it is indeed a contract, it will be, the resources will be provided.
So you are moving from the parochial road to the main road?
We're adding the main roads. So the parochial roads will be doing parochial roads and main roads at the same time.
Okay, your Spark is supposed to be completed in 2028?
Yes, but there's also a 1-year defects liability period that is also a part of it.
And you're at 21% to what you're saying now?
Correct.
Or you're expecting in the next 2 years to complete up to 100%?
Yes, I am expecting it.
How?
How am I expecting it? Because what we're noticing is that as the contractor, because let me give you an example. There was a shortage of equipment. The contractor imported 100 pieces of equipment, which has significantly aided the contractor in starting more roads and completing roads quicker. So now that the contractor has actually become at pace and reached scale, he's able to finish more roads quicker than he was, let's say, 6 months ago.
Yeah, but at the same time, is that you could move much faster if we engage our local contractors.
Local contractors are a part of the program.
No, but the rates.
The government of Jamaica has a contract with the enterprise contractor, not with local contractors. So local contractors and the enterprise contractor will form their own private arrangements. The government of Jamaica cannot interfere in a contract between private parties.
But who prepared the contract?
What?
Who prepared the contract for the main contractors?
That contract is long prepared and gone. Members and...
Chairman, I want to ask a question.
Madam Chairperson.
You can't tell me what to ask.
Mr. Azan, let me explain to you how it works. The government of Jamaica had an international tender with
Minister, in responding to that question, please make it very clear as it relates to that contract and which fiscal period it falls under, because the member cannot tell me that he cannot ask a question that does not relate to this fiscal year at all. So it's latitude.
That's not the point he was making. His point was who negotiated.
You know, Chairman, I think you should listen. You cannot. I'm asking the minister a question, not you.
And that is not a contract from when that you're asking about. I listen to your question.
No. I think you're
She's preempting it. She's preempting it.
No, you can't tell me what to ask.
Go ahead, Richard.
Yeah, Minister, I'm saying.
What was your question?
It is so unfair what you are saying that we don't engage the local contractors.
There's a contract law called privity of contract. An entity that is not a party to a contract cannot interfere in a contract. The contract is between the government of Jamaica and China Harbour Engineering. It would be illegal and a breach of contract and a breach of the law of contract for the government to go to China Harbour and say...
It's poor negotiation, yes?
In the first place.
How is it poor negotiation?
In the first place.
So you are better at negotiating than the public sector workers who do procurement. That's what
it is your government.
It's your government.
It's your government.
It was the public sector workers who negotiated the contract.
It is your government. You are signed off. It's cabinet signed off. So I'm asking you, if you are at 21% now, how you are expecting in the next 3 years?
I'm saying to you that the contractor is at scale, and as time goes by, the contractor increases the pace at which it's completing the roads, and he will finish his roads during the contract.
Okay, Minister, will you agree that with the China Harbour contract, most of our Jamaican workers are reduced to flagsmen and flagswomen?
I don't have any data on that. Do you have that data?
Yes.
What is the data?
Majority.
When you go on the
contractor increases the pace at which it's completed the roads, and he will finish his roads during the contract.
Okay, Minister, will you agree that with the China Harbour contract, most of our Jamaican workers are reduced to flagsmen and flagswomen?
I don't have any data on that. Do you have that data?
Yes.
What is the data?
Majority.
When you go on the projects, it is the Chinese who are working, and our workers are flagsmen and flagswomen.
I challenge you, member.
Has he done an audit?
You need to present that evidence. You cannot come to Parliament and this committee with hearsay, without facts or without evidence. You are making a statement based on what is not correct.
You have an audit of the persons who work?
No, but you are the one who is making the accusation. You need to provide the evidence.
Minister,
Mr. Azan, if you are going to... Madam,
let me just answer this one statement. If you are going to accuse persons of
Ask him
an
how many.
offense,
Ask him
you need to
how
provide the
many.
evidence. You're the one making the application, and what does that have to do with the budget that we're discussing?
What is the
What does that have to do with the budget that you're
What is the ratio of Jamaican workers?
Madam Chair, the question that is being asked.
I'm fully aware.
No, Madam Chair. The question that is asked is what is the ratio of Jamaicans to overseas? I will undertake to provide the honourable member with that information as soon as possible.
Thank you. Thank you.
Experience the Minister.
And do we have any list of spark route to be?
Yeah, but he just politically put it away, but it's okay. It's fine.
Do we have the list?
It's not just numbers.
Do you have the list of spark route to be done this financial year?
So the
exactly the poll negotiation.
This is not where we have that discourse.
yes, we have the list of
Discourse. He's asking more questions.
Minister, what was the damage last hurricane? Melissa. The damage, the value.
Was that spark road or
No, national roads. Rate. I didn't ask about rate. I didn't ask about rate.
Something not right now, Mr. Burnett. Something is not right. Tell you about them.
The damage.
I answered you already.
No, I don't hear.
I said it's about $35 billion.
35 billion? How much have been allocated to do the repairs so far?
What do you mean?
How much money?
Money have been allocated to repair.
So far we have allocated $5 billion for various stages of the repair process.
Okay. Okay.
Million?
45 billion, you said? 35 billion and you 5 billion to do repairs. Yeah. So we have short 30.
And how is that?
I don't know if that's a fair comment. I mean, there are...
You have 35 damage, you get 5.
I would love for you to allow me to answer. So, the repairs of roads take different stages.
Yeah.
So, for example, we have to clear, then we have to assess, then we have to design, and then we have to build. So, we will not be able to repair all the roads.
No, that's it.
Planning and allocation.
I'm just asking what is the allocation.
I am saying to you, 5 billion was allocated for
and I'm just
roads
asking what is the next plan for the other 30. Because our roads are in terrible condition.
The government will make allocations over time to repair the roads.
Okay. Minister, I want to ask, over the last financial year, could you say the amount the government collect for gas tax?
I have no idea. I'm not the Minister of Finance. I'm sorry. That was a different minister.
But the road maintenance, the gas tax is for road maintenance. What portion of it?
I am not aware of that.
They've received.
No.
Richard, don't
No. Commissioner Warmington.
It's because it's warming. It's because it's warming.
Minister.
Madam Chair, the Minister is available to answer questions if the members just allow him.
19,000.
Anyways.
Okay, Minister. Could you say how many bridges were damaged in the hurricane?
Member Azan.
Three bridges were damaged during the hurricane.
3. Okay.
Member Azan, I'll speak a little louder in the mic. I heard your last question in terms of road repair.
He answered.
No, I'm not hearing you, no.
No, I'm asking about bridge and he answered. Okay.
No, I heard that question. I'm not hearing you now because of the noise. So.
Okay, Minister, there was a contract signed about a year or two about some bridge programs across, and you announced about a number of bridges across that will be constructed.
I'm unaware of that contract, sir.
Could you say exactly where
I am
we are?
unaware of a contract that was signed as you describe it. I am.
He's not aware of the contract.
Members,
I
have sat here and I've heard the minister needing to repeat responses, not even twice but thrice because of the noise.
The commissioner.
And even questions need to be repeated. In the interest of your own time, it would be good to be quiet and allow members to ask their questions and the minister to respond.
Minister, out of the 5 billion that was allocated, of the 35, how much of it has been used to repair road and patch?
How much of it will be used to repair roads and patch?
Yes.
For which fiscal year?
I'm asking you. You said that 5 billion out of the 35.
But I'm trying to ask you. We're discussing the budget for 26-27.
So that's why
I'm trying to ask. That 5 billion is not in this budget.
So when it...
Are you asking the question already?
So where you put it from again? Why you mention it?
So they ask for it.
Ask you about the damage?
I'm trying to understand what you're asking. Is your question related
Minister,
to this
hold on a moment, please. Minister, I think in order to get us under some semblance of control, because I was also of the view that you were speaking about $5 billion in this budget, and that's why I said to Member Azan that you should not ask certain questions, because it literally confuses the House when you refer to periods that are not in this budget book. So what happened is, if you're asking a question, Member Azan, and the period covers several budget periods, having heard 35, Member Azan, okay. Minister, please assist here. Chin work.
Okay. In this financial year.
After what?
987. For improvement of main roads.
Right.
But you mentioned before that it was 35.
987, that would not be the correct number, member.
The upcoming financial year is 987.
The maintenance of secondary roads is about a little bit over $5 billion, which I think that is the area that you're seeking to question me about.
Yes.
So what would you like to know about that?
Of that amount, how much of that will be used to repair the hurricane damaged roads?
Alright, so I want you to allow me to explain something to you, just for the benefit of the public, because you and I probably know it already. So, when the hurricane took place, the government made a decision that we had to urgently intervene immediately to provide access, especially the areas that were damaged, areas of St. James, Hanover, you know the areas. So what we did is we had emergency allocation to provide access and build back some of the roads. As time goes by, under various other programs such as NARA, such as our recurrent expenditure and so on, we will allocate more money. For this year's budget, we are going to be looking at some of the most damaged roads and the rehabilitation of them. I cannot say to you that out of the $5 billion, I'm going to allocate 50% or 40%, because that's going to be based on the assessment of what is needed on those roads. Because we still, to be honest, we have 11 roads that need to be rebuilt, that we're still in the phase of assessing to see how are we going to rebuild them. Are we going to create alternate routes because they are no longer able to properly accommodate traffic, or are we going to try to fix what has been damaged? So I couldn't tell you out of the $5 billion I'm going to spend X amount on Hurricane Melissa damaged roads. And as a matter of fact, it's not just the west that got damaged from Melissa. There are many other parishes outside of the west that got damaged. So there are a lot of constituencies outside of those that would demand assistance for roads, sir.
Okay. All right. I will leave the other members to ask questions.
JN Properties Limited will make real estate simple for you with professional and reliable services, whether you are a local or overseas client. So whether you're renting, buying, building, or doing property management, we offer expert advice at every step of the way.
JN Properties is built on a legacy of trust, service, and community.
Our mission? To serve you with excellence, on time, within budget, and with full transparency.
With the strength and reputation of the...
So each time you see the blood moon, expect divine intervention. Each time you see the blood moon, expect the shaking of nations. Shaking of nations. Shaking of nations. Shaking of nations. Each time you see the blood moon, it is a call to repentance. A call to repentance. A call to repentance. And that repentance should be personal and also national, having to do with the 7 pillars as well, including the church. And every time you see the blood moon, expect prophetic fulfillment. Prophetic fulfillment. Prophetic fulfillment. Prophetic fulfillment. Fulfillment of Bible prophecy. So there are 4 major themes. There are others, but 4 major ones. I'm going to take it a little further for you. Yes. Now, generally speaking, with these themes, you would conclude then that it's a season. Once the blood moon appears, expect transition.
Anytime we disrespect God, disregard God.
Transition. Transition in leadership, for example, politically and otherwise. Transition. And as a result of this transition, divine movement.
How is it that it is fit and proper?
And this movement will
for the husband of the daughter of the Henzels to preside over Nara, knowing pretty well that the Henzels stands to benefit from proceeds of Melissa. Make we sit down good. No, make we sit down good. Cause see the Prime Minister falling hanang the kin teeth, you know. Jamaica, let me tell you something. Be prepared for what is to come. And for what is to come, be ye prepared. Huh? Extreme Beauty say a Justine in a the blue. Lord God, make me make this absolutely clear. Can nobody go and sue me? Right? Me not accuse nobody. I'm only asking some questions, and based on pictures in front of me, I'm only asking the questions. What is the relationship? Yeah? That Major Anthony Anderson have with the Henzels. People on the live say Major Anthony Anderson married to Justine Henzel, and he is the husband. Yeah? Well, Jamaica, this not look good. Nobody now say Major Anderson can head Nara, you know. But as long as Major Anthony Anderson heads Nara, the Henzel them not supposed to get $1 from Melissa money. No. This is a family affair that Andrew Holness has now set up, you know. This is more than a conflict of interest from this government. Now, look at the realities in Jamaica. Look at the realities before you. This man, Major Anthony Anderson, who was just given the role, breaking news from Nationwide, because you know them first get everything because they are an affiliate of the government. Yes, maybe make sure play it phone, then we get into the nitty-gritty. Listen carefully. Listen.
Has been appointed the head of Jamaica's ambassador to Washington, D.C., the former chief of staff of the JDF, Major General Anthony Anderson, is coming home. He's coming home effective June 1. He will be the new head of the of NARA, the National Reconstruction and Recovery Authority, NARA. So the news is Major General Anthony Anderson, the ambassador to Washington, D.C., is the new head, or will be the first head of NARA, effective June 1. That's what, 4 or 5 days? Yes, that's the news. Major General Anthony Anderson has been appointed the head of NARA.
Appointed the head of NARA. And Cliff say he is coming home, which means him not there. He is the ambassador to Washington, D.C. Remember, Audrey Marks give up the role as ambassador in Washington to come home to get Adley Shaw's safe seat. So that was when he gave up his position as the commissioner and give it to Kevin Blake and got foreign Washington now to become Jamaica's ambassador to Washington. Well, he's coming back home. Now, who is going to assume the position as ambassador to Washington? Is it Lisa Hanna? We don't know. But the stars are now aligning, Jamaica. He's coming home to head the NARA, Jamaica. And one has to ask the question, why? Why? Because here in this photograph, this was on the 24th of May last year at the Calabash Festival down at Treasure Beach, put on by the Henzels. And for those who know the Henzels, based on what persons are saying, they are the owner of that hotel, Jake's Hotel. Yes? And see Andrew Holness, the Prime Minister, in attendance. Yeah? And he's sitting beside the Henzels. And in the middle of the Henzels is Anthony Anderson. But Anthony Anderson, you were in Washington last year as the ambassador to Washington, D.C. How is it that you take up your business from Washington to be in attendance in Treasure Beach? These people must mean something to you. And I am getting to understand that you're married to one of the Henzels. So based on what I am seeing now, Jamaica, Andrew Holness gave CEO position to Anthony Anderson because Anthony Anderson can manipulate the process down there in Black River. Because he would have known the individuals down there. The Henzels are established people down there. And if he married to the daughter, one of the Henzels, then that means Jamaica. The Henzels, yeah, can determine which properties get developed and who and which owners of properties can get to be sold to the government for development. Huh? Richard is asking the question, who acquired the large beachfront property in Treasure Beach? Jamaica, this is serious, you know. This is serious as we speak. Why is it, yeah, that Anthony Anderson left his job as ambassador to Washington, D.C. to come back home to be the head of NARA? It's like you never left. You give up your commissioner of police job to Kevin Blake to go to Washington. less than a year. And now you're back to head NARA as CEO? And why is it that you leave Washington to attend a personal function that your family, because them say the Justines, the Henley, what? The Henzels, a white name? The Henzels put on the Calabash Festival. Them say you're married to one of the Henzels. Isn't this a major conflict of interest, Jamaica? Huh? Isn't this a major conflict of interest? Well, I can't say it's a major conflict of interest yet, because we yet to see who the proceeds will be going to. But one thing I know for sure, that anyhow the Henzels benefit from the proceeds of Melissa, that is definitely going to be a conflict of interest, because you can't head NARA and your wife and get donation. Well, we have been here before, because we see what Christopher Tufton has done with Market Me. Award his girlfriend millions of dollars in contracts, and it's like nothing. It's full speed ahead. Well, it's left to see whether or not the Henzels will get any form of a